Good morning, Chatty House. Let's see. I can't hear anything. Now I can.
So, Chatty Gang.
That was loud.
Was it?
Yeah. What to expect when you're expecting? That's like an old school book.
We have a minute.
Oh, we have a minute?
Mm-hmm.
A whole minute? Jesse set the stream to go live really early today. So we've had people in here since like 7 something.
Huh. Oops.
Team Glenn,
hey, just a heads up. Yep. I forgot to do something in the system here. So at some point while you're talking, I'm going to be looking this way, but I'll be listening.
Okay.
I forgot to set up all our automatic ins and outs and stuff.
Oh.
So I will be having to do that. 15 seconds to the legal. Let's have a great show. Holy smokes, we got a lot today. There's so much to get to. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Welcome in, everybody. A very happy Thursday. Happy best day of the week to everybody out there. James, you got the puffy vest on today. You got your Monty McNair cosplay.
Full Monty McNair.
Yeah, no, I love that. I wish I had known. I would have dressed up as somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess
I worn a suit.
Maybe I'm more like Wes Wilcox just because of the hair.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I could have been Monty because I don't have any.
Oh, there it is.
I don't have any hair.
Oh, we could have gone. Oh,
we could have done a whole thing. I need to buy a puffy vest. I need to up my puffy vest game for sure.
Yeah, this was from the Alaska trip. I got a puffy vest for the Alaska trip, and yeah, here I am. I hadn't worn it since. I'm not a puffy vest guy, but
well, no, it looks like it suits you. So I dig it. The Sacramento Kings beat the Charlotte Hornets 123-98 last night. We'll talk plenty about that. And there's a couple things that happened in last night's game that I think bode well for the Kings long term, and I think might have not changed my mind all the way because 2 games does not a contender make, but there's been some trends that I think are very positive for the Kings. But before we get into that, dude, I know we try and keep it local on this radio station for the most part. We try and keep it to Kings, 49ers. I know the Raiders are in Vegas now, but Raider fans, I know you're out there in Northern California still. So we'll hit the Raiders for sure. Giants, A's, especially with the A's and their whole moving saga. Bill Belichick being out as the Patriots head coach after 24 seasons.
Amazing.
Is one of those stories that has to be brought from the national kind of pool of stories that we have to choose from every day. Because I genuinely, I keep in mind, I'm 30, how old am I? 33 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know an NFL that doesn't have Bill Belichick as the head coach of the Patriots.
Oh, that's wild.
Because he started in 2000.
Yeah.
I was 10. I followed the NFL, but my very first football memory is Steve Young to Terrell Owens in the wild card game against Green Bay. That's my first vivid football memory of where I was watching, who I was watching with.
Mine is a catch, which was yesterday was the anniversary, I believe.
Oh, yes. So the catch, and then the catch 2 is some called the TO1.
Yeah.
So that was my very, And that was 2 years before Bill Belichick got hired. So this is such a monumental shift for me. And if you're 24 years old, you're well into your adult life.
Yeah.
And Bill Belichick has been the head coach of the Patriots for all of it. And the most successful NFL coach of all time. You talk GOAT, he's it.
Yeah, he
is the standard for NFL coaches. You can hit me with Bill Walsh, and you can hit me with I don't know, Don Coryell or John Madden or I don't care.
Bill Parcells,
Don Shula. Hit me with whatever name. Bill Belichick is at the top of that list.
No, I totally agree. I mean, what he was able to accomplish in this era where, there's so many moving pieces, and for him to be able to take this team and just win so many championships, but also to, he's player personnel. He's doing all of the jobs. He has help, but he's been doing all of these jobs for so many years, and he's been doing it, I hate to say this, his way.
Yes. The Patriot way, some say.
The hoodie way, like the guy who doesn't care, the guy who is gruff and doesn't buy into any media or anything else. And I think really, sort of the conversation of, who made who, the Tom Brady thing or Bill Belichick. Like, come on, man. This is the greatest coach. They stand alone. But like straight up, they stand alone. This is the greatest coach in NFL history.
Yeah, and it's not close. Like even the last couple of years aside, where things have kind of gone sideways for them, he was the coach for 24 years, and they finally had a couple of bad years.
Yeah, that's wild.
And it's not like it undoes something or proves something it went wrong for Bill Belichick or that he's some kind of fraud. And the Patriots, honestly, were probably more competitive sometimes this year than they had any right to be.
Yeah, I'd even say, like, look, how does that conversation go? Like, hey, do you want to mutually part ways? Yeah.
Yeah. I would like.
Okay, do you want to mutually part ways? Yeah.
Well, I'm guessing
it's over.
I don't obviously know, and we may never find out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing they had Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft had their end of year meeting or just a meeting at the end of the season where both of them, like maybe Belichick wanted to go and Kraft wanted to kind of move on, but neither really wanted to say it because that's been a relationship for the better part of, more than the last 2.5 decades.
Yep.
And I just, when you look at where Bill Belichick is, it's 72 years old. The Patriots need a full tear it down, rebuild it.
Yes.
And is that what he wants to do? Probably not.
They don't have a quarterback to build around. They don't have anything to build around.
Yeah.
It's time.
And that's partly, and this is where the Robert Kraft side of this comes in. The reason they don't have anything to build around is because Bill Belichick has been their personnel guy.
Yeah.
And he has not done a good job of restocking that cupboard. So what he did personnel wise to have a competitive team for 2 decades, 20 straight years of going to, for 24 years, he was the coach, and they won 17 AFC East titles.
That's wild.
They won 9 AFC championships. Almost half of the years he was a head coach, they went to the Super Bowl.
That's wild.
I guess closer to a third of the years. Still crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He won 6.
And,
he by himself has more Super Bowls than the 49ers.
Yes. It's wild, too, to see him and Nick Saban step away on the same day.
Yeah.
I mean, because realistically, one of the great college coaches of all time.
Yeah.
Like both of them just deciding to, at the same time, like, hey, let's call it. And I guess they were on the staff at the Browns years ago together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sure were. Yeah, so, I mean, it is a monumental day, whether you hate the Patriots and you hate Bill Belichick and you think he's a cheater and you think Tom Brady made him or whatever. Fact of the matter is he's going to go to Canton without a question. And he is going to go down as, on the Mount Rushmore of head coaches, he is the Washington spot. And I would be willing to bet a large sum of money that in my lifetime, surely, we don't see anyone come close.
No, I would agree. Well, I don't think that there's anyone. I mean, look at what Kyle Shanahan hasn't been able to get his first one. And I think a lot of people consider him a really, really good coach.
He's a good coach, and he's had a really good roster.
Yeah.
Look at Patrick Mahomes. Look how dominant Patrick Mahomes is. And he has 2. And that's incredible. Like winning a second Super Bowl is like, man, what a run.
He's got another decade, another 12 years or so. So
totally. But the point is, like, even having Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, there's no guaranteed Super Bowls. You know,
no.
Peyton Manning was as great as he was and won 2, one of which he had a noodle arm and his defense won it for him.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Marino, who realistically is like the father of the modern NFL quarterback.
Yep.
0.
Yep.
0 Super Bowls.
Crazy.
Wins. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's you got to pay respect for a guy who again did it his own way, but better than anyone else. And I hope that he doesn't like hang on here. Like he doesn't need to go take on another job. There are a ton of jobs open.
You don't want to see him take another job?
Not really. I don't know. I mean, it's 72. Like, enjoy the fact that you're great,
right?
Like,
that you did it.
Yeah,
that's kind of what. That's maybe he's gonna take some time and evaluate opportunities, because maybe if you're an NFL team and you need a head coach, are you calling Bill Belichick?
I mean, you got to be the right team. Like, if I'm Bill Belichick, there's so few teams that I would even consider. Like, maybe I would take the Charger job. Maybe. I mean,
that's the one, because that's at least you have a quarterback that
yes,
can play in the NFL.
You can build around. Yes. So outside of that, though, I don't know. I don't know that there's another. You don't want to go take the Jets job. You don't want to take the Giants job.
And I think the other aspect of this is he going to want personnel control? And that would be the question for me if I was an NFL team.
Oh, yeah.
Because I just don't, at this point, I just don't trust Bill Belichick, the personnel guy. So if I call him and I say, hey, will you be the head coach? We've got this guy, Washington. I'm just going to pick Washington because we're going to talk about them a little bit later on, with 49ers assistant GM Adam Peters being one of the finalists for their president of football operations job, the new lead of the Washington front office. If Washington calls and says, yeah, hey, we've got this guy, Adam Peters, we've added him as our to lead our front office, will you just be our head coach? I don't know if that's something that interests Bill Belichick.
Yeah, because it's got to be the perfect situation. And his response would probably be, look, I'm the one who helped build these teams. This was me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, have I made some mistakes over the last couple of years? Sure. But you know what? Like, at the end of the day, everyone does, right?
Sure.
For as good as Jeff Petrie was with the Sacramento Kings, he took over the team in 1993, 94, built the first playoff run, the first playoff team in the 95, 96 season, I believe, and then comes back and builds, their quote unquote dynasty for 8 years. But that ended in 2006. And people forget, like, he's the guy who drafted Jimmer Fredette. He's the guy who drafted Thomas Robinson.
Yeah.
He's the guy who drafted Quincy Doobie. Like, there are plenty of moves that he made late in his run that were just not good.
Yeah.
And, were there better players around him? Yeah. I mean, some of the time, sure. But, like, there were some big time whiffs. I mean, you drafted Thomas Robinson. The next pick was Damian Lillard.
The thing is, the only thing is Bill Belichick has a lot of whiffs in there.
Yeah. I mean, but you're also dealing with 7 rounds. You're dealing with 7 rounds. I mean, there's more.
Yeah.
It's not 2-round draft where, you make a mistake and it stands out.
I still think he is a quality head coach.
Yeah.
And he will obviously have the respect of every room he steps into. I think defensively, he is still on the cutting edge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Super Bowl where, remember the Sean McVay Rams, I know it's been a little bit different in the last couple of years, but remember when the Sean McVay Rams took over the NFL, it was like, oh my God, they might score 50 a game.
Yeah.
And then they go into a Super Bowl. Well, now they played Vic Fangio and the Bears, and Vic Fangio kind of exposed them a little bit, but it looked like they were starting to figure things out. They make it to the Super Bowl. They score 3 points on Bill Belichick. That was 6 years ago. Which in the scope of the evolution of football is not that far. Like,
yeah,
he just did that. So I think I would still hire him as a head coach, but I don't think that I would want him to lead my front office.
Okay. I mean, he almost has to step in. Like, I mean, if the Philadelphia job comes open, that would be the other one where you're like, okay, will he step in?
Yeah. And well, okay. Now this comes back to, what does he want? Because if he wants that personnel control, he's not getting it from Howie Roseman in Philly. He's not getting it from Jerry Jones in Dallas.
No.
And
see, that's another interesting one.
Yeah. If Dallas loses in the first round and Mike McCarthy gets fired, that's what I'm putting my money on. All right. Bill Belichick talk. Am I right? If you have any thoughts on Bill Belichick, 916-909-1320. But let's shift gears and let's talk about the Kings' blowout win over the Hornets last night, 123-98. We'll do that with James's 6 quick thoughts on the other side. It's ESPN 1320. We're the Insiders. Hell yeah.
Ohio State Marvin Harrison Jr.
declares for the draft.
Is entering the 2024 NFL draft.
What?
Marvin
He's
Harrison
declaring?
Jr.
Wow. I always love that when somebody like
Captain Obvious,
Trevor Lawrence declares for the draft, and they do the big social media post like, yeah, no, dude, you've been in mock drafts. It's okay. We got it.
Yeah. Victor Wembanyama declares for the NBA draft. It's like,
yeah. Thanks, Vic.
Didn't see that one coming.
Hey, how about Vic Wembanyama last night?
Yeah, he good.
16, 12, and 10 in 21 minutes.
Amazing.
Bro.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about this a lot today, Weezy. FYI, James.
I don't know what we're talking about.
I didn't think I congratulated Katrina on the belt.
Oh, is that who won it?
Yeah.
Oh,
at least that's who won it.
I thought it was Weezy.
Mine. Oh man. Controversy. I've got Katrina at 742.
Oh, yeah, mine starts at 809.
Oh boy, Weezy, you got to get that belt back.
Okay.
If I am ever a fraction of the media personality that Scott Van Pelt is, I would be thrilled with myself.
Oh.
He is so damn talented and so good at his job.
You know what he is? He's
copying me.
For the most part, he's honest.
Yeah, man.
Like, I think he's real, where a lot of those guys like haven't been real, or like a lot of newscasters aren't real. I think he shows like his emotions on occasion, which makes him more real. Like, is he perfect? Has he made like sure, he's had some missteps here and there, but overall, I think it's pretty. Yeah.
I love that on his Sports Center that it's not welcome into Sports Center. I'm Scott Van Pelt.
Yeah.
Let's head to New York where the Patriots faced the New York Jets. It's not like the TV guy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised at this.
At what?
If Kurt returns next year. You want to talk about a guy who I don't think wants to go through a rebuild? Given that he's actively sabotaging the team to make sure he doesn't have to go through one.
Oh, yeah. I don't think so. Al Horford is out tonight for Boston. He's in non-COVID illness per the team report.
Your 6 quick thoughts took up an entire page of the rundown.
They're always the same. They literally are always the same size because they have to fit into.
I had to fit them on one page. I had to remove the indentation of the numbers, which drives me nuts. I hated doing it.
Oh, that's funny.
But I hated more that it bled over and I couldn't get it to where it was even.
Why didn't you just
would always split?
Change the font size?
Then that's chaos because then I got to change the entire document. All right, here we go. We're back.
All right.
Yeah, you're dang right it is. Hey, Bill Belichick's the GOAT because we spent the entire first segment talking about the fact that he is leaving the Patriots.
Isn't it wild?
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn about the Patriots.
I care less than zero about the Patriots.
Couldn't tell you where they're drafting. Couldn't tell you their team needs. Couldn't tell you how. I don't even think I know how many. I think it was 3 or 4 games they won this year.
They need everything.
I don't think. Could I name? I might be able to name 10 Patriots. Maybe.
Okay.
George Washington.
I don't know that I can.
Paul Revere.
I don't think I can. Yeah.
Neil Armstrong. All right. Let's talk Kings. They beat the heck out of the Hornets last night. The 7 Kings wins you meet in heaven. That was a sledgehammer win last night. 123-98. Let's get James' thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Hey, it helps that the pots are turned up, James.
There it is. Number 1, let him cook. They're dropping 32 points against the Pistons. Keegan Murray was really good again. 25 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. Kyle, I've got to the point where I need to see it against Philly, and I need to see it against the Bucks, and I need to see it against Phoenix. You can suck it. Yeah. That's what I need, Kyle.
No, I want to dig deep into this because this was a massive takeaway from the game for me last night, and frankly, the last 2 games. And the same thing with what Domantas Sabonis has been doing. It is shifting my idea of what the Kings need to look like post trade deadline.
Yep.
But man, there were a couple possessions last night when the Hornets were trying to keep it close.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they got it to 13, and then the Kings get it to 16, and then the Hornets got it to 15 after it was 19 and no, back to 20, and it was Keegan Murray putting his shoulder into Brandon Miller's chest, taking him to the rack, and scoring. And that is super
impressive.
That is what you like to see from Keegan Murray.
I'm a dog.
All right, number 2.
The machine. Domantas Sabonis is playing the best basketball of his career.
Yep.
24 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists. It was his 20th straight double-double. He would have had a triple-double if he would have got any minutes, but he didn't need any minutes late in the game because they absolutely steamrolled somebody. This dude is putting on a flat-out clinic. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, 20 straight double-doubles sounds like me in and out. Am I right? Number 3.
Back where it all started. Last time Malik Monk played against the Hornets, he flamed out in 5 minutes. And that is not who showed up in this game. He was electric. 20 points, 4 assists. Man, was he good, and good for him. And then he had some funny comments after the game about, bleep. Like, I'm glad I was able to show up. Yep.
This is completely BS.
Is that what he said?
No, it was the other one.
It's a complete crap.
That? Oh, okay. All right, good. Now, here's what I think. If you put together a super cut of Malik Monk's game,
mm-hmm.
like just what Malik Monk did in K-pop concerts, they have what's called a fan cam.
Okay.
So Stray Kids, the group I really like, has 8 members, right? So the fan cam that just follows one member the entire show.
Oh.
And then that gets posted on YouTube. And so you can watch a performance, but it's just that member of what they're doing.
Just that dude.
Just that dude.
Are there 8 of fan cams?
Yes.
Okay.
1 for each. So if you did just a Malik Monk fan cam,
mm-hmm.
I could tell you whether the Kings won or lost.
Oh, yeah.
Based on just what Malik Monk does.
No, I totally agree.
And last night he was really, really good. And every time it was like, hey, they need a bucket. It's not close, but they need a bucket here. He'd go get one.
Yeah, and that's his second game in a row, 20 plus. Yeah. He's done that a couple of times, but not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the next evolution of him. He needs to show that that's who he is every night.
And I think the thing for me is it was a quiet 20.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh man, he hit 4 consecutive threes in the second quarter and then it ate the rest of the game. Like, no, he just went about his business. End of the game. Oh man, Malik had 20.
Yeah, there he is.
All right, number 4.
Number 4, fought through. De'Aaron Fox, like you can see that he hasn't been right physically, and I would even say like mentally, he was struggling a little bit. You know, it was in his head that he wasn't the same player for a couple of days. he looks like he's fought through. And he didn't have the big 30-point night, but he did finish with 19 points on 8 of 14 from the field, not from 3. He also added 3 assists. He's got his legs back. And again, I think this is really good for the Kings going into a game against Philly and Milwaukee. Good stuff.
Domas was a -4 last night.
Oh, for the game?
That's weird. Anyways, that's super odd. De'Aaron Fox, a +25.
Yeah.
It was, like you said, clearly not peak MVP caliber De'Aaron Fox we were seeing early in the year, or for most of the first part of the season. I shouldn't say early in the year, for most of the first part of the season, but more impactful than he had been the last couple of nights. And picking up off of his fourth quarter in Detroit, that was a good sign for sure. I think getting today off, where they don't play, and I doubt they'll practice.
No, they don't practice after back-to-back.
Yeah, okay.
You never practice after back-to-back.
Pretty sure. So I think that'll be very, very good for him, and I think we see a much better version of De'Aaron in Philly.
Yep.
All right, number 5.
Be big. Alex Len doesn't need to do too much other than set screens, rebound, and protect the rim. Man, since he's made the switch, Alex Len has been phenomenal. And at this point, we don't need to keep going back to the well here. Alex Len, 8 points, 10 rebounds, a block, plus 28 in 16 minutes, Kyle. Just let him do the job. That's it. We don't need to tinker.
There was a really subtle thing, and I thought that Katie Christensen on the TV broadcast did a really good job of breaking this down at halftime, of Alex Len coming out toward almost at half court to double. I think it was Terry Rozier with De'Aaron Fox. So to double him. And as soon as he got rid of the ball, Alex Len just turns tail, puts his head down, and gets back to the rim and helped cut off a drive that forced a kick to the corner, forced the Hornets into a bad shot. It was all because of Alex Len's hustle up near midcourt and then all the way down at the rim within a few seconds. And those are just kind of the little defensive things that Alex Len does really, really well. And I would be shocked if he is not in the rotation permanently moving forward.
I hope that that's the case, because Alex Len was so good in the playoffs last year. Alex Len right now is just crushing it. His plus minus is off the charts.
Yeah, that's not saying play him 25 minutes a night, but what do you get? 16 last night? Love that. Give me 15 to 18 minutes of Alex Len a game.
Yeah.
Number 6.
Another change. Mike Brown continues to tinker. He lost Kevin Huerter. That was weird. The Kevin Huerter injury in the first like 3 seconds of the game is just totally bizarre. But Colby Jones saw minutes. He was active. Didn't put up any stats, but I think that the way he's played at the G League level gives you some hope that he can translate those skills. And the way he gets through a screen, how active he is crazy. I like to go back to Monty McNair with the Houston Rockets. They used to mine for guys like this. They used to find them all over the place and develop them with the Vipers. And I think that that's what the Kings, it's a sneaky thing where you're going to have all these big salary guys. If you're going to have big salary guys, you need the Colby Joneses of the world that you get in the second rounds, lock them up to 4-year deals that are dirt cheap, and you know you're going to have a ball player.
My guy, let's go. Come on.
Colby Jones fan club is here.
We are in the building, baby. My guy CJ20 getting out there, getting active. You love to see it. Very clearly still a rookie, but I love that Mike Brown said, hey, CJ20, it's your turn. And I would love to see him continue to get minutes and opportunities.
I love it.
That's it.
That's
our 6 quick thoughts.
All right.
That's all I got.
That's all you got. Do we have a Jiffy Lube player of the game?
Hey, you're damn right we do.
Yeah. All right. So if you're hanging out, go to ESPN1320.com. Look right there on the front page is a gigantic Jiffy Lube logo. Click on that and enter to win a $100 gift certificate from Jiffy Lube. Kyle, what is the password? Is
Keegs.
Keegs.
Keegs. I wanted to mix it up because it's always been Keegan when we do that.
Yeah.
So Keegs. Keegs.
Keegs is the password. enter to win a $100 gift certificate from our friends at Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
Let's
right.
do it.
If you needed any more evidence that the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors are moving not moving the wrong direction, moving very opposite directions, let me point to last night and let's talk trades that might be able to go down for the Kings with Golden State, because I think they got a couple of players that the Kings might be able to use. We'll talk about it next.
That's why I wore my poofy vest.
Oh, GM Ham in the building. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320.
Zabo. Spectacular. I think I'm gonna have a t-shirt made. President of the CJ20 fan club.
I would wear it every day. Why?
Because he's Drew down.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah.
Bro, Steve Kerr would love to give Harrison Barnes 33 minutes a night. Oh. An old guy who may not be very good but knows exactly where to be on the court. Oh, Steve would love it.
Right over. Jonathan Kuminga.
Sorry, Miles. Somebody tweeted something really interesting at me last night.
Oh no.
No, in a genuinely good way. I'll bring this up on air, but they said it's at 21 Shades of KG on Twitter. Kings fan. So I wonder what the KG is. Doesn't matter. Anyways. They said they want me to talk about how I'd go about solving the Dubs conundrum. And that's a fascinating question to me because I don't think there's any solving it. I think they're just hosed.
Yeah.
Like I mean, Steph Curry is currently older than Larry Bird was when Larry Bird was on the Dream Team. And the idea is like, yeah, put some stuff around him and it'll go like, no, man, you can't keep putting that on a guy. But I'll dive in on that. I don't know.
I've got a crazy stat for you here.
Is it the Will Z one about Sasha? Or not Sasha, but Alex Len?
No, I haven't seen that stat.
Stand by. Stay tuned in, Drew. Here. His net rating last night.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Like, is it one? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a little wild. Net rating. That's a good question. Somebody asked, do I think that the Tyler Griner are the Bulls still trading? They're playing well and rising up standings. I'm going to say no. If they are, they're probably the one team that I would say probably not going to jump in the trade market if they are winning, because they've had a team that was built to win for a couple of years, and the fact that they haven't won. It also, just to point this out, it does happen to correspond with Zach LaVine not playing. Just saying. They're 18-21.
We will discuss the last bit of this at length.
There's no such thing as conference rivals.
It's a financial thing for the Kings or for the Warriors.
You do what you do, like in the league, to survive. Yeah.
¿Por qué no los dos? All right, 15 seconds. Norm, yes.
Oh.
All right, there's two Kings-related things I want to talk about.
Okay.
The second of the two things we'll talk about a little bit later because you know what? No, let's do this first. We'll get to the Warriors and the trade talk thing in a second.
Mm-hmm.
What Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis have done. Domantas Sabonis for the last 2+ weeks, but Keegan Murray specifically the last couple games. The way they've played offensively, the aggressiveness from both of them in taking advantage of smaller defenders and taking advantage of guys who just flat out can't guard them, and in being aggressive and putting the ball in the basket, particularly in a moment where De'Aaron Fox is figuring out whatever he's figuring out on the offensive end.
Mm-hmm.
If those are the players they're going to be, if Domantas Sabonis is going to be what's he at 24 a night
over the last
couple weeks?
It's something like that. Yeah, his stats over. I'll pull it up while you go.
Please,
you go ahead and keep talking.
If he's going to continue doing that, whatever number it is over the last couple weeks, and not just scoring points, but it's the aggressiveness that he's doing it with. It's not a tip in. It's not I got left alone under the basket and I'm done. It is catching at the elbow and realizing that what's his name, Nick Richards,
yep.
Can't guard him.
No,
and it's putting the ball on the deck, getting the shoulder into his chest,
mm-hmm.
going around him and scoring or dunking on him or hitting a three and just being aggressive, being a primary scorer in a time where their number one guy is struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Keegan Murray doing the same thing and being ultra efficient while he's doing it. I don't think Keegan's going to continue to be as efficient as he's been because his shooting numbers are just off the charts from the field the last couple games. But it's the aggressiveness that I'm talking about. It's the aggressiveness that matters. And if they're going to get that from those two players, on top of what we know they'll get from De'Aaron Fox once he clears whatever little hurdle he's got to clear here, that dramatically changes the type of player I think the Kings need. Because I've been operating, when we've been talking trades, I've been operating under the assumption or under the idea that the Kings need another creator. I didn't think Keegan Murray was there yet, and maybe he's not. This is everything with the Kings is about continuity, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about, hey, what does this look like against, you said it earlier, you've got the Sixers, the Bucks, and the Suns coming up.
Yep.
Can they continue doing that effectively against those three teams? TBD. But if they do, now I am much less concerned about that second creator. That second player who can either create off the dribble or create as a playmaker and just put the ball in the bucket. That's just that now matters less to me than finding somebody who is that defensive stopper, that primary defensive option that you're going, he is going on the other team's best perimeter player and we're not worrying about it.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle, that's why I was so high on OG Anunoby forever. Right. Because I mean, he just fits. He fits what he's trying to
mm-hmm.
He's basically Harrison Barnes on the offensive end. On the defensive end, though, he's just incredible.
Elite. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, you got to try to find that guy. And I don't know that you can. I don't think the Kings at this point need I don't think they can get away with 3 years ago, Robert Covington or PJ Tucker. I don't think they're there yet.
Mm-hmm.
They still need somebody who's a threat. So again, I bring up Danny Green, that type of player that can still get you on any given night. Danny Green can hit 5 threes.
Makes the other team guard him.
Yes. Yeah. They can't go just 100% defender. Even we can talk about Matisse Thybulle. I still think Matisse Thybulle would work on the Sacramento Kings, but you can see that Matisse Thybulle that we saw early in the season where he's hitting all these threes against the Kings, that's really, I mean, the dude's averaging 6.8 points a game. He is a non-factor on the offensive end, but they might be to the point where they can have a non-factor. They just can't have a guy who doesn't show up half the time. And that's what they've been having problems with right now. It's what they're having problems at small forwards. It's what they're having problems at the shooting guard spot. So yeah, I think Keegan Murray's ability to take this next step
Mm-hmm.
The fact that over his last 9 games, Domantas Sabonis is averaging 24.3 points, 14.4 rebounds, 8.6 assists. Kyle, he's shooting 65.3% from the field and 57% from 3. Like
on how many on how many attempts?
He's 0.8 attempts per game on 3.
No. The
16 attempts per game. Like he
16.
He has clearly sensed De'Aaron Fox needs a break and he needs to take on more scoring. But he's done this throughout his time, even in Sacramento, where he'll go through this run where he's really good offensively, but then he takes a little bit of a step back once Fox is ready to roll again. It's because he's an unselfish player. The Kings need this player right here.
I agree. Even if Fox is scoring.
Yeah.
They need this version of Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always going to come back to, are the Kings better if De'Aaron Fox is taking 20 shots per game versus 22? And the answer is probably yeah. Are they better if he's had 28 points a game versus 30? I mean, yeah, maybe. But these other guys have to be in position to take on more if that's the case, because you are getting absolutely, just honestly, you're getting absolutely nothing from Harrison Barnes. Absolutely nothing from your shooting guard position.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kevin Huerter going out and like after 12 seconds or whatever it was last night, it's kind of like Chris Duarte played 20 something minutes and didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you still have a problem there.
What's not funny, like haha, but what's I guess interesting is if Chris Duarte wasn't on the Kings, let's say he was still on the Pacers, and the Kings had kind of the same issue they have now, where it's like, man, they need a guy who can sit in the corner and hit threes and then play good defense. I'd be sitting here going, call the Pacers and see what they want for Chris Duarte.
Yeah.
Turns out.
No, I mean, at this point, like, look, I'm okay with Keon Ellis or Colby Jones playing those minutes, because you gave Chris Duarte 14 minutes last night. He was 0 of 2 from the field. He had 2 rebounds, 2 assists, but no points, 2 personal fouls. Like that's nothing. And you need more. You need more. Again, Harrison Barnes plays 22 minutes, 2 of 4 from the field. He hits 2 threes, but he had 1 assist and 2 rebounds.
Is there, speaking of the shooting guard position, just real quick, is there any update on Kevin Huerter?
No, I haven't heard anything yet. That was weird. I'm not sure what happened there, but it happened like it happened off camera and like super quick. I think it looked to me like he stepped on Keegan Murray's foot as they were backing away from the tip off of the game. He's walking back. Keegan Murray's walking back. He steps almost like when offensive lineman steps on a quarterback's foot and you have a fumble. That's what it kind of like. He just took a step backwards and then rolled it. I was very surprised that he was ruled out so quickly, because it didn't even look that dramatic on the replay.
So I got into the game a little bit late. I got the game on the TV a little bit late, like 5 minutes late. I see Huerter's not on the floor. And it's like, okay, I guess he just didn't start tonight. That's weird. Like, fine. Well, I checked the box score just to kind of see what's going on. And I see he started and played 1 minute. I was like, damn, Mike had a quick hook tonight. Jeez.
41 seconds. And it basically, he rolls his ankle. He's part of the play. He's hopping on 1 foot. Like, oh no, he's hurt. And then they miss a shot as going to the other end. And Huerter just reached out and fouled a guy to stop play. And then he was done. I mean, and we got it quick. Like, oh, he's done for the game. So yeah, very, very strange set of circumstances, especially if you're Kevin Huerter. You just got back in the starting lineup last game. Like, you have an opportunity here, but last game you just got back in the starting lineup.
I kind of wonder if injuries are bad all the time.
Yep.
100% of the time injuries are bad. Ideally, this isn't a big deal and he's back next game, but if he does wind up missing time, ideally it's, not a lot.
Yeah.
But for Kevin Huerter specifically, maybe a couple days off would wind up ultimately being a good thing.
Maybe.
Where he's focusing on rehab. He's not focusing on the fact that he can't hit a shot if he could save his life. Maybe there could be a silver lining in hopefully what's just a rolled ankle that, maybe he misses a game or two and he's back. But
I also, he's going to be on the East Coast for a couple of days here. It's good. I would assume it's
New York
possible.
guy.
like his family's going to come visit.
Mhm.
You know, he might need some TLC.
Yeah.
Like just some love from the family and like to recenter.
And hopefully somebody from his family is like, lose the damn headband.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. When we come back from the break, when you come back from this, you're not wearing a headband.
You're taking the headband off, Kevin.
I mean, he literally could play he could play next game. We have no idea yet.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, it did not look like a grade 3 sprain that's going to take him out, 10 to 12 weeks.
Conversely, on the other hand, Tyrese Halliburton's injury looked like one that might end his season, and it looks like he might only miss a week or two.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I mean, that was like a bring out your dead moment. Like, I'm not quite dead yet. I mean, like they had him in the wheelbarrow trying to wheel him out, Buddy Hield carrying him like a little, like little Tyrese
I
Halliburton
have seen
baby.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail, though.
Okay.
Many, many times.
Okay.
So I get your reference.
We finally got
Hey, real quick. I watched The Godfather last night.
amazing.
So we got for my friend, my buddy Frank, he's a big movie guy. And so we got him this book. It's a 52-week movie challenge.
Okay.
And so each week there's like a different category of movie and you like take notes on the movie. It has little prompts and questions and stuff. Cool thing.
Well, I like this.
So we, as our group of friends, is like, hey, we're just all going to participate in Frank's book.
Okay.
So the first one is Best Picture winner.
Yeah.
And so
Probably the greatest film of all time.
So Frank chose The Godfather, and we were all going to pick a different movie. We all landed on God. And so I went, hey, I need to carve out. I literally planned my day yesterday around watching it because it's 3 hours.
Oh yeah.
And with the Kings on the East Coast, their games wrapped up by 6:30 at 6.
Yeah, it was early.
It was very early. Games wrapped up by 6. We're on the couch. We got the movie on. We're out of there by 9:30. It was great. Really good movie. Incredible film.
Incredible film.
I'm very, very glad that I've watched it.
Yeah, the evolution of Al Pacino in that is spectacular.
Really good. There's been, if you're unfamiliar, I'm not a movie guy. I've not seen a lot of movies.
Mm-hmm.
And like pick a classic movie, I've probably not seen it. Although I'm getting better. I'm getting a lot better. But if you pick a classic movie, I probably haven't seen it. And so I have this like list of films that I need to watch. And there's been just a lot of movies that people have been like, you have to watch it. Oh, it's the best. And then I watch it and it's like, it's fine.
Yeah.
Didn't age great. The Matrix is one. The Matrix did not age well.
Okay.
It looks corny now. But I assume in 98 or 99, whenever that came out, it was like, man, holy smokes, The Matrix. It was good. It was fine.
Yeah.
But not like, I don't feel like I
Otherworldly.
would have lived a worse life if I hadn't seen it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
But I'm glad I watched The Godfather.
Okay.
It was excellent.
Yeah.
A very engaging 3 hours.
The next thing you have to watch The Offer. Kyle and I talked about this there. I think it's on Paramount. It's The Offer. It sort of goes through the making of it's a series and the making of The Godfather. It's absolutely incredible. Even like the battle to get Al Pacino the job, because they did not want to give Al Pacino the job because he was too small.
Huh.
They're like, no. And not only that, but he's a theater guy. And they're like, yeah, we don't want him to be the lead. And
he was
like,
the Johnny Fontaine.
Even, yes. Or I see it. Or where they go to, there's a whole entire backstory on that. That's incredible. But also, like, they're like, well, what if we were able to get Marlon Brando? And they're like, you can't get Brando. And like just the path to get Brando to do the show. Really incredible.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch it. I'm totally invested in the Godfather cinematic universe now.
Yeah, we
GCU
clearly have just bamboozled sports talk in lieu of
we have plenty of King stuff coming up.
Yeah, we
do.
I wore my vest and everything. Kyle.
No, you did.
I'm ready.
No, you did. But real quick, see, this is what I'm talking about. In the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Paul Charles, shout out. Thank you for watching and listening. The Matrix is one of the greatest movies ever. Objectively, no, it's not. It's fine. It's a fine movie. Calling it the greatest movie ever makes me want to hate it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's fine. It's a good film. If somebody was like, hey, we're hanging out tonight, we're drinking beers, eating pizza, I'm going to put The Matrix on. I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna go ever revisit The Matrix.
Yeah, and you're not going to take notes on The Matrix.
John Wick, better Keanu Reeves movie.
Bill and Ted's better Keanu Reeves movie. Parenthood.
The Replacements.
Parenthood with it was Steve Martin. That is one of the great roles for Keanu Reeves.
Great.
Yeah.
The movie Keanu with Key and Peele about the cat.
Amazing.
I have an idea for the Kings as we talk about them needing defenders. And frankly, athleticism.
Mhm.
They need to get more athletic on the wings. If you're Monty McNair, which in your vest you are today, are you calling the Warriors and asking what they want for Jonathan Kuminga?
No.
No, you're just out entirely?
I'm out because
Why?
Very, very, like, I firmly believe that, again, I'm a person who looks at the way a team plays and whether a player would work in that system. And I don't think Kuminga is a system player in the same way that I don't think Davion Mitchell is a system player. I think they are square pegs, round holes. And I think that's exactly what you're seeing with the Golden State Warriors. I don't think Kuminga's a bad player, but he doesn't fit how they play. And so, no, like the Kings don't need a guy who's dribbling the ball 12 times every time he touches the ball. They don't need somebody who tries to slow it down and take everybody off the dribble. That's not who they are as a team. Now, you can have a couple of those guys on your team, but the Kings already have those. They already have De'Aaron Fox. They already have Malik Monk. Hey, if Keegan Murray develops a little bit of that game, okay. But what you don't want, if you're the Kings, the way your system is built is 3-point shooters. It's transition buckets. It's back cuts and stuff like that.
So those are the things. That's the thing that's where the Kuminga thing would make sense to me. You got an athlete who can defend multiple positions. You can play him, mess around with him at the 5, depending on the matchup. He's going to cut and be athletic and catch lobs and do all that, get out in transition.
Yep.
But then you look and you see that he's shooting 27% from 3. And all of a sudden that whole part about, we talked earlier, you need length and athleticism and defense, but also a player that teams are going to respect when they're alone in the corner.
Yeah, Kyle, that's why, like, if I were looking at the Warriors, I would take Moody over Kuminga. And people are like, oh, Kuminga is a much better player. Okay.
I don't see.
It doesn't matter. It's about a system.
I'm not convinced that's true, but
okay.
But I would.
But I think some Warriors fans believe that Kuminga is like a much better player.
Yeah, I certainly believe he has a higher ceiling, but I don't think he's a better player than Moses Moody right now.
Well, and I think Moses Moody fits a system better than which I don't understand why the Warriors can't fit him into their system. It's their loyalty to aging veterans, but that's where I'm at. I'm like, hey, look, if you're going to call the Warriors, it's not Kuminga. It's clearly it's Moody who, can't get on the court half the time. So,
and that's so Drew Down in the chatty house, who's in the Bay Area, Warriors fan, said there's no way, like, who are the Warriors giving up? They're not going to trade with the Kings. And that's where, so I want you to run through some of the financial aspects of this, because you presented a trade last night that I thought was kind of interesting. But the thing is, and somebody asked me this on Twitter at 21 Shades of KG on Twitter, said they want me to talk about how I'd go about solving the Warriors conundrum.
Yep.
And the Warriors conundrum is they picked a rock and a hard place and then hopped in the middle of it.
Yeah.
They want to service their aging veterans, and I think in particular Steph Curry, and do everything they can to try and maximize whatever window of high level play Steph Curry has left, while at the same time trying to ready themselves for the post Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green era. But they've hosed that second part of this by not playing and developing those players who need to play and develop in the name of playing veterans to try and win a championship. And neither one is working right now. So they're not winning with the veterans, but Steve Kerr doesn't want to play the young players because he wants to play the veterans because they're trying to win, but then they're not winning. So when he randomly throws Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody into a game and it doesn't work out, it's like, well, pull the plug on that. There's just they haven't committed to one way or the other. They either need to rebuild and be like, hey, Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, you're all playing. You're all playing all the time. You're just in. You're in the rotation. That's what it's going to be. Clay, you're playing 18 minutes a night. Draymond, you're playing 15 to 18 minutes a night. That's just how it's going to be now. Chris Paul, we're sending your salary elsewhere. Like that's how they need to approach this.
Yeah,
and they haven't and they won't. So that said, A, I don't think there's any solving it because I don't think they even know what they want to do. Maybe they do. But B, that's where this comes in with the Kings. Like maybe there were people in the chat saying there's no way the Warriors would trade with the Kings. Maybe not. Maybe the Warriors are like, no, we're going to figure this out. We won a title with these guys 2 years ago and we're going to, like, I don't think so. So would they be willing to do a trade or are they looking, are they looking to do what you're about to present and look ahead and dump some salary and save some money, conceding that this is a lost year? Or are they going to go, no, we are holding on to our veterans and we're holding on to the young rotation players that we do have. And we're going to try and move some pieces, Jonathan Kuminga. We're going to try and move some pieces that maybe don't fit for a veteran that we think do fits that can help us get over the hump that we can't get over this year. I don't know. It's a bad spot to be in, though.
Kyle, they went from a 2-timeline team to a 0-timeline team. They don't have a timeline.
They landed in the middle of their timeline.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Like they're driving off a cliff here, and you're talking about building around Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis. Those aren't lottery picks. Those aren't future all-stars. They're solid rotational pieces.
Sure.
But they're solid rotational pieces on a bad team right now. Maybe they develop and they become something more, but they're in a bad spot. This is when you can't acknowledge the smartest guy in the room is Bob Meyer. First of all, he didn't build that team. You know, that was built before he got there. Was it Larry? It's
Ellison.
Yeah. So he built the team, and then we get to he's leaving. He left before the whole thing folded. Like brilliant move, smart guy. He comes out looking like the genius in this whole thing. But for me, like, look, this team is in a bad spot, and Mike Dunleavy doesn't have ties to these players like Bob Meyer did. And that might be the one good thing that helps this group is that Dunleavy might be able to move forward without some of these pieces because he's not the one who put them together. And so, like, if I were I'll just do like a would you do it? You know, like who says no? And at first I'm like, no way. I don't think I would do this if I were the Sacramento Kings, but I might consider it. And that would be a trade of Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell for Andrew Wiggins and Moses Moody.
I'm sorry. Larry Riley was
Riley.
Larry Ellison was the
guy
Oracle guy
that no one wants to sell their team to.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Larry Riley. Jeez.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And so, yeah, Wiggins.
He almost bought the Warriors from Chris Cohen before Lacob and Goober came.
But they did not want to sell to him. Yes. Yeah.
Anyways, sorry.
Anyway, yeah, the trade that I would at least think of if I were the Kings is Wiggins and Moody coming to Sacramento for Barnes and Davion. And Warriors fans are instantly going to say, that's a lopsided trade. There's no way the Warriors are going to do that. And I'm going to say, you're wrong. And there's one reason why you're wrong. This deal, it sounds totally crazy here, but because you're swapping these players and their salaries, and it still fits under the confines of the salary cap, the Warriors would save $6 million this year in salary. And you think, oh, well, that's not enough. Do you know how much that saves them in luxury tax, Kyle?
More than $6 million.
$38 million.
Oh my God.
Kyle, $38 million, and then add the $6 million that you saved in salary. That deal saves them this season alone. Not talking about next season, because next season is the same thing. Harrison Barnes' salary goes up to $19 million. It goes up to $18 million next season, while Wiggins' salary goes up to $26. You're going to save the same exact thing next year because that team is in cap hell.
Yep.
Absolute cap hell. And so if I'm the Kings, I don't really love Andrew Wiggins at 24, 26, 28, and then 30. I don't.
Right.
But
especially given that he's been bad this year, but not like normal Andrew Wiggins in Minnesota bad. He's been new level of bad this year.
Yeah, but if there's a way to fix him and get him with Mike Brown and fix him as a player
Mm-hmm.
and get him back to the defensive stopper he was a couple of years ago. He does give you a little bit more offense. He's a horrible rebounder, but that's a coin flip on who's the worst rebounder. But more length, more athleticism. And so when you're going up against a Miles Bridges and he starts going crazy, you don't have a player that can stop him. Sometimes you do. Sometimes that's Keegan Murray, but sometimes you don't. I think that he's a better defender and would fit in the situation better. The key to that deal for me is that I would start Moses Moody at starting shooting guard spot with Malik Monk coming off the bench. And I think he's a great shooter. I think he's a good defender. He's long. He's athletic. I think you shore up 2 spots. And people will say, there's no way the Warriors would do that. I'm not sure that they wouldn't consider it. $44 million this year, probably going to be, that would probably save them $90 million over 2 years.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of cash.
That's the easy Warriors motivation there. Let's talk more about that fit with the Kings and what exactly it would look like. We'll do that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Break snuck up on me.
I'm not saying that they're going to do this deal, but what I am saying is when you're looking around the league and you're like, who's available and what would change the direction of the Kings, that's where, if there is no perfect deal, this might be one that okay, you don't have to give up picks. You don't have to do anything. It does feel like a lateral move when it comes to Wiggins and Barnes, maybe a little bit better move for the Kings.
See, I think I agree with that, but I don't think there's a world where Harrison Barnes, quote unquote, gets right. I think there is a world where they get more out of Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
he was the second best player on a title team 2 years ago. Harrison Barnes has never been that.
No, I get you, but I would even say that where he's gone as a player is not good. The fact that he's averaging 4 rebounds a game is a surprise because that's not something he had done before. He is a guy that will get you nothing in the box score on occasion. But Harrison Barnes has been, we can't sell Harrison Barnes totally short. I mean, he averaged 15 points a game last year too. And he's a career 38% shooter. It's about the money though. Again, it's fully about the money if you're the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and that's where I don't know necessarily what their motivations are.
Yeah, and I don't think you're taking a step back. If you're not playing Moody, I don't think you're realistically taking a step back from Harrison Barnes filling in for Wiggins. I think you're equal to, or you're probably a legitimate straight across move. If you're the Kings, the only motivation for this deal, in my opinion, is to get Moody.
Yeah, and that's where do the Warriors even want to trade him, or do they see him as a piece that they can build around? I mean, apparently not, because they won't even play him. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough out there that they're ready to move on from him. He's back in the rotation after being out of the rotation for 3 games, 3.5 games.
21 points in back-to-back games, 8 of 14 from 3.
Yeah. No, I think he's a good player.
15 of 27 from the field.
But if you're a bad team, money talks.
Yeah, no doubt.
And their status as a taxpayer team, it doesn't change next year. And that's without Klay. Right? So no Klay Thompson next year. They can drop down, I think, to maybe 160, maybe a little higher than that, but they're going to have to figure out the Klay thing. It might free you up enough room to go out and do something.
The Klay thing is endlessly fascinating.
It is, isn't it?
At some point, you have to be willing to move on. That's just.
And Chris Paul's salary is half, right?
Yeah, I think it's half guaranteed.
Yeah, 15 mil. So
it might not even be that much.
It's either 12 or 15. I can look that up. I don't think again, that's a tough deal. If you're the Kings, I don't know that you love that deal at all. And I don't think the Warriors believe they can get Wiggins back up to the player he was before.
Yeah, to me, the only way you're doing that if you're the Kings is if you see something and you're super confident that you can get Andrew Wiggins back to a more productive player.
Well, I think you just have to look and see if you think that Moody and Wiggins can be more productive.
We're back. Hour number 2, taking you right up to noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Talking Kings win over the Hornets. Well, they beat down the Hornets last night. 123-98. First time all year they've swept a back-to-back. So congratulations. You know what? In fact, I meant to do this at the top of the show, and then Bill Belichick distracted me. But congratulations to the Sacramento Kings winning both games of a back-to-back. You love to see it. They eventually pulled away from the Detroit Pistons. They beat the heck out of the Hornets. And it's like, that's what you like to see. Like, go kick the hell out of some bad teams.
That's right.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what you need to see. All right.
I love it.
We've been talking a lot because the Warriors, on the other hand, got smoked by the New Orleans Pelicans last night, a night after getting beat down by the Toronto Raptors. Or a couple nights after getting beat down by the Toronto Raptors. And the question becomes, okay, what's Golden State doing? Are they going to unload some assets? And is that something the Kings can take advantage of? And so you brought up a potential deal that acquires Moses Moody for the Kings, but it would also mean taking on Andrew Wiggins' hefty contract.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrew Wiggins this year is not nearly the player that he's been the last 3 years. And keep in mind, the last 3 seasons before this year, Wiggins with the Warriors. So this is 20 and 21, 21, 22, and then 22, 23. He was 38, 39, and 40% from 3. 38, 39.3, and 39.6. He was 5, 4.5, and 5 rebounds a game, and then right about 2 assists a game in all those years. Then he was 19 points and then 17 points the following 2 years. Like, this has been a good, productive player overall. He has those stretches where he's really good and he'll disappear for a couple nights, but the nights he's really good, it's like, man, getting 25 and 6 from Andrew Wiggins, like, and you're getting lockdown defense. He's a shell of that player this year. And that's where the hang up comes in. If you're looking at the Warriors and you're watching them, or you're looking at his stats, you're going, no chance am I taking on that salary. No chance am I taking on that player. Even if it means getting a productive player in Moses Moody. Moses Moody has been good. Even if it means doing that. I want nothing to do with Andrew Wiggins. Honestly, if that's the stance, I get it. Because you run the risk if you're the Kings, because here's the risk reward, right? The reward is, man, you get a player who's going to give you 17 and 5 a night and play lockdown elite defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's the potential reward. The risk is you get a player that's averaging 12 and 4 on 29.8% from 3 and has been relegated to the bench on a bad team.
Yeah.
And if that's just the player he is now, if whatever he went through personally has just taken his mind away from basketball and he's just not there, I don't know that. That's an if. And this is just a player you're getting, then that's not a player I would like to acquire, especially at that salary.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 years and $85 million left,
right? Where
Harrison Barnes has 2 years and 36,
right?
I think.
And if you're
37,
and if you're getting ostensibly the same player, you'll just keep Barnes.
Yeah,
but if Mike Brown maybe talked to Andrew Wiggins, maybe he sees something on film, or somebody in the front office sees something on film, they're like, hey, they're miscasting this guy.
Mm-hmm.
We think we can put him in this role. And if you're really confident that you're going to get something closer to what he's been the last 3 years, then I don't hate it. In fact, I like it quite a bit.
Well, but
Kyle, that's a huge gamble. That's a huge amount of money.
It is a huge amount of money, but I'm also like, on day one, Moses Moody is probably sliding right into my starting lineup he's as a starting shooting guard. And people are like, wait, he doesn't start for the Warriors. Like, I don't care. He doesn't start for the Warriors because they have the ghost of Klay Thompson standing there.
Every time he plays, he played 22 minutes against the Raptors. All right. 7 of 9 from the field, 4 of 6 from 3, scores 21 points.
Yeah.
Last night against the Pelicans, they get smoked 141-105. He plays 25 minutes, 8 of 18 from the field, 4 of 8 from 3, 21 points. And he just does this. He was not in the rotation at all a couple years ago, and then found his way into key minutes in the Western Conference Finals and produced. This is what he does. That's the bit with Moses Moody is stays ready. Moses Moody stays ready. Like, great. I think he would thrive in an opportunity like Sacramento.
I think he would too, because again, he is a catch and shoot player that plays really good defense, has a wingspan you're looking for.
Yep.
He's a type of player that you might strike gold with. Not
a super athlete, but
a strong enough athlete.
Man.
Yeah.
I could be fine at the 2.
Yeah.
Man.
So anyway, and again, I reached out to Eric Pincus, who is one of the
great Eric Pincus,
one of the great salary cap guys.
Corey Matthews' nemesis.
Okay. I don't know. That's like
it's a Boy Meets World joke, and the character's name is Minkus.
Oh, got it. Yeah, see, I'm too old for that, Kyle.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry.
Yeah. So,
my bad.
But I reached out to him and I'm like, hey, here's the numbers. What are we looking at? I said, Warriors are basically 41 to 42 million. He got back to me and said 41.67 over the luxury tax. If you wipe $6 million off of that, their luxury bill goes from, wait for this, Kyle, $186 million for their luxury tax bill.
That's just the tax. That's not their
That's
salary
just
cap.
the bill.
That's not their
no.
That's not just their total salary.
That's just their salary.
Yeah.
Their luxury tax bill. And it drops to 148. You're talking about $38 million coming off the books just in luxury tax minus $6 million. And that is for this year.
Yeah.
Same thing next year. You're gonna save because they're repeat offenders, so they're in all kinds of trouble.
Right. And that's with the new rules. When you're a repeat, you start like losing draft picks.
Yes.
Like, there's a whole thing. And this is something that Joe Lacob has always said. He will foot that bill as long as they are winning. They are how many games under 500 now? 5? 4?
Oh, I thought there are 2. Am I wrong?
2? Is it only 2?
I don't think it's only 2. Well, let me look.
Please. Help me.
Yeah, help me. They are 17 and 20. So
right.
They're 3.
They're 17 and 20. They're 3 games under.
Yeah.
And I don't think that you can objectively look at this roster and look at this team if you're the owner that's footing that massive tax bill. That tax bill that is how much more than the salary cap?
Oh, yeah. Their tax bill is the salary cap is $133 million this year.
It is $50 million more than just the salary cap.
Yeah, and look, their salary for this season is huge.
Right.
Yeah, their salary is. I think that they're at $200 million in salary this year.
So that's
tough.
where that's why I think you're going to start seeing them try and unload however much they can. Because I don't think you can look at that if you're Joe Lacob and look at this team and go, okay, yeah, this is a championship contender that I'm going to continue paying out the wazoo for.
Yeah. Kyle, they're okay. So they're,
and so real quick.
Yeah.
Anybody going, why would the Warriors do X as we talk about this?
Yes.
It's that.
Yeah. Their salary is $211,800,000 for this season. You add in the 186, they're almost to 400 million.
Good Lord.
And just for their payroll, 400 million. And you're telling me that you can shave 44 million off that and they're going to say no? No.
400 million, quick math before we go to break. 400 million. That's a $23.53 million per win right now.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's too much. I don't think they're going to continue paying that. All right.
Nope.
Let's put let's put a pin in this King stuff for a moment. I want to shift gears and talk a little bit of NFL. The 49ers might lose a couple of key pieces one of their front office, one from their coaching staff. We'll tell you what it is next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Again, I'm not advocating for this trade. I'm just telling you why both teams would consider it. Moody, Drew Down. Moody is way better, but both of them need a change of location. They just do.
And this is the thing is like, I don't know if, and this is what I was trying to convey just now.
No.
I don't know how much, and like literally, this isn't I don't know, like, I don't think so. I genuinely have zero idea what's motivating Golden State here. Maybe it is Lacob going, hey, Mikey D, start accumulating draft picks, start shedding salary. This has got to go. Let's start looking ahead. Or if they're looking here going, hey, what can we possibly do to build a contender out of this? Oh, we have Steph Curry. All we have to do is just get into the playoffs, and then we got a chance. And in that case, I have no idea what their motivations are going to be here.
I just don't think that trading Wiggins for Harrison Barnes makes you a worse team. Like if you're the Warriors for the next 3 years, he's going to be equal to. Wiggins has a higher ceiling, but if you're replacing him right now with a guy that's on your bench who's not playing, like you're going to be a better team with Harrison Barnes on your team right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I would be fascinated to see how he would be received in Golden State.
Well, I tell you,
fascinated.
He would love, to be there. Well, I don't know if he'd love to be there. I don't know. I watched him during the playoffs, and no one wanted to beat the Warriors more than.
There are some fans who would have a meltdown.
Yeah,
if old HB was back in the building.
Yeah, but that again, you have to decide you have to be realistic about who your team is.
I'm with. You ain't got to tell me twice.
Yeah.
I
mean, like fans, they need to be realistic about who your team is at this point. And like, if you're a fan, I know fans like, oh, it's not my money. But you also have to go, no, I don't think I want my owner to have to pay that, to pay $400 million for a sub 500 team.
I don't give a damn what the owner pays.
Yeah.
But for long term, and please don't misconstrue my words here. For the long term, for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could have happened to the Warriors was that 2022 title. Now they wouldn't trade it for anything. Like they will take a terrible next 10 years for that title.
That's probably what they are going to do.
Yeah. And that's because that was okay. You got to pay Draymond and got to keep Clay around, and you got to pay Wiggins. Oh, now you got to pay Poole. It just set off a domino effect that led them to this. And every team in the league, by the way, would take that.
Yeah.
If you told the Kings right now, hey, you can win a title this year, but the next 10 years are going to be a little rough, and be like, all right, whatever, we'll figure it out. Like that's.
And hey, again, I'm not advocating for this trade. I'm just saying like the whole who says no.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're the Kings. You clearly need to mix things up, and you need the potential for a really good defender at that wing spot that could potentially defend someone like Brandon Ingram.
You go, hey, length, athleticism. There it is. Now, again, what you're going to get from him, I don't know. I think the money is what it would be my big hang up. I definitely, I don't hate it. I totally get your idea, and I'm going to continue thinking about it. Yeah. But like I see a lot of people in the chat who are just like, nope. I'm out on Wiggins. I don't blame them at all.
Well, it's like this right here. The fans on Facebook want Miles Bridges.
Nope.
Pass. If the Kings ever made that trade, I would join picket lines out front too.
All right, here we go. We're back. Ramsey, I see you on the line. We will get to you shortly. If you want to chime in on any of this Kings trade stuff, whether it's something that we've presented about Golden State, or whether it's a different trade you have in mind for the Kings. As long as it's not Zach LaVine, all right? Don't call me talking about a Zach LaVine. I want to hear it. If that, mostly because maybe it's something the Kings are looking into. I just think everybody said what needed to be said about Zach LaVine. It's a very line in the sand type of thing. You either want Zach LaVine or you don't.
Yeah, and I mean, even more than Zach LaVine, the player, Zach LaVine, the contract is just, it's just a hard
crazy.
pass.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not doing 43, 46, and 49 million over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
But
I want no part of that.
If the Kings do it, they do it. I mean, that to me is just like, that's crazy. I mean, again, we were talking during the break, people who want, Miles Bridges. Kings shouldn't touch Miles Bridges with a 10-foot pole. Like, just go look up the things that he's done, and like you
that goes
should
well
not,
beyond the basketball court, bro.
Yeah,
I don't get him the hell out of the league.
Well, you can't claim to be this team and then go make that move.
I could not agree more with
cannot do it.
I could not agree more with you.
I don't care. People say there are two sides to every story. Yeah, there's not when it comes to that.
1,000%.
Yeah, like no.
916-909-1320 is the number. Ramsey, what do you got?
Good morning, gentlemen. Just calling actually to switch gears as you were trying to do about football.
My man.
And it had a thought about Bill Belichick.
Okay.
I know the Falcons need a coach. Arthur Blank will probably place the call. Could you see Bill Belichick with the Atlanta Falcons?
Thanks, Ramsey.
They don't have a quarterback. They're starting.
No, but they're
square
loaded.
one. Yeah,
they're loaded offensively.
That's true.
Belichick can piece together a defense as well as anybody.
He can trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Boy, he could. He sure could. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really interesting one because Atlanta might just be a quarterback away. And
yeah, but a quarterback away means you're a year or two away from being being anything.
Yeah.
And how do you get a quarterback?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I would, if I'm Belichick, I'm giving it a hard look for sure. And I'm making some calls to see what I would be able to do quarterback wise.
Mm-hmm.
But I would listen to the Falcons. I think if I'm Belichick, I'm listening to the Falcons. I'm listening to the Chargers. And I think I'm listening to Las Vegas.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I think I am. Their defense was very good at the end of the year.
Yeah, but they're so far away on the
Devontae
offensive
Adams.
End. They really are.
I think Michael Mayer can play. Colton Miller.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening if I'm Bill Belichick over there. The 49ers, by the way, they might lose a couple of key names. The couple of key members of their team, one of their coaching staff, one from their front office.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Wilkes is being talked about in the head coaching carousel.
Okay.
The Chargers, according to Kyle Shanahan, are the only team that have formally requested an interview, but he said he's gotten several calls about Wilkes.
Okay.
I don't think this is the hiring cycle for Wilkes. Bill Belichick's out there now. Mike Vrabel, who had a lot of success in Tennessee,
Mm-hmm.
is on the market. Jim Harbaugh is conceivably on the market. Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator in Detroit, is on the market. Ajiro Evero, the defensive coordinator for the Panthers, has been a head coaching candidate for a while. I think he is going to be a hot name.
Eric
Bieniemy is out there, of course. Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator for Houston, is already getting calls. So I don't think this is the hiring cycle for Wilkes this time. But I do think that this time next year, the 49ers are probably going to need to find a new defensive coordinator. Because when you look at the adjustments Steve Wilkes made at the bye week to get the 49ers right, when you look at what he did as the interim coach in Carolina has had 4 coaches, including their 2 interims, over the last 2 years, excuse me. Matt Rule, Chris Tabor, and oh my gosh, he was their coach this year who got Frank Reich, had a combined 3 wins. And Steve Wilkes had 6 wins with that team in 12 games last year. Had them playing really well. And then this year they have the first pick in the draft again. So I think Steve Wilkes is going to really get consideration in next year's hiring cycle. So I don't think the Niners really need to worry about that one for now. And I'm not necessarily sure they are. Adam Peters, though, their assistant GM, is one of the 2 finalists. This is according to Jonathan Jones from CBS Sports. And then it's been confirmed by, I think, Ian Rappaport and David Aldridge.
Yeah, David Aldridge, which is a strange NBA guy.
He's plugged in DC, though.
Yes.
So, and plugged in, I'm guessing, with Josh Harris, owner of the Sixers, who's now the owner of the Washington Commanders. But Adam Peters has been with the 49ers since 2017. And if you don't know who that is, John Lynch is the GM, but he is like a figurehead. He is like the Queen of England, where he's out there as the GM. He's doing the press conferences. He's shaking hands, kissing babies, doing all that jazz. Adam Peters is the personnel guy behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
He had a long career as a personnel guy in Denver, came over with the 49ers. He was a VP of player personnel when John Lynch signed his extension and got that promotion to president of football operations and general manager. Adam Peters also got a little promotion to assistant general manager. For a long time, it was thought that Adam Peters was just going to succeed John Lynch. And eventually John Lynch would go do TV or something and Adam Peters would step in. And that was really buttressed by the fact that last year, I think he took one GM interview, but turned down interviews in Arizona and Tennessee and said, "No, I don't want to. I'm going back to San Francisco."
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, Adam Peters, there's a line of succession here. Well, I think he just didn't like those situations because Matt Barrows wrote today in The Athletic that that's not the case. John Lynch is very much the GM, and there's no sign that that's going to stop anytime soon. Combine that with the fact that Washington has new ownership. They have built this advisory committee, search committee, that includes
Bob Myers,
former Warriors president of basketball operations. The Warriors and 49ers are close. 2 successful organizations in the Bay Area. Bob Myers and Adam Peters know each other. They've talked. So there's that connection there. And it's an opportunity for Peters to be the president of football operations and start from scratch with a new owner on a new team. That's huge for the 49ers because I think Peters has been a key player in building out these rosters. And Kyle Shanahan has final say on all the roster stuff. But Peters is the personnel guy.
Mm.
Peters is the one doing a lot of the scouting, well, not physically doing a lot of the scouting, but handling a lot of the tape type stuff.
Yes.
When it comes to player acquisition, scouting, things like that. So that would be a major, major key to this whole operation that the 49ers would need to be replacing this offseason. And I think it is a very, very real possibility, given that he's one of 2 finalists for that job in Washington, that the 49ers are going to miss maybe the biggest piece of their front office this offseason.
Yeah, you hope that there's a line of succession there.
It's a very hard
already.
word to say.
It is. You're hoping that there's already a line there, that they already have somebody that has known that this is going to be the case. And that they're developing behind him, because I think the one thing that we've seen from this regime is, they lose coaches every single year. They lose, Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, like they just keep losing coaches.
Bobby Slowick,
McDaniels,
Mike McDaniel,
and
Matt, not Matt LaFleur, but Mike LaFleur.
Okay,
they've also lost.
Yeah, I mean, like what Shanahan has done is he's quickly built his own tree. And I wouldn't doubt that we see sort of this tree sprout off of this as well, where you're starting to see front office personnel all over the league. And I would think that the Niners already have somebody, and then they probably have somebody behind that somebody, because they know that once that guy steps into the role, that he's probably going to be the next to go.
Oddly enough, this has started to happen, but to your point, I think you're going to start to see it happen more.
Mm-hmm.
Given how long they've had this sustained success. Martin Mayhew, who worked with Adam Peters in the 49ers front office, was hired by Washington in 2021 to be their GM.
Mm.
And so he hasn't officially been fired yet, but chances are whoever gets hired will clear out that building and hire anew. So maybe he retains Mayhew because he knows him. But if Mayhew's available, I could see the 49ers being like, "Hey, you want to come back?" Yeah. And he's good. I think Martin Mayhew is very, very good at that job and would be fine for that job. But you're right, man. If you're the 49ers and you have not been planning for some time for Adam Peters' exit, then you're doing this wrong.
Yeah,
because
like-
he has been a hot commodity for 4 years.
Yeah, how much money can you throw at him? Can you bump his title and just have Lynch go up a notch and just be the president of football ops or whatever? And then, like, I don't know, like if you were to try to retain him, but at some point you should want your people to go out in the world and start their own thing, to have your coaching tree and your front office tree and all that stuff. I mean, I think that's the one thing, if you can say about Bill Belichick, he didn't really do. And, it's going to be one of the things that are left. His legacy will kind of die out with him.
Yeah.
Where a lot of these other coaches, I mean, a lot of the coaches still, Andy Reid is still part of the Bill Walsh coaching tree. A lot of these guys, like the coaching tree is a big sprawling thing. And I think Belichick, the one thing you could say is that his coaching tree probably isn't that great.
The most successful thing to fall out of the Belichick tree from a coaching standpoint is Mike Vrabel, who played linebacker for Belichick. Never coached under him. Super interesting.
Yeah.
Right. Mike Bibby on postgame last night.
Yep.
Mentioned De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis as Hall of Famers. Future Hall of Famers. Forget the exact verbiage.
Yep.
I want to discuss that. I want to dig into that with you, and then we will continue also talking about some Kings trade stuff. The handoff, D'Lo and KC, one of them will be in here next as well on the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I just dropped that our guy Darko got 25,000 taken from him by the NBA. It's BS.
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Yep. What do we got, everybody? Whoa, I almost spilled my coffee. We should have had you should have thrown like a poll up to see what everybody thought. Okay, so Drew, CP3 is owed 15.8 million. So if they at a minimum, his contract is well over that. I think it's 30 plus. But if they want to cut him this offseason, it's 15.8 million for next season. So I could see them trying to trade him right now to go get a player. That's totally possible. And Clay, like, what are they going to do with Clay? Like, they keep paying their dudes. So sure, they may save some money by that next year. But even saying that, they're still, as of right now, over the cap, over the luxury tax threshold right now. And so they have to cut, or they don't have to cut. They can keep paying out the luxury tax, but eventually they're going to get hit with, they're going to lose their draft picks because that's the new rules. And they're not going to do that because then it's not just you lose your assets. And that's not what you're trying to do. Wizzo Mac, Kessler Edwards can't get minutes, but JTA can. Like, look, you just have to remember how much Mike trusts him and that they're totally different styles of players. One's a disruptor. The other one is not. Hey, Kyle's back. Hi, Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Mark Souza, what did Sasha do to get in the doghouse? Oh.
My bad.
Oh. That's okay.
That's what you wanted.
Scooney. Yeah, the doghouse thing. I don't think he's in the doghouse. Like, wait until after the trade deadline. Like, you have to see how this roster looks different. There's just not enough room, and Trey Lyles is playing too well. That's it. Like, sorry. That's why this whole entire hunt for Sasha was really interesting until the Kings signed Trey Lyles. And then this, Scooney, why does Fox let the ball go up the court even when they're ahead. It's because in the NBA, on an inbounds, the standard clock runs the whole time. The shot clock doesn't. The shot clock starts the moment you touch a ball. So if you can waste 8 seconds with the ball rolling up the court and then pick it up, you've now extended basically your shot clock to 32 seconds. That's why Fox does that. And then other times when the shot clock, when the clock isn't running, when they're coming out of a timeout or something, and Fox lets the ball roll, that's usually when they're down, and he's trying to preserve the shot clock until he gets to the other side of the half court. So if that all makes sense. There we go.
Hey, is that true that
What?
Okay. Darko got fined $25,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you missed that. We were talking about while you were gone.
Okay, I'm back.
No, he did. He got fined 25,000. Good for him.
I think that's a complete crap.
Yeah.
But I get it. I understand. All right, here we go.
Cool.
You know what else is a complete crap? That the NBA has fined Toronto Raptors head coach Darko Rajakovic $25,000 for his rant at the officials after the Raptors loss on Tuesday to the Los Angeles Lakers, where the Lakers shot 23 free throws in the fourth quarter to 2 for Toronto.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised it wasn't a little bit more, like 30, 35.
Yeah, first time offender.
Oh, good for him.
I wonder if they made it less because it was such a good rant. They were like, damn, gotta kind of respect it.
Respect to the rant. And I would also encourage people out there, if you've listened to us play the rant, which we've done.
This is completely BS.
We've done multiple times, right? Yesterday's show, we ran it twice.
It's a complete crap.
Yeah. Go watch it, because watching it is even better in my mind. Like, he's very animated and like very intense, and it's a fun watch.
And then when he goes, Scotty Barnes, like that,
Barnes,
you can tell because he looks down to make sure that he's right, that Scotty only shot 2 free throws.
Oh yeah.
You see him look down at his stat sheet, but he goes, Scotty, and then he like looks down and you can see he's just so angry that he forgot Scotty Barnes' last name.
Yeah.
Like, man, it's really, really good. So he got hit with a $25,000 fine. Not a huge surprise. If I'm Scotty Barnes, though, I'm pitching in for that.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I'm the Raptors players, I'm passing the hat around. I'm saying, hey, let's chip it. The coach has got our back.
Yeah.
That was great.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
This is completely BS.
I wish I could pay him for these drops.
I know.
Maybe next time the Toronto Raptors are in town, I'll
bring him a bottle of
pull
wine.
up with a little Jiffy Lube gift card for him. Gift certificate.
Gift certificate.
Yeah.
Oh, we might have another giveaway coming up, Kyle.
Yeah. So I can't reveal too much at the moment. In fact, I don't know if I can reveal any, but I'm gonna say this much and hope I don't get in trouble. We're gonna be giving away Kings jerseys, multiple.
Oh, I thought you weren't gonna say, and then all of a sudden you were.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna tell people how to win, or how they can win, or how they can enter. But rumor has it that we're giving away Kings jerseys, courtesy of Jiffy Lube. TBD.
All right.
But that's the scuttlebutt. It's the word on the street.
All right.
Mike Bibby last night, Kings legend, on postgame on the Kings TV, referenced the Hall of Fame for De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. That's very interesting because it feels like they're trending that way. But I feel with both of them, the way I feel about like, it's a little bit, it's different sports. So it's not a direct comparison, but I a little bit feel about them, De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis as Hall of Famers as I do about like George Kittle. Where, okay, I think Kenny is a big George Kittle for Hall of Fame guy. I see it, but I need more. Like I need more.
Okay.
The foundation of a Hall of Fame resume is there, but I need Moss.
Okay, so I will say this with Sabonis specifically. He's entered a range, right? So he's a 3-time All-Star. If he's not an All-Star this year, De'Aaron Fox is right. It's like the biggest travesty of all time, and that the coaches will
I believe he will get it.
Yeah, the coaches will be like, no, he's an All-Star, right?
The NBA should step in if they don't. You've got a guy who's averaging damn near a triple-double on a team that wins consistently and has for the last 2 years, and you're not going to make him a player in your showcase game? That's nuts.
Yeah.
That would be bananas. Anyways, go on.
So you hit the 4th All-Star game. You've come really close to putting your stamp on a career. If you get to 6, I don't know how many players there are out there in NBA history that have made 6 All-Star teams who aren't in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's that many. And so I would be shocked, but that's where we're at. I mean, like he's 28 now? Like he's a young dude. And the fact is that he's building his resume every single step of the way. Plus he plays for the Lithuanian national team. Plus he helped a franchise snap a 16-year playoff drought. Like, plus he's the son of a Hall of Famer. Like these things start to add up. And so I think Sabonis he's on a path. He's still 27. He'll be 28 in May. Like he's on an easy path. You can see where he could be an All-Star for 5 more years straight. Like that's how good he is. And that's how well he's playing. And if the Kings are good this whole time, he will get that type of respect. Now, Fox is at the beginning of his journey when it comes to this. And making one All-Star team is big, but he needs to back it up and make the second, because once you make the second, it becomes much easier just to be in the All-Star game every year.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think that there's a possibility, but I think this all hinges on like whether the Kings can build a 6 to 8 year playoff run where, you know, they even get to title contender status and all that.
That's it.
Because that's what helped get Chris Webber into the Hall of Fame. It's what helped get Vlade Divac into the Hall of Fame, even though he's on the international ticket. His success with the Kings, his success with the Lakers helped, right? And to be honest,
Charlotte?
Charlotte and LA.
Yeah, right. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, but it's also what will eventually get Peja Stojakovic in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, he's a great shooter. He's the best shooter to ever come from Europe. I don't think there's any question. Drazen Petrovic may have been able to hold that title, but he passed away way too young.
Mm-hmm.
Peja Stojakovic ended his career. He's 3rd in the NBA in NBA history in 3-point makes.
Yep.
He's now like 26th, but that doesn't change the fact that like when he retired, that's who he was. That the game he played in, that's who he was. And gold medals with Yugoslavia, plenty of European basketball under his belt as well. So, but it all starts with a winning franchise and stringing together a bunch of playoff appearances here in a row.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big thing. Domas might get there just on numbers alone. I mean, he's averaging damn near 20 and 12 for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Like that's a crazy run. The all NBA stuff I think matters a little bit, but what you said about being on a title contender, I think will be a big one for Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the guard play in specifically in the West is going to be really, really tough. And there might be a couple of years where like, I mean, there were times, remember Damian Lillard had that whole thing about not making the All-Star game. It felt like every year Damian Lillard was like an All-Star snub.
Yeah.
And I know I went back and looked, it wasn't as many as I thought, but I could see that happening a couple times to Fox. I could see that happening where he gets pushed out of all NBA voting even if he's really, really good, which is where, okay, now that playoff success starts to matter.
Yes.
Now, can you get into the postseason? Okay, maybe you didn't make all NBA, but can you lead a deep playoff run where maybe you go to the finals? Maybe you win a ring. And I think that's kind of going to be the next step. So I think this is where I'll land on this. I think if the Kings continue their current trajectory, and the trajectory I think they're on, where they do wind up having this little run where, okay, maybe they'll go to the playoffs this year and maybe they're a first or second round exit, but then the next couple years after that, the 2, 3, 4 years after that, you're going into every year and you're going, hey, that's a top 2 or 3 team in the West.
Yeah.
And they have a real chance to go to the finals. If they continue that trajectory, I think it's because you're getting this version of Domantas Sabonis, you're getting an MVP version of De'Aaron Fox, and they are the 2 leaders on that team. The Kings will help define the rest of the 2020s, and that's punching your Hall of Fame ticket right there.
I totally agree. And like, look, Sabonis finished 7th in MVP balloting last season, I believe. And so that's actually going to make a difference. He was 7th in MVP balloting. Like, these are things when you look at where you are against the era of basketball right now. I think we can say that Sabonis is going to go down as the 3rd or 4th best center in this era right here. Now, Bam Adebayo might sneak in there because of his defensive prowess and because Miami goes deep into the playoffs. But I still have Sabonis. If you're all NBA and you just keep up at that level, and this year where they're going to take all NBA and it's positionless, that means Sabonis has a much better shot of getting in.
Right.
Like, I believe that he will be an all NBA player. He'll start stacking these credentials. I think it'll be easier than we think when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
Especially if he's this good. Look, he was 2nd in the NBA in win shares last year.
Yeah.
And this year he'll probably be top 3, top 4, top 5.
Yeah.
He's really, really impactful. It's just he's not getting the fanfare. And then the one other thing I would say, Kyle, is things like, I know it sounds stupid, things like De'Aaron Fox becoming the face of Under Armour alongside Steph, and maybe taking it like after Steph is gone and being the face of Under Armour, that matters. So things like Domantas Sabonis having a Netflix show, those things actually
increase
matter.
Your profile.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It increases your profile, and it makes you more of the upper echelon of the NBA where you would get that kind of status. And those things actually help. And the fact that you're able to get that in Sacramento, wow.
And I know that's frustrating. I know that's annoying, that kind of stuff, but it does.
It does. It does.
Whether you like it or not, whether you would like it to just be like, hey, Hall of Fame voter. I don't even know how the NBA votes on Hall of Fame, but how the Hall of Fame voters, they should be grinding tape. And that's not, they're going to go look at stats and they're going to go, oh, hey, Sabonis. Yeah, he was in that Netflix show with LeBron and Jason Tatum and Anthony Edwards and Jimmy Butler.
You start thinking him in that realm.
Right.
Yep.
And De'Aaron Fox. Oh, the Under Armour guy. Yeah, it was the Steph Curry's and then it was the De'Aaron Fox shoe. Like that stuff matters as much as, like I said, as much as you don't want it to. It very much does. The other key is, and this gets to kind of what I was saying, and you mentioned that with Sabonis, like he's not getting the recognition. You absolutely have to 100% do it in the postseason. Yeah. Jimmy Butler is to me the poster child of that. Jimmy Butler to me leaves my brain as a superstar caliber player until the Heat get into the playoffs. And it's like, oh yeah, shoot, Jimmy Butler's really good. Oh, there's Jimmy Butler just carrying another team to the finals. Sure.
Yep.
And so that's going to be the next step. And I think a little bit of the opposite thing happened with Nikola Jokic last year and why he didn't win a 3rd consecutive MVP.
Yeah. I
saw the argument a lot of, hey, you can't win 3 straight MVPs without a ring. You got to do it in the playoff. And I was there. The Nuggets were awesome last year. They were the deserving champion. They were the best team in the league. But the entire season I'm going, this is great, but can you do it in April? Can you do it in May? Can you do it in June? I haven't seen it yet. And then they did it. And now it's like, oh, okay, that validates everything.
Yeah.
If the Kings make a deep playoff run this year, you're going to all of a sudden see the Kevin O'Connors of the world and the people who maybe overlook what Domantas Sabonis has done and is doing. And they're going to go, oh, well, that validates everything. That 23 and 12 he averaged. Yeah, that Okay, I see it now. I see the vision. And it sucks that that's what it takes, and it's frustrating and it's annoying, and I totally get it. But that's just kind of the reality of what I think Domantas Sabonis and the Kings are dealing with. Let's welcome in Damian Barling of D-Lo and Casey. Welcome in D-Lo to the handoff. I feel weird calling you D-Lo. I'm not going to lie.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like it.
Don't.
I know, but I feel like I have to
Okay.
because you're D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, no, it's Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. It's fine. Just don't do it on KSFM. We don't use government names on 102.5.
Oh, okay.
You can Damian. That's fine.
Okay. Well,
D-Lo and KC is it's just the name of the show.
Okay. All right.
Both shows.
Multiple shows.
Yes, it's the name of both shows.
Check out D-Lo and KC from noon to 4 on ESPN 1320 and from 3 to 7 on KSFM.
Yeah, don't ask any questions.
Don't
Trust
ask
me,
any
it works.
questions.
Yeah,
Yep.
it works.
Just
Kenny's computer is crooked. I see it every day I come in here, and it drives me crazy.
Oh my God! Why did you tell me that?
It drives me nuts.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
Seth.
Yeah.
Is Seth here?
No, we lost him.
He was
Dang, he's gone.
Seth now plays for the Kings and the Warriors.
he was promoted to king of all things yesterday.
That's facts. That's facts.
Harriseth Barnes.
Oh,
More like, well, Seth Curry wouldn't work because there actually
There
is a Seth Curry. But yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's better. But I was just trying to find a person who played for.
I got
for
you.
both.
I got you.
All right. Anyways, De'Aaron Fox. and
Seth Brown. Never mind. Bitstead. Go ahead. Well,
Oh,
Mike was on
Mike.
both. Yeah, it's
Got
fine.
it. Yeah,
No,
all
it's
right.
fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Forget it.
We good?
Go ahead.
All right.
go ahead.
Seth Malone.
No, stop it.
Michael Malone.
Stop it. Focus. Come on, man. What
Seth
are we doing?
Barnes.
DeMar Seth
Oh,
Cousins.
great. Now James is in on
Seth
this.
Barnes. Yeah, DeMarcus played for both teams.
Yeah.
All right.
J. Seth Thompson.
Oh no.
I'm doing this the rest of the
We,
day.
we,
Buckle
lo-
up,
we, lo-
everybody.
we, lo- we lost Kyle. Yeah, Kyle's.
No, De'Aaron Fox. No, I'm focused. Here we go. The handoff. Damian
Seth
Barling
Casper.
of D-Lo and
Caspi.
Casey. Oh, nice. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I expect better of you, James.
De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis on a Hall of Fame track currently, yes. And what does it take for them to like be stamped Hall of Famers?
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, trajectory, like, sure. It feels like De'Aaron's really early in that trajectory, but he's still very young. Domas, like, I just don't know how these guys. I just don't know how you ignore Domantas Sabonis anymore. Like that dude, he does, and I swear part of the issue, and this was dumb. I think you brought this up yesterday, James. Or I don't know if you brought it up on the show. You brought it up with us Monday. For some reason, the 20-point marker to me feels like a big deal.
I agree.
For Domas. Like he's not averaging 19.8 points anymore. He's averaging like 20 something, and for some reason, I think 20 is like a mental like kick.
Well, it's
for
because,
basketball people.
But it's what we do everywhere you go. Like if you want to buy something and it says $20, you're like, oh, it's $20. If it says $19.99, you're like, oh, it's $19. So I think it's part of it.
Yeah.
You get caught up in this whole thing that he's not quite a 20-point per game scorer.
Right. And we look at 20 as like this weird like barometer. It's why
Yeah.
I'm so sad that I don't think De'Aaron's going to get back to 30. Like he's going to have to go on like a scoring tear to get back to 30. But it's like I really wanted him to average 30 points per game. And this, this tough stretch, I think has killed that off a little bit. But Domantas Sabonis, like James, you've laid this out. You laid this out really from jump. He's already had multiple All-Star appearances. He's an All-NBA player. There's no reason to believe he can't continue to accumulate these accomplishments. And he's on an All-Star trajectory right now, regardless of what the votes are saying. And it's certainly gonna be a fight with the All NBA because Anthony Davis is playing this year. Not only is Anthony Davis playing, he's playing really well this year.
Oh yeah.
And so the conversation is always really boiled down to, do you believe Domas is better than Bam? Like if you're ranking centers, there's no way you're ranking Domantas any lower than fourth. And I think if you're being really honest with yourself, you're probably not ranking him lower than third.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he's been spectacular. I would say the thing, how do you stamp it? Right. I think you avoid what even Pascal Siakam has become, where he was a 2-time All-Star.
Mm-hmm.
Like Fox needs to become a 2-time All-Star, but then a 3, and a 4.
Mhm.
That's where you start to show that like you're one of the best of your class. And
Mhm.
I would even make
He needs to get to the point where he like Dame Lillard. Like, no, Dame, of course, Dame. Why are we asking? Dame's an all-star. Like,
Right.
that's the, which is where it took, and that's always a great comp to me because it took Dame a minute to get there.
Yes.
Even after he was Dame Lillard.
Yep.
Mhm.
It was like every February, man, can you believe Dame didn't make the All-Star team?
Mm.
And then he goes on this incredible second half stretch of the season.
Yeah.
Now if Dame's it's not a question anymore.
Mhm.
I want De'Aaron to get to that point.
Yeah,
You
and I
need
think
De'Aaron to drop an album.
oh, there it is.
It's probably the most anti-De'Aaron Fox thing. Dropping a record. Yeah.
I think though, like again, like looking at some of the players that do become 1 and 2 time, like Sabonis had that sort of potential to become like a 2-time All-Star when he's young, but then not really make the All-Star team again. And what we've seen from him in Sacramento is just like, there's no way he's not an All-Star. There's no way he's not an All-NBA player.
Yeah.
Like what he's doing. But you do have these other players around the league that make it once or that make it twice and then never get back there. Even if, again, like Siakam, he made it when he's 25. He made it again when he was 28.
Mhm.
But there's not a pathway for him to keep making all-star teams.
Andrew Wiggins, another example, by the way.
Yeah, he
You
made
get those
all-star.
random one-off all-star years and then just nothing since.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting. And, Mike brought it up almost like, yeah, well, I mean, Keegan's playing with 2 guys that are, probably Hall of Famers. I was like, oh, okay. That's interesting that you view them that way. And that's where I think it's a good discussion.
Yeah.
I hope with the way De'Aaron is playing now and hopefully the way he continues to play is it causes people to look at the early part of his career differently. Like sometimes that happens with artists, right? Artists really take off and you look at the early, like people can talk about like Tupacalypse now or Strictly For My from Pac. They were appreciated a lot more after Me Against the World and All Eyes on Me came out. Like his entire catalog was looked at differently. I'm hoping that. Are you laughing because James probably has never heard any of those records before?
It's
No,
fine.
I got you. But
I know who Tupac is.
I'm hoping De'Aaron's early years with a really, really bad Sacramento team start to get looked at differently. Now I was like, yo, this dude has actually always been good. We're just getting a chance to see a stable front office, a stable coaching staff, and a stable roster. We're able to see what that's able to do with his level of talent.
I think ultimately, like maybe the numbers and the sheer just volume of numbers, and they hit all the right benchmarks, and they just wind up being Hall of Famers.
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing, if you want to stamp it for sure, you have to be, and James and I talked about this, Damian, but you have to be on a winning team that does so consistently and makes deep. Like Chris Bosh, the Toronto Raptor, was not going to the Hall of Fame. Chris Bosh is going to the Hall of Fame because he was with the Heat.
Well, and
in a
again,
lesser role.
Siakam has a ring, and I still don't think that he's built that resume.
I don't think so either. All right, Damian, what do you guys got coming up?
But Dame does. Like so like Dame would have been a Hall of Famer, right? Like Dame doesn't have a ring, and let's hypothetically say he doesn't. He would have been a Hall of Famer.
The Mitch Richmond of this conversation.
Okay.
No.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no. It's a great. Yeah, that's a great comp.
Yeah,
I think Mitch has a ring in LA.
Well, he has a ring in LA, but he also
it's a token ring, but it's a ring.
A huge amount of time with one team making all-star teams on a bad team.
You're going to be shocked by this, but we've got the Kings coming up. That's what we got.
What?
Yeah, believe it or not.
Wow.
Coach David Patrick's going to be with us today. Matt George also.
Stingers up. All right, for David Patrick, not for Matt George. Not a Sac State Hornet. Good amount of my face.
He's a good guy, though.
That's coming up next. D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Thanks, everybody.
Good show, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. See you manana.
Seth Ramento. Oh,
everybody.
That was a good one.
Everybody hit the thumbs up while you're here, by the way. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe, do all that jazz. If you don't want to subscribe, that's fine, but hit that little like button for us. Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna let Jesse do his job now. Goodbye.
Adios, friends.
You know what really pisses me off about this is
oh no, he probably doesn't even know. It's sagging. You're right. That's what it's doing. You might need
I lift it up a little bit. I don't know.
No.
It's driving me nuts. I probably would have quit a month ago if I were you. I tried to tighten these. This is what I thought it was.
All right.
James got he's got a meeting with Monty McNair today. Ooh, he's got his outfit on.
I don't. I think he's on the road trip.
He's trying to get a deal done. Kevin Herter out here faking injuries.
What happened there?
He stepped on Keegan's foot.
Oh, well, I know, but
Oh.
like,
I don't know how
I've never seen a player ruled out so quickly.
Yeah, I don't know how that turned into I can't even walk. I mean,
Was he in a boot?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Did they didn't do media last night, did they?
I don't know.
I looked this morning and didn't see it.
You had to see if Biederman had anything. I think Biederman is on the road.
That's why I thought they would have done media, but I didn't see
Wait,
anything.
no, that's me.
Oh, sorry, James.
Yeah, you plugged right in. I'm like, hey, wait a second.
Thanks, James.
All right. Cool.
You can chill today, huh?
I do get to chill, but I had a corgi got injured, and so when she gets injured, she takes it out on the golden, which is weird, and starts dog fights. And the wife is getting some PTSD over it. See it? My bad. We had a long discussion about whether you would trade Wiggins and Moody for Davion Mitchell and Harrison Barnes. That would save them $44 million this year.
Wow.
$38 million in luxury tax money.
Jonathan sent that stuff to both of us. It's nothing to worry about right now. I'm just trying to figure out how we can pull this off.
Is that for
It's for a KSFM podcast.
yeah. That's what
I haven't figured out. Complex really wants to do it. It doesn't look quick. Like it's going to take, because you download the entire quarter hour with music. So then you got to load it into something, cut the music out, and then have our segments. I want to figure out a fluid way to do it.
It would almost, I feel like it'd almost be easier to just record when we talk on that thing, on the Fox Pro. Because you don't even have to worry about taking the music
You're
out.
right. We'll talk about that. Okay.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey! One more time for the Sacramento Kings. Y'all know what it is. Come on, man. Sacramento Kings get a victory last night. We celebrate wins here on D-Lo and KC. Young Zell, let's talk about it.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming down the
now.
lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the
Hey,
now.
hey,
Tell them you can tell them like the beam now.
What?
Tell them like the beam now.
What?
Tell them you can tell them like the beam now.
Kings win
Tell
2 in a
them like
row.
the
Hey,
beam
hey,
now.
hey, hey,
Tell them
hey,
you can tell them like the beam now.
Young Zell, we're going verse 2.
Tell them like the beam now. If you repping that Kings like the beam
Let's
now.
go, baby. Come on.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes.
Hey.
Yeah, we travel deep. Whether we home or on the road, we
That's
lit.
right.
You don't want that smoke with a team of the
Over
year.
here.
We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam down.
Hey.
Tell 'em like the beam down.
Shout out to our man Young Zell right there.
Yeah.
The official victory anthem of your Sacramento Kings, and we welcome you in here to the Thursday, January 11th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is Kenny Caraway,
Yes, sir.
often imitated, often imitated, never duplicated.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, come on, man. Just be yourself, man.
I'm going to tell y'all hoes one more time.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, yourself is good enough.
Some of y'all need to stop it.
Yourself is good enough.
Some of y'all need to stop it. Be you. Stop trying to be Kirkland KC. We don't need that. Did nobody ask for it? Be you. That's your life lesson for today. Be you.
I don't know, man. What?
But if you're going to replicate somebody, I guess replicate the best. But goddamn, don't make it so freaking obvious. Pick a different artist.
Imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery. Ain't that what they say?
That's what I heard, man. And the Sacramento Kings put together a complete game last night to beat the Charlotte Hornets 129-98. Excuse me, 123-98. How's everybody feeling?
I feel real good.
It's what you wanted, right?
Yes.
You started difficult 5-game road trip. You knew the easier part, if you will, of the schedule was going to be at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It was tough to get to the point that we got to last night because you had to go through that first quarter against Detroit.
Yeah.
But the last, for the most part, 7 quarters that the Sacramento Kings have played, and if you want to, contest the third quarter against Detroit a little bit, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Yep.
But the last 7 quarters of Sacramento Kings basketball has been pretty solid. And I felt like, KC and I were doing the show on 102.5 yesterday, watching the game, and I never felt like I felt good. Like when you talk about a slow start, like the opening minutes, it's
Right.
like, all right, come on now, don't do this. Don't go down double digits. They didn't.
Right.
Couple of possessions got themselves going. Another game, it was a little bit different in terms of the way that they played and in terms of the way that they were effective. But overall, man, I'm good.
It's a good win. It's a good win. And I don't know what this means for these guys moving forward, but we talked about it a little bit the other day. Like, now they're 9 games. At the time, we were saying 8 games over 500. They've got things to figure out. They've got things they got to work through.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd much rather them work through these things 8 games over as opposed to 4 or 5 games under 500. Now they're 9 games over 500. 9 games over 500.
Yeah, that's important. And it's also important to point out, like, no matter how many times it's brought up, point differential doesn't matter.
No.
Like, there isn't a scenario where, man, the Kings the Kings and the Mavericks are tied for 6, but the Mavericks got a better point differential, so they're going to get in. Like, no, it's never a tiebreaker.
Never.
It's never a thing. The Kings are 5th in the Western Conference, but the Pelicans got a better point differential, so the Kings slide to 6. That's not a thing. It's maddening because of what happened against New Orleans and some of the other games that we've seen this year, the 20-point defeats, all of that. It's maddening, but in totality, it doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
And this team right now is 23-14. They're 9 games over 500, as you just said. They're still on. They're keeping pace with the Los Angeles Clippers, who are white hot right now. And I'm talking about over the last month and some change white hot. I'm not talking about over the last week. We had the number
to say about them.
What was it? 20? I forgot
They
the number.
20-6.
20-6
games.
Unbelievable.
Oh, now move that up. They're like 21-6 over the last 27.
And then you got the defending champion Denver Nuggets. You got Oklahoma City there at 11 losses. Now all of a sudden Minnesota's at 11 losses, and the Sacramento Kings, who have just been god awful all year, right? They're 3 games back from the 1 spot, and they're keeping pace with everybody else. The Pelicans are embarrassing teams.
Mm-hmm.
They got the second win in Minnesota. The Minnesota got their second loss at home to New Orleans. The first one was against Sacramento. The second one was against New Orleans. Those are the only games that they've lost at home. We saw what they did to the Golden State Warriors last night. We know what they did to the Sacramento Kings.
Yep.
They've gained no ground on Sacramento.
Yep.
They're just right there because these teams are going out there and just winning games.
Yeah, man.
Just trying to keep pace. We get frustrated with those Charlotte games. We get frustrated with how badly the Pelicans are defeated. And to get it, I was frustrated too. A 30-point defeat or a 1-point defeat. It's one loss.
Just lost.
It doesn't. Wow, they lost. Damn it, they lost by 30, so that counts as 3 in the loss column.
Right.
It's not a thing. It's frustrating, and you're right. The Kings are talking to us. But still, wins are won.
Yep.
Losses are won, regardless of winning by 1, winning by 30, losing by 30, winning by 1.
Oh, perfectly
Or losing
said,
by
man.
1.
And now you look at them too, and they're through all of this, through all the frustration, all the angst that we've had because of some of these blowout losses. Here they are. They're 3 games out of the 1 spot. 3 games out of the 1 spot. I remember last year they were like 2 games out of the 2 spot. And we were like, oh, they might be able to get that. Like 3 games.
They took
out
the
of
2
1.
for one glorious day.
Yeah.
One sweet day, as Mariah Carey said.
That's one of the saddest songs of all time. But yeah, they're 3 games back, 9 games over 500. They've got Philly and Milwaukee coming up.
Yeah.
I want to see them get at least one of those. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I want to see them get one of those. And
well, then get the one Friday.
That's what I'm about to say. It'd be great if they get the one on Friday, national TV.
Yeah.
People there to talk about it.
Yeah, get that one.
Yeah.
Get that post-game coverage from SVP. Let's get I want that one. If we get one, give me the one on Friday.
Absolutely. But yeah, I think the biggest thing that I think about with this team, man, is they still have things to figure out. And they're still working through some stuff. Whether that's with the people that are there or they're going to get new personnel. We'll find out. But they got things to work out. But here they are still almost 10 games over 500. I look at that, honestly, I look at that as an encouraging sign because that tells me they've played far from their best basketball on a consistent basis. And here they are. They're still a winning team. You know what I mean? So yeah. I'm encouraged by it. I know some people may look at it like, oh, it's just a matter of time before all that catches up to them or whatever. That's not how I look at this situation. I look at it as an encouraging sign that they're able to be 9 games over and still have a lot of things to work through.
Yeah, and I think that works for us, meaning all of us, because we're watching.
Yeah.
Right? We're watching this team and we see the inconsistencies on a night-to-night basis, and we know that there are things with this, whether it's the approach, whether it's the roster, whatever it may be, there are things that need to be improved on. If it's individual improvement, fine. There are just things that need to get better for this team. But I'm with you in that figure it out. Like, hey, they're not great, but they're not bad, and I'll take it.
Yeah.
Like I'll take it. If you're keeping pace with New Orleans, you got Los Angeles going through some struggles, meaning the Lakers. You got Phoenix just trying to find their freaking footing on the season. You got the Warriors, where I'm sure all hell is breaking loose at 95-7.
Oh, it is.
Like you got, hey,
it is.
Hey, but that's the difference, though.
I'm just
Yeah, no. Hey, those are our guys, though. Happy KC. No, that's the difference between playing bad and being 3 games under 500 and playing maybe not what you hoped for and being 9 games above.
Yeah.
Sacramento might be fraudulent, as I heard some people said this morning.
Oh.
But they 9 games over 500.
I didn't hear that.
Well, the Chatty House has alerted us to that.
Oh.
That apparently that the Kings are a fraudulent top 6. And it's hey.
Who said that?
I think it must have been Angry Bonte.
Oh, Bonte.
Angry
yeah.
Bonte. Maybe Bonte was showing that video we made for him yesterday in the KSFM studio.
Bonte, you just worry about your sorry ass Warriors. How about that?
See, but that's the difference. That's they're 3 games under 500, and we got Sad Bonte walking the streets of San Francisco because his team's not good. And we're wondering about Sacramento. We're not feeling great about where they are, but they're 9 games over 500. You can have more rational discussions about your team when they're 9 games over 500 and not playing to what you hope versus they probably want everybody fired there.
Yeah.
When you're 3 games under 500 and out of the 4 right now, they're out of the picture.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll take both scenarios, to be honest with you.
What scenario?
Where the Kings aren't playing particularly well.
I ain't taking the Warriors scenario.
No, I'm saying I'm comfortable with the scenario that the Kings aren't playing very well. They're 9 games over 500, and that the Warriors stink.
Oh yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy. Bonte's smiling. I think Bonte was showing the video. That's why he's so mad at Sacramento. Apologies to the Kings. Don't take it seriously. Bonte's really not feeling us.
Don't get mad at us.
Hey,
we just watching the Kings. I saw the beam again last night. I mean, we're having a good time.
Yeah.
We'll
come back.
We told you what was going to happen last year. I said them boys is done. They was talking about, yo, we're going to get together and get that 5th championship.
They said that?
Oh, they were saying that at the beginning of the season. Oh, that was the yo. We making one more run. We trying to get 5 around here. Yeah, all right.
5.
Get 5 wins.
What? Oh man.
I said that ain't happening. That's over.
Maybe they said 5th pick. Trying to get 5, the 5 pick. Maybe that's what they meant. I don't know. I know they wasn't talking about a ring. We'll come back.
Oh man.
We'll get to the Warriors later on in the show. I've seen I've seen something in the last 2 games from Sacramento that I really, really like. It's probably going to come to an end on Friday.
Well,
but I like what I saw. We'll talk about it. And man, in terms of players, we've been talking about this team in its totality. We're going to start with Domantas Sabonis and what he's done over the last stretch of games here. Steelo and Casey, we're just getting started. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Like my man Kyle said a little bit ago, man, could y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here? I've been lazy asking you guys to do that. So if y'all could hit the thumbs up, subscribe, all of that good stuff.
Can I get something off my chest real quick?
We got you, Patrick. I'm gonna star that, Patrick. We'll get to that. Go ahead.
So I look at situation. I really not tripping. Like me and D-Lo and Jesse, we solidified out here. We've done our thing. But I look at stuff sometimes and I just be shaking my head. And I got to speak on it sometimes, right? So some of you may know Barrett Sports Media, right? They come out with it's this media, like almost like awful announcing type thing for radio, all this other stuff. And they be talking about this station doing this and this, right? Blah, blah, blah. And they having their rankings and all this other shit. And for 3 years, we dominated in this city. Not one mention of D-Lo and KC here in Sacramento. And I know why.
Mm-hmm.
I know why.
Well, say why though.
Well,
why.
They work for 1140.
Yeah, we don't pay them.
They pay for that, pal.
Yeah, we don't.
They work for 1140.
When you know what you're doing, you don't need a fucking consultant. We got it.
You know what I mean?
No, you keep your bullshit. We're good.
They work for 1140. So, but the reason why it frustrates me is I'm a consumer of radio and media. And before I knew how everything was going down, I was a consumer just like everybody else, where I didn't have the inside info. I didn't know how things work. So I would look at a Barrett Sports Media who portrays themselves as being like, yo, we're here to just give you everything that is sports media and everything that's going on. Mm-hmm. No allegiances. No, we giving you the news. We giving you everything. And I would take that as gospel. That's why I get so fed up with the guys like Kevin O'Connell and stuff like that, who like portray themselves as like, yeah, we're the voice and letting you know everything that's going on. When in actuality, it's just a bunch of bullshit. Mm-hmm. And if I didn't know what was going on, like if I was still just a consumer at the Department of Justice, listening to my podcast and my radio stations, all this other stuff, I look at Barrett Sports Media, I'd be like, damn, I guess 1140 is killing it in Sacramento. That's who they always mention. And I'm like, man, that's bullshit. I don't need the accolades, especially now because I know where it comes from at this point. But I need you to stop portraying yourself as an unbiased media company that is just going out here giving the news of media. That's not what you are. And I don't like, I could trust them more if you're like, hey, we're affiliated with X and X group or whatever the case may be. And I'll be like, all right, well, at least you tell me what it is. And now I can decipher how I want to go about the information that you give. But don't portray yourself as everything media when you're not. I've been sitting on that for like 2 weeks. It's just, I don't like that, man. I like transparency, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's fine. You're 100% right.
3 years. Kicking it. You feel the Bears sports media. You don't ever like they big up 95.7 the game because they dominated in ratings and all this other stuff. You know they didn't do that in Sacramento.
Well, you know why that is?
Yeah.
He used to be there. Yeah, say what it is. He used to be there. That's why.
I ain't gonna lie. Give us our flowers. I ain't gonna be the one. I don't care. I don't really care. But if you're giving flowers out, give them to the right people. That's all I'm saying.
Top 1 and 2.
And 3.
It's facts.
What the fuck you talking about? Fucking the only thing we got beat by last month is that fucking Mariah Carey and Let It Snow. That's all we got beat by last month.
Mariah's a monster.
And guess what? Mariah gone. Sorry, Jasmine. We're getting in trouble there. We went Stephen A on Whitlock during the commercial break.
Oh, that dude, man.
Hey, Jasmine, just Jasmine and Bruce, plug your ears. When he said, "You bitch," bro,
there was some emphasis in those cuss words.
Oh,
I died.
Kenny and I watched the teaser together. Like, yo. He is so dramatic. Stephen A is so borderline, unnecessarily dramatic. But when he said, "Did you tell him that, bitch?" Oh, I was like, yo, Stephen A is my guy for this. All of the silly stuff he does, whatever. He's my man for that.
I died when he said that. That was hilarious. That whole thing. I ain't even seen everything yet, but from what I've seen, it's hilarious.
There's a lot. But I don't feel like he didn't actually tell the story of what happened with him. But that's the thing that bothered me because for those, I don't expect everybody to know this, but it's been written about. I knew the undefeated story. He was supposed to be the guy who launched Undefeated. He was who?
Stephen A?
No.
Or Whitlock.
Whitlock was going to be the guy behind the launch of Undefeated.
Yeah.
And the Stephen A was like, Jamil, Mike, they were all like, no, like you can do it. It's your company. Do what you want to. You think just because we're black, we're going to work with him. We ain't working with him.
Right.
Dude is trash. Right. And then eventually then they hired this is going to sound bad. I can't remember, but they hired a white guy.
Yeah.
To be on
I don't know,
like be in charge
was,
of the content of the staff.
That, yeah.
And Steve was like, yo, this dude is great, but not for this.
Right.
And so they eventually, for a variety of different reasons, they pulled Whitlock out of it. They eventually got rid of Whitlock. And I think, was it Mark Spears?
Mark Spears, yeah.
Mark Spears, you know, he got the nod there.
I don't know officially what his style is, but he's pretty high up as far as
the man, the Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
That's what Mark Spears is.
But yeah, Whitlock is he is a big time clown. And it kind of goes into like what I talked about a little bit during the break. If anybody want to go back to YouTube, when I was just a consumer of all this media, and I first saw Jason Whitlock, I'd see, there's a black guy on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Let me rock with him. Let me see what's going on with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see what he's got to say. You know what I mean? And didn't know any better. And you would hear some stuff. And I remember this was probably like 10, 15 years ago when he was still in Kansas City, and he was doing, I would listen to his podcast and stuff like that. And I was listening to him. I was following what he was doing. And then you would just hear more of what he had to say. And some of the things he had to say, I'm like, wait a minute. And then you read between the lines and you see where he's at and some of the moves that he's making. It's like, oh, this dude is awful. I can't rock with this guy. And then eventually, like you said, the undefeated stuff comes out and everything comes out about him, and how his contemporaries talk about him and see him. It's like, oh yeah, this is a bad dude. So, but you You would never know that if you didn't dig deep sometimes. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Well, it was an interesting 40 minutes of content for sure from our man Stephen A.
He marketed that whole thing perfectly though.
Oh, he
I
did
think
great.
Because like from the morning, like everyone was just tapped in waiting for it to come out.
Yep. Teased it. You know, he tweeted it in a teased it in a video. And I thought the teaser was this part of the video. Right. And Kenny and I are watching, like, he didn't say nothing. Like, what the hell is this?
Was it you who retweeted the video with the ether beat on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good stuff right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to the internet. That's good stuff. I wish ESPN would invest some of this money into buying their people cameras. Joe Buck is the latest. Joe Buck is the latest who has been.
Oh, that's still better than Schefter, though.
It's still better. Joe Buck looks 30 when he calls games with Troy Aikman in front of a 4K camera with makeup. He looks 97 here on SportsCenter talking about Bill Belichick and his parting of ways. Boy, that's some interesting phrasing, isn't it? It's so fascinating who gets fired, who retires. But the Pats and Bill Belichick are parting ways. And I thought Bill, I saw the quote from Bill, like, hey, it's a great day. You know, we've mutually agreed to part ways. And Bill leaves and Robert Kraft takes the microphone and says, yeah, what happened the last 4 to 5 years? That's unacceptable.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Hey, all right. Bill has a big part in putting together the roster.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm anxious to see where the Patriots go next. I'm anxious to see where Bill Belichick goes. We'll talk more about this. It's been a seismic week.
Yeah.
A seismic week in coaching.
End of an era, really.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll talk about all of that as the show progresses, man. But we're gonna stay with the Sacramento Kings for right now. We're gonna talk to our man, Coach David Patrick, too. We've given Coach Patrick his space.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, just they don't want to, you know.
Hey, let's get Coach Patrick on the phone. Okay, let's let tonight's game play out. Yeah. Let's reach out to Coach next week. If he's getting technical fouls up 60, I don't know what's going on right now with Coach. So just let Coach give Coach some breathing room, some space. But we'll talk to Coach Patrick
Talk
coming
to
up
him now.
About an hour or so from
Opening home opener for Big Sky Conference play tonight at the Nest.
I want to start with Domas. We will acknowledge what happened at the beginning of the game. I didn't see it live. All I saw was Kenny react to it. Kevin Huerter left the game seconds into it. What we now know I didn't know at the time because of the situation in which we were watching the game, but didn't know at the time he had stepped on Keegan Murray's foot. I guess rolled his ankle. Played an offensive possession. You could see him kind of like reacting to it, almost like he was trying to like walk it off, shake it out, recognized pretty quickly that he couldn't, committed a foul. And that's, I think, where I saw your reaction. You kind of had your hands up like, what's going on? And I'm looking at Kenny like, did that ball even jump yet? And I look over and see, and the first thing I saw was Huerter walking to the locker room. Like, yo, did he get thrown out? What the hell just happened?
I said, what is this, man? But they rolled his ankle. And
so Chris Duarte started yesterday. Chris Duarte essentially started yesterday.
And I hope Huerter gets better soon.
And I need to did Duarte?
He didn't score?
Oh, he didn't play. He didn't play versus the Pistons.
Oh, no. Yeah, he didn't play.
So he essentially went from a DNP CD to, hey, kid, you're our starter again.
Yeah, pretty much.
There isn't a situation in the world where Malik Monk is going to enter a game before Mike Brown is prepared to put him in.
Yeah, Malik was coming in right there.
None.
He was not coming in right there. That was Duarte or Kobe Jones. But it wasn't going to be Malik.
If Huerter and Fox ran into each other head first, both of them get knocked out of the game. Davion, Kobe, you're up.
Jordan, where's Jordan? He's in Stockton. Get him up here. We're going to stall the game until he gets up here. Malik is not going.
Let's use all our timeouts until we get Sloss in here. Yeah, that was certainly interesting. Yeah, and definitely wish the best for Kevin Huerter. Obviously, it's a road trip. Guys are traveling today. They got Philadelphia tomorrow. I think Biederman is on the road with them. When we get an update, we'll pass it along. I don't expect one today, though.
Right.
I don't expect one today. I take that back. If we might get one today, but if we get one today, it's probably bad.
Yeah,
because if we got one tomorrow, it's more like he's trying to see how it feels. Like he's got a sprain, whatever. If we get one today, I feel like it might be a little.
I'm surprised.
rough.
And hear me when I say I'm not like questioning, him or his toughness. It's nothing like that. I'm just surprised he was ruled out so quickly,
Very quickly
from that one because it was a step, rolled his ankle. That could definitely be something that is jarring for a second. But usually because you're not landing and there's not a lot of weight on it or something like that, you're able to play through it. But it's almost.
And I could be wrong. Even in the replay, you can't actually see it, can you? Because
there's somebody's leg gets in the way, but
so you don't really
step on.
See how bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes ankles touch the floor, and it's not a good. It's not a good sight.
Yeah,
but I don't know if that's what happened or not.
Yeah, like I said, I just hope he gets well soon. But I was just surprised at how quick they said he was out. You know what I mean? This happened in the first half. They was like, yeah, he's out.
Well, what the press release didn't say is the medical staff's like, hey, Kevin's ready to go. Mike said, no, he's not. He's out. No, Mike, he's out. Like out for the game? Yeah. All right, we'll tell everybody.
Mike,
that's not nice. I apologize. There's no truth to what I just said. That was a joke.
Mike, you hadn't even seen him yet. Nah, he's out.
He's out. No, Mike, he's dunking in the practice facility. It's fine. No, it's good. Chris is already up. Chris is sweating. It's fine. I'm going to give Kobe some run anyways. Like, he's good. Tell him to go get some room service. It's all right. Tell him to go out. Tell him to go out. Just be back at the plane at 11 o'clock. We'll be good. Tell him to go see Mike. Mike still lives in the area.
Yeah. Go see.
Go
Mike.
house hunt. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize to Kevin Herter. That was unnecessary.
That is go house hunt.
I'm sorry.
He's gonna be staying in a loft.
Stop it. Come on, man.
Downtown Charlotte. You ever been to Charlotte?
I haven't.
I want to go to Charlotte. Seems like a nice place.
I haven't.
Charlotte. You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
I love that drop so much. I love that drop so much.
Charlotte is one of the places that, in my mind, if I were to ever leave California, I'd move to Charlotte.
Okay.
Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte's beautiful. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I'd move to Charlotte.
TC's 916-909-1320. TC, we ain't even talking about nothing yet. TC, what? TC, what you want? We ain't even talking about nothing.
Hey, no, because look, I've been doing a deep dive, and I kind of just been thinking to myself about the whole Siakam, D'Lo, and Casey. I was telling Jesse, I'm out on that dude, bro. Like, unless Masai, like, if you give him to us for like nothing, I'm out on that dude. Because I started thinking like 33, 32, 33. Do we really want to be paying this dude $50 million where we capped out? We can't like bring anybody back. And then he like all his side busting talking about, I don't want to go to SAC and I don't want to do all that. Now we chasing this dude and all that. Like I feel you, Kenny. At first, I was open to the gamble, but when I started really thinking about it, D'Lo, I'm like, I'm out on this dude, bro. We might as well go get Kuz or make a couple small moves, bro, and then keep it pushing, because to pay that dude and him not wanting to be here will be crazy. That's ludicrous to me.
Let me ask you something, TC. Just a general question. Are you listening to the show right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You just want to get, I TC, we love you, bro. TC, you need to come through on the 2nd, by the way.
Hey, man,
you need to pull up February 2nd. We got a live show and we got a watch party at Sky River, man. You need to pull up.
Real quick. It's gone even. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. It's gone crazier now. Randy Moss is on a boat, and they're talking to Randy Moss on a boat. Then it's not even like a yacht. It's like a fishing boat.
Yeah, and he's on his phone. He's clearly on his phone, just like, Randy, can you hold the phone up?
See, Randy would be a perfect guest for D'Lo and KC.
Facts. He absolutely would. It'd be like when Marshall Harris was on vacation, like in a beach hut or wherever he was, just kicking back.
I looked at that and I said, is he on a boat?
He's definitely on a boat.
The little motor is behind him.
Yeah, that man is fishing.
I gotta say, that phone connection data, whatever you want to call it, it's working out there.
Oh, it's clear as day.
Oh yeah,
he's clearer than Schefter.
He must have his own cell phone tower on his boat. Like, how is it that clear? He looks better. better than Schefter. He looks better than Joe Buck did a minute ago at his house.
We're gonna get James Ham connected to his guy.
We need to connect James Ham with Randy Moss's internet guy.
Yeah.
This is terrific.
I might would have said
if
Randy, there's no need.
I forgot my brother's name right there. If he was a real one, he'd be like, "Hey, yo, did you catch anything? Like, show us the fish that you caught." Or like,
what if he gets a bite on the line, like in the middle?
Oh, he gonna drop the phone. He gonna drop the phone. He was like, hold up, I got one. Randy Moss might be the GOAT for this. He do the motors right behind. I love 2024 media. It's the best. Hey, Randy, can you come on Sports Center and talk about Bill Belichick? I'm fishing, man. Nah, it's cool, bro.
I'm gonna send you the link.
Yeah, just tap in. I'm sending you the StreamYard link.
Oh,
it's
man.
terrific.
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
No, you did.
But
that's all right. It's better than what I was saying about Kevin Herter house hunting yesterday.
Well, poor Kevin. Get well soon, sir.
Yeah, definitely get better.
I'll go back and forth with this numerous times throughout the day, throughout a show.
Yeah.
Now I'm on the side where I don't think they're gonna make any moves, or it's not gonna be a big move. I do think, not because I want it to happen. I do think Davion will be moved.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Herter. Maybe. I don't know about all three of them, like Harrison and Cole.
Yeah. I'm watching Herter the closest. There is a fascinating thing with Siakam. Come on, man. We're trying to do a show here. I need to stop. I'm about to turn this off. Look, Randy's trying to get comfortable. Randy's trying to get comfortable because he's tired of holding the phone. Look at he just sailed. Someone driving the boat. Look at you see the water in the back. My man, Randy living his life right now. Man, Randy, that dude for this.
I ain't never seen this before.
One thing that we talked about like a little bit yesterday, it was really the first time we talked about it. It's what TC just brought up a second ago, is the money part of Siakam. Yeah, I get any Kings fan who has hesitancy regarding not only you're acquiring Siakam, not only are you giving up established pieces for Siakam, like him or not, they're guys that play, they're guys who play minutes, all of that. You've got to think about the future and whether what he's asking for or whether or not what his agents are putting out there is there's the fish. The fish made it to TV. I knew it. I knew it. I knew there was no way. I knew there was no way Randy Moss wouldn't show something that he caught on this interview. Okay. Come on, man. We got to do better.
Have you, real quick, have you ever
amazing.
You've been fishing before, right?
I went fishing with Edison once.
Oh, did you catch a fish?
No.
So have
I
you
didn't
ever
catch
caught a
anything.
fish?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Just not with Edison.
I didn't know, like, you got to be careful because they, like, even, you think fish, they don't have no teeth or nothing like that.
Oh.
They got, like, a razor sharp thing that, like,
they'll get you.
If you just stick your finger in there, you slice your finger.
Yeah, they'll get you.
I didn't know that, so I went to, like, a fishing derby. It's been
I'm sorry.
now.
You're a big time fisherman
Yeah,
here.
can you elaborate?
Yeah.
No, they had
How many American flags did you see?
No, see, look. So here's the thing. This was like in like Inglewood. No, it was Gardena. Our Gardena part. So yeah, it was all of us.
Where was you fishing? Where were they fishing in Gardena?
They put I don't know. I think they bring the fish in there.
Oh,
but they got a huge like William Lamb Park.
That sounds terrible. Just throw that's awful.
No, it was great. It was great.
It doesn't sound like it. It sounds terrible.
And the homeboys, they're big time fishers. And Reese was like maybe 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, man, bring your son out, man. We do the come to the little fishing derby or whatever. I was like, all right. I was like, I don't really know nothing about no fishing. But we got our poles and stuff like that. It was a good time. But it was
Elijah out there fishing on the coast of
this guy.
coast of Iceland or something right now.
Catch Kenny at your local Bass Pro Shops in 2 weeks.
I guess so. Yeah, any Bass Pro Shops want to, sponsor an element on D-Lo and KC?
Hey, but like I said,
no wonder them outdoor expos calling for D-Lo and KC.
No diss to anybody else, but when we get involved, it's different. It's what you would expect. It was a good time. It was a real good time. I was surprised.
They was frying them on the spot.
Yeah, man.
I'm with
Kenny's got a pond at his estate. A little fishing pond he's got.
Well, we weren't allowed over there. Are there fish in your lake?
I don't know nothing about that because I don't have a lake.
And they restock with like salmon and stuff like that.
Okay.
Stop. I don't know what these guys.
That's why you're losing weight. You lean. You catching the fish, and you Jasmine's cooking them up for you.
This isn't
That's
true.
good stuff.
I love fish though. We have fish over the weekend. I love fish. Big fish eater.
Boy, this really got away from us.
It's Randy's fault.
It is Randy's fault.
It's Thursday. The Kings won a back-to-back. It's all good.
You just tuned in, and we're talking about Randy Moss showing off fish that he's catching as he's doing a Sports Center hit. The show has no focus whatsoever. And then Kenny fishing with a bunch of dudes in Inglewood.
Kenny was at a fishing expo. Like
That-
not
that-
even.
that-
he didn't
yeah,
even
that
go
was a
fishing.
what?
No,
He was
that
at
was
a
it was
fishing
a
expo.
derby.
That was
It was not a fishing expo.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
The expo is like what we went to. They weren't fishing there. It was just like, hey, buy this new boat.
Uh-huh.
The derby is you're actually fishing.
Fishing.
So you went to like Comic-Con for fishing.
Let me.
No, it was like hoop it up for fishing. Like we're actually playing.
Annual Trout Fishing Derby 2024.
Yeah.
Got one of those.
There's a picture of Kenny on the website with a big old fish, I bet.
I caught one fish. And like I said, once they told me about that thing slicing my finger with its tooth, I was like, oh, I don't need all this, man. I don't need all this. I'm good. Go ahead and get stitches because this fish out of water sliced up my finger. Like, nah, I'm cool.
I'm so excited for the first time a fishing derby calls and says, hey, I was listening to D-Lo and K. Hey, can we get that KC guy out here for our fishing derby? We could use a little.
I can't lie. D-Lo and KC fishing tournament might be fire.
Oh, man. They've been wanting to do golf tournaments, Top Golf. Stacy brought up a celebrity basketball game. Maybe this is it.
I've been fishing a couple times before. Fishing's not bad.
The fishing
It's
derby.
not bad at all. But like I said, I was out once they told me I sliced my finger. I can't even see it. You can't even see it. You don't know where the tooth is.
Just don't touch the mouth.
How are you gonna pick them up?
Hey, I didn't know this. Some of y'all might have known this. Yeah, some of y'all got hoodwinked. We tried to tell you. I tried to tell some of y'all. Some of y'all got hoodwinked.
What happened?
Did you see who was on the Pat McAfee show today?
Oh yeah, today. We're back.
Come on, man.
This dude
I was
put
not
out
bamboozled.
a 50-paragraph tweet. I don't know how much he paid for that tweet. I don't know how much all those extra characters cost. Talking about politics and, oh, we hear you. Next day,
Wow.
Aaron Rodgers on the show.
Wow.
Man.
That's crazy.
Boy, Pat. Hey, never forget, Pat's a pro wrestler.
That's
How-
good.
how
A
works
pretty
from
good one.
Next day.
He's working. That's like when Dolph Ziggler won at the Survivor Series and the Authority was gone forever and they were back the next day. Like Stephanie and Hunter were literally on TV the next day. Like Vince McMahon gets fired, he walks out the next day. Only time Vince McMahon didn't come back the next day is when he blew up in a limousine.
Well,
He had to wait a week for that, but we don't
fire injuries in the WWE about a week to a month long.
Goodness gracious, man. They set JR on fire and he came back.
I literally went to the WWE Network, watched that episode, and timed it out for the weeks when he was back. It was literally just a month. Kane lit that man on fire. He was back in a month.
didn't the Fiend get lit on fire into like a puddle?
I think they melted him.
They melted the Fiend. Yep.
Gosh, that was so.
He returned at WrestleMania.
And
Back to
then,
normal.
then we had the DQ in a Hell in a Cell match.
Well, live at the Golden One Center. Never forget. Pat McAfee is a pro wrestler. He is working you.
Wow.
Well,
won't happen to me again.
Just everybody listening, just put this segment on your taxes. We'll write this one off. This one got out of hand
look,
really quick.
When you beat the hell out of somebody,
but that's but there's things we haven't talked about yet that we have to. And I recognize a lot of this is my fault because I was getting off some Kevin Herter jokes here.
We swear the rundown was all Kings.
It was and it still is. I want to talk about the last two games in the points in the paint and the way that they've played and why I think that's so encouraging. Mm-hmm. It's pretty obvious why I think it's going to come to an end given who's on the schedule tomorrow. I don't know if that strategy is going to work, but I'd be curious your thoughts on it because it's not just Domantas Sabonis working back to the basket. There are guys getting to the rim. De'Aaron Fox looked like De'Aaron Fox yesterday. We'll talk about that as well. So there is a lot ahead. Just put this 12:15 to 12:43 segment on your taxes, write it off, and we'll come back and we'll talk much more about D'Lo and KC, or talk much more here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader.
Special guest coming up.
Yeah, our man, Bobby Gerould. Bobby G joins us next here on ESPN 1320. Yeah.
And
Bobby, it's on the way. I got you. Mary, I'll post the receipt on Twitter. Everybody just download it and
yeah.
It's on the way, Bobby. Hang on. Logan, who's 8-7? If the Pistons did a dumpster fire, who would you want the Kings to pick up? The Pistons are a dumpster fire.
Yeah. Jalen Duren. Although there's no place for him, but I like that kid. Like his game. Bojan be probably be up there too.
When I was young. Shout out Nick Saban for being honest. When I was young, I could work until 2 a.m. That gets a little tougher. There's some dots in there, so who knows what was said in between.
Dot.
I trust ESPN more than 95.7. Look at God. I woke up this morning realizing, oh man, that 30% off sale on the gift ended. I didn't get nothing. It was probably the smart thing to do. Email. Member exclusive. I don't even know what that means. All 2023, 40% off.
Oh man. Won't he do it?
Still feel like a piece of shit for that sweater I bought that's now like half the price it was when I bought it, but no, it's fine. It's cool.
Won't he do it?
The sad part is now I'm going to spend even more money than I would have if it was 30% off.
That's why they stay in business.
Yeah. Dumbasses like me.
Me too. I don't like.
If you think about it, I'm actually saving money.
Once again, 4 years from now, you're going to remember that $200? No.
Depends.
Matter of fact, you're going to be happy. You're going to be like, man,
still have a
steal.
Roof over my head. Boy, I really could use $200 to eat today, but good thing I got this nice cardigan.
No, I don't have any money. But you know what keeps me warm at night? Those degrees.
Those degrees. Whose joke is that?
Kanye did that skit on
College
Dropout.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Then
That's
came
right.
up to me. She says, "You know what's sexy?" I says, "No, but I bet I can count up all the change in your pocket very fast." He said, "Yeah, how's it going, little Johnny? It's okay. I'm hungry. We don't have a roof over our heads, and I'm cold because our dad spent all his money going to school and getting degrees."
Our man Bobby Gerould set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Bobby, of course, the editor over at hoopobsession.com. We'll talk with our man Bobby about a variety of things, particularly the Sacramento Kings and the Sacramento Kings play as of late. One thing I've really been impressed with, particularly the last 2 games, even if it's taking advantage of a weakness, I think that's what great teams do. You take advantage of a weakness. The Kings, for the second straight game, were dominant in the paint. The Kings, for the second straight game, put up a ton of points without hitting a ton of threes. I think that's a big deal. As is this appearance from our man Bobby Gerould.
There he
Bobby
is.
G, what's up, baby?
The K-House finest.
What's going on, fellas? How are you?
Man, we are terrific. Editor of hoopobsession.com. Bobby, man, thanks for that post yesterday regarding your dad and KCR Radio 13. I'd never heard of that before.
Yeah, going way back, I used to hang out in the newsroom there with my dad when he worked at KCRA. He used to do the sports report. He was the Dale Rogers of his day, and the radio station was below on the first level. So I'd run back and forth between there and hang out with the DJs and bug them and all that. I mean, like as a toddler. And so, yeah, I came across that and I was like, wow, 1320. I'd forgotten about that was the station.
That's crazy. Yeah, I had no
It is,
idea.
huh?
Terrific.
Yeah.
Bobby, what do you think? I had leading into you joining us here. One thing I've been focused on with the Kings over the last 2 games, because we often get frustrated. Me specifically, I won't speak for anybody else. Get frustrated that it feels like they get down by 10, 11, 12. They try to make it up with like 1 or 2 shots, and they all of a sudden. And I think this is what it really stood out in the Pelicans game, where it was 3 after 3 after 3 after 3. None of them were falling, and you're like, guys, just do something else. Make them take the ball out of the basket. And starting with Detroit, where they were really, really dominant into last night, they've had 2 really impressive games in the paint.
Yeah, I mean, if that's a focus, I love to see it. That's the closest place to score from, so it makes perfect sense. And you've got a beast like Domas. So, but to me, it's kind of a frustration for me over the last couple of seasons has just been, why not start Malik Monk? You know what I mean? Like to me, it's almost like you're playing with a hand tied behind your back a little bit, and that seems to happen too often. I think we're at the point now where it's unquestionable that Malik is one of the 4 best players on this team. And so if that's the case, I kind of harken back to and Damien, you might appreciate this because it's about music and radio, but there was a time when they used to day part music, songs that they would only play at night, right? Late at night. You get on the mix late in the night. And then someone who was very smart figured out that a hit at 11 p.m. is a hit at 8 a.m. And so they started playing some more racy stuff, some more hip hop stuff earlier in the day, and they found out that it works, and so you just have to get a little creative. I mean, if you start Monk, De'Aaron comes out at his normal time at 6 minutes, you slide Monk over to the 1 spot and you bring in Herter to play the 2. And then when De'Aaron comes back in at the 2-minute mark, then you take Monk out. I mean, to me, there's got to be a way to get, and I think we've seen it the last 2 games, to get Monk more minutes. He's been basically the backup point guard. They haven't gone to Davion or Keon in the last couple games. And, if you look at it, you guys know I study numbers. That's what I do. I have a sickness for it. But I watch basketball too. And I always think that you can't just look always at numbers, and you can't just look at basketball. You need a nice combination of both. And if you really look at the numbers and the efficiency, it's a huge difference between what Monk produces and provides versus what Keon or Davion is providing. And for that matter, is a huge difference between what Trey Lyles is giving you right now than what Harrison Barnes is giving you. And so to me, I think if they made those 2 adjustments, and I think they're already starting to do it with Monk, I'd love to see it more with Trey, maybe reverse those roles. I think the Kings would be in better shape. How do you guys feel about that?
I hear you. I'm in the camp of leave Monk where he's at, but I mean, if Mike Brown came out today and said, we're going to start Monk at the 2, I wouldn't bat an eye. It's like, all right, it's cool, it's whatever. I just look at it where if you can get him to 30 plus minutes, and he's going to be in there now 4th quarter, I really don't care what you do the first 6 minutes of the game. That's usually my outlook on it. But once again, I'm not married to it. If he started, that'd be fine too. Trey Lyles, though. Trey Lyles starting at the 4. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. And I don't want to beat a dead horse when it comes to Harrison, but I just don't think he's been consistent enough to warrant the minutes that he gets and being in that starting lineup. And everybody wants to make a deal, and I understand that. But I would look at it, well, let's see what Trey Lyles does at that 4 spot before we go and give anything up in a trade and see if we can improve that way. Then maybe you have Harrison backing up Keegan or Trey Lyles. Or I don't know. This is a crazy idea. Maybe Sasha gets in the game at that point.
Well,
who knows?
Now you're getting now
Doing
now
too
you're
much,
getting a little too
doing
crazy.
too much. My bad. But I'm with you. I'd like to see Trey Lyles start at the 4.
Yeah, I just think they'd be, if you look at the numbers this year, Harrison is literally, he has the worst defensive rating on the team. So, and I get it. I mean, Mike Brown played 11 years in the NBA. Mike Brown played 82 games 5 times in his career. So he has an appreciation for a veteran like Harrison Barnes, who comes to work every day, does his job. But you guys have been over this a million times. We know what a good dude Harrison is. And it's hard sometimes, we forget, I think, in this day of fantasy basketball and 2K, it's easy to just move guys around it. But in real life, there are real feelings that come with it. And there's real respect and appreciation for what Harrison has done from Mike Brown, who, like I said, played 82 games 5 times in his career. He sees Harrison doing that work last year. And I think it'd be hard for him to, in a respectful way, take away those minutes. But as Billy Sparks said in Purple Rain, this is a business. And you can't be too far gone to see that, right? That's what he's telling Prince. And that's what's happening right now with the Kings. It's like, someone needs to deliver the hard news. And I think Harrison's such a pro that he'd be cool with it. If you told Harrison you're coming off the bench and your minutes going to be reduced to 15 or 20, he might not smile, but he might not smile if you told him he was going to play all 48. I mean, it's just, he's a good pro, and I think he'd be with it, and I think the team would be better for it.
And real quick, Damien, this is the thing that I would tell if I was Mike. I would sit down with Harrison. I'm like, well, Harrison, what do you want me to do? Mm-hmm. Like you're putting up stat lines of 0-0-1,
right?
On a routine base. Like, what you want me to do? You want me to just continue to just give you this spot, or do I have to make a move, or are you going to step up and play better? Like, I got to give him some warning. Like, I'm almost at the point where I got to do something. Mm-hmm. But like I said, Harrison, what you want me to do? You just had 18 minutes where you put up 0 points, 0 rebounds, 1 assist, 0 for 3 from the field. You want me to just keep trotting that out there when the guy behind you is playing in 20 minutes, he doesn't average this. But Trey Lyles the other night against Detroit came in, got 8 rebounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Like, taking charges. Yeah.
What you want me to do? That's what I would sit up and I'd have a conversation and give him a heads up that this is on the horizon if things don't change. Because, like, what do you want me to do here?
And there are players, on this team. I'm not saying Harrison is washed up. We see what he can do. He can still make shots and I think play a role on an NBA team. But for this team, the primary scorers are established. You got Fox, Sabonis, and Keegan. And so you need a player. And there have been players in the league historically, and I think there are players you could find right now that can do something without having plays run for them. They're just activity guys that are quicker to the ball to get rebounds, that are good defenders, can with better length. I mean, Harrison he didn't win the genetic lottery. He has short arms, and he's always going to be that way. So part of that defensive rating struggle, I think, is just, because of who he is. So whether you go back to Cedric Sabonis, people laugh at him and think he's the butt of a joke, but really that was a dude. You didn't have to run a play for Cedric Sabonis. He'd find a way to score and off of cuts, rebounds, offensive rebounds, doing whatever he could do. I think there are guys out there. KJ Martin is a guy I've always really liked. He's rotting in Philadelphia on that bench, and he's an excellent cutter and finisher. I think there'd be something like that where I'd love to see, a little move made. And I'd love to see the Kings have another guard that can score. Watching Scary Terry last night, it was hard to not think, man, that'd be nice if, he'd be a nice luxury to have as somebody, who's in there. Tyus Jones, somebody like that who can come in and then maybe, you don't have to worry so much about what would happen if Malik got hurt.
Yeah, that's a great point. Bobby's always good. Bobby's always great for some solid references during our conversation. We'll call back to Purple Rain. Is
Philly
phenomenal.
Sparks, man. Come on.
You talk about movements and scoring guards and all those different things. Like De'Aaron Fox, he had looked a little sketchy for a couple of days or for a couple of games, excuse me. And I feel like that happens, once or twice this season with De'Aaron. Last night, and make the argument even in limited time because the big boys didn't really have to play in the fourth quarter. He looked like De'Aaron Fox last night. And this is just so simplistic, but he's the key to everything because there are games sometimes, and I think that's where it gets frustrating with De'Aaron. There are games sometimes where he's like really passive, and passive for him is just moving the ball around, maybe trying to get other people involved, but it's not attacking. When there's the threat of attacking, like I'd even argue he didn't have a great game against Orlando, but he was trying, like he was a threat.
Right.
And they had to defend every time he got to the basket because if they didn't, what happened? Exactly what happened on the last play or the last made shot. He got to the basket. It eventually got with the game winning. Malik carried everything, but because De'Aaron was a threat through the other, 40, 50 minutes of the game or whatever it was, you had to take him seriously.
Yep.
De'Aaron
Absolutely.
is the hub of all of this, right?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And seeing De'Aaron improve his shot, he's legitimately making 3-point shots at a nice percentage now, and that's something that I honestly wondered if we'd ever see that. I thought, well, maybe he is just going to be a 30 to 32% career 3-point shooter, but he put in the work, and now he's getting it done. Domas is making that three a little bit more, and so even both of those things actually. I used to have a fear that if they added someone to the mix, the Kings wouldn't have enough shooting. But I think now that Fox and Domas are doing their thing a little bit better, with a little more accuracy from the outside, maybe you can gamble a little bit more with someone who isn't a great, shooter, but is just more of an athlete. I don't know if you guys have seen. Every year, again, because I'm a weirdo, I watch the G League for like a week and just, try to keep up to date. And then I do a little thing for my website about, who's going off in the G League. Last year, it was Chris Dunn. Now he's playing a nice role for the Utah Jazz. This year, it's Greg Brown, man, I don't know if you guys have checked out, but you need to YouTube Greg Brown and check out what he's doing right now for the Texas Legends. He's in the Dallas Mavericks organization. But I mean, this dude is an athlete like you wouldn't believe. And now he's starting to figure out how to play basketball now. So I just think, there are guys out there. It might take a minor move or something like that, but there are guys out there. And also one thing, I know you guys are probably pressed for a little bit of time here, but
good, baby.
Good,
okay, cool. I did talk to my dad this morning. They actually flew to Philly last night. So they're there already comfortable and rested at the wherever the heck they stay. He said it's some
very
brand,
nice hotel.
right. I was like, where are you staying? Oh, it's a brand new Four Seasons. It's spectacular. We're up on the 60th floor. That you check in on the 60th floor, and you can overlook the city and all this. And I'm like, did you go to Mitchell and Ness? No, I didn't. What's Mitchell and Ness? He's so.
Unless Mitchell and Ness serves amazing food, your dad is not
right.
there.
No, or if they have a golf course, right?
Well, that's
yeah. So, but I did hit him about Herder real quick, and he said he spoke to Kevin, and Kevin has family in the area, and usually they all come to Philly to watch him play, and he said that was in question. So that leads me to believe that maybe he's not going to be able to go in Philly, but he was not in a walking boot or anything like that. Just had a little stem apparatus on his ankle, I believe. So there's a little bit of an update.
The stem stuff is pretty common, by the way. Like after an injury, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a device
is that
to
the stuff
stimulate
where
the muscle.
It's like the gel on your stuff,
and it's like a pulsating thing that he could carry
just
around.
Contracts your muscle.
He could carry something around the size of a phone and control, like literally stimulating his muscle.
Yeah, they're like, how much can you take?
Right. Tell me when it's too much.
Exactly. Yeah. When I broke my leg, I had an introduction to that, and I was like, oh, this is
turn it down.
Yeah,
turn
exactly.
It down.
Exactly. Yeah. I have new respect for people who have leg injuries.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Those are interesting devices there.
Mm-hmm.
With Kevin, though, I want to talk a little bit about Kevin Herter. How do you see his role moving forward? I'm just going to assume he's on the team, right? Like, do you think him back in the starting lineup is where he's going to stay? I know you talked about you like to see Monk there, but it doesn't, like Damian said earlier, it doesn't look like it. Don't matter what happens, Monk is never going to start for Mike Brown.
Right.
So do you?
Mike's going to continue day party.
Right.
He said Monk is a hit, but only off the bench. He can't start. He can't start.
Between the sheets
Right.
is when you'll hear
Right.
Malik Monk.
Right.
But so I mean, how do you feel? Did you think Herter, would always be somebody that came off the bench, or he would get that starting role back? Is that where he's most effective? Like, how would you play him moving forward with him on the squad?
Well, I definitely think he can play the 3 spot too. So I think again they could make some moves within the organization there to and I'm with you, Kenny. I don't really care if Monk starts or not. I just want him to be out there playing. I want 32 minutes plus or something like that. Somewhere in that range. It doesn't matter necessarily to me if he starts or not. But I think at this point, Herter's been better than Harrison. You know what I mean? And yet I don't see anybody taking Harrison's minutes away, or I just feel like Herter's been a little bit of the guy that's been picked on. Or they've messed with his livelihood a little bit, and he's responded, I think, both times. I think he's a solid NBA player. I'm not sure he'll ever be I don't think he's ever going to be an all-star or anything like that, but I think he's a solid piece. And on this team, whether he starts or doesn't start, if he's playing 20 something, minutes a game, I think that's cool. I think he definitely has chemistry with Domas. When you watch those two play, the way Herter cuts and the way he comes off of screens, it just jibes real well with how Domas plays the game. And I think Sasha could bring some of that too if he were given the opportunity, but he hasn't been given that. Well, I mean, he's had a couple opportunities here and there, but nothing real consistent.
Apparently they're gone. Apparently he's done. Apparently Sasha Vezenkov's tenure as a Sacramento King is over.
There's something there, I think. And again, this is 100% me. This, even though I talk with my dad, we talk a lot less about the Kings than people might think. I have a bunch more of my own thoughts about the Kings. Like, he gets sick of listening to me. He doesn't want to. He that's his job. He doesn't want me.
Bobby. It's my day off. Leave me alone.
Exactly. Right. He wants to talk about golf and car racing and stuff like that, and what's going on and what music shows I've been to. But if you look at it, I just feel like they're not in a bad spot right now. I mean, they're winning. The inconsistency has been troubling, but I think again, you can correct a lot of that stuff just by playing Monk more. You just can't have those dips in efficiency that Davion's just. I'm sorry, I've seen enough. It is what he's a great defender. He's a hard worker. And sometimes that's an unfair thing about, competitive athletics. Guys work hard and bust their butts, but there's still someone who's so talented they can come in and do less work. And I'm not saying that that's the case. Even I'm not saying that someone's not working hard. I'm just saying that we all know that that's the reality, right? I mean, sometimes hard work and being a pro and going through all your routines and dressing nice and all sometimes it's just not enough. Sometimes there's a dude better than you who doesn't do any of that stuff, and he can come in and get it done. And so I kind of think that's where we're at on some of this. Did that answer? I don't even know what the question was, but
doesn't even matter.
All right, that's cool. That's one of the things I love about you guys.
What do you think about Randy Moss fishing during a Sports Center hit?
But you called it. You knew it was coming, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, this is so great. So great. Bobby, man, thanks. Well, you mentioned it. What is your next concert?
I've got a couple coming up. I'll go see. I'm like the president of the Guapole fan club. So
yep, I know that.
She's coming to the Blue Note in Napa in a couple of weeks. Actually about a month, right around Valentine's Day. So I'll go see Guapole 2 nights in Napa.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go down to Long Beach, Torrance area to see a bunch of my buddies play in a band. They're called the True School All Stars, and it's just dudes that play. The drummers from Earth, Wind and Fire, the sax player played with Prince and Sheila E. They're my friends, and they put on a great show. So that's what's up
here. Maybe a few weeks ago. I don't know if she performed. She was hosting like this event at Harlow's.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't know if she actually sang.
I don't think she sang. Yeah, because I got the memo late
I
on
was
that
gonna say
one.
Bobby would have been there. If
I was upset. I was like, "How I missed this? What the heck is going on?" She did a thing last night. They had Deion Coles had a birthday party somewhere in LA, and I saw her. Dude,
he's hilarious.
I love Deion.
He is. Man, I know you guys both saw the Cat Williams thing, right?
Absolutely.
Of course.
All right, in its entire. I watched it twice.
Oh,
that's a lot.
I made two hours and 45 minutes. Hey, I watched it, and then this is so important. I made my wife watch it. I was like, we're watching this together. You need to understand what's going on. I love all that Hollywood weirdo stuff. Just oh man, I think that's the best.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
It's not like you.
Oh, he dropped so much knowledge in that.
So here's the real question: did you watch Stephen A. last night?
I did not. So what happened there? He went off on Whitlock.
Oh, for 45 minutes.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, there's just watching Stephen A. in this over dramatic delivery. It's so worth it.
What did he tell him, Davey?
Yeah. Did you tell him that? You bitch. Oh, so good. It's so funny. Bobby, you gotta see it.
I heard one D-Lo called Aaron Rodgers the same name yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
Did I call Aaron Rodgers that?
It happens. It happens.
So.
Yeah, that was funny. If I did it subconsciously.
No, you said it very, very consciously and loud. I heard it.
Wow. That happened.
Yeah. I think it was something like, bitch, shut up.
Oh, now I remember. I remember because he said he was the Jets got to eliminate distractions.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
You're the distraction.
Yes.
Oh man. Yes. Tremendous. I got this graphic up on the screen. Friday, February 7th, Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. I don't know, Bobby. Kings and Pacers that night. I might have to come through and hang out with us a little bit.
Oh, I'd love it.
Nothing better than putting the pressure on in front of 500 plus viewers here on the stream, and God knows how many people listening. Just think about it. If your calendar's open, we could watch a little hoop together. And
February 7th, huh?
February 2nd, day of the Pacers game.
Okay, February 2nd.
Yeah, keep that in mind, man, and we'll check back in. And man, we love talking to you, Bobby. Thank you so much for joining us.
You guys are the best. Anytime.
You the man, big dog. Appreciate you.
All right. That's the man. Bobby Gerould, the editor of hoopobsession.com. Make sure you check out our man's amazing work. Bobby is just one of the best. Like, he consumes sports like you and Ramsey.
Yeah.
What I love about Bobby,
probably more than me.
He consumes sports and music.
Yeah.
That's why Bobby's my guy.
Like I said, the only bad thing about Bobby, he's a Kennedy Cougar. I mean, nobody's perfect, though. I don't hold that against him.
You're like 40, right? You don't have to keep holding on to your high school rivalry.
That's like the one thing you hold on to forever.
Well,
what was El Camino's rival?
Everybody.
Rio?
Probably. What other rich school was out there? Rio might be up there. I don't know that. I don't
even actually know where El Camino's at. I've been there like once or twice.
You'll be stunned to hear this. On El Camino Avenue.
Barely know where El Camino Avenue is.
Oh, well, okay.
Barely. If anything past Natomas, I'm like, or past Capital Christian.
Do you know where the Tower Records on White Avenue is?
I do know where that's where Country Club Lanes is, right?
Right. It's very liberal use of this term. It's around the corner. You go down because Tower's on Watt and El Camino.
Okay.
Go down El Camino. Yeah, there's El Camino High School. Headed towards Fairhope.
But yeah, that's what we got, man. We got high schools now, man. That's what we got.
All right, we'll ride with it. Sometimes you just got to hold on to everything forever.
Although
you score 20 points in a basketball game, man, you hold on to it.
I mean, it is what it is, man. Shout out to young Reese, man. Got that first 20 piece.
Reese dropped 20 last night. Come on, man. Reese dropped 20.
It actually ended up, I watched the game film. It actually ended up being 23.
23 points.
Yeah, man. He was out there doing his thing, left hand layup. I think he had a double-double, man, with steals. Doing his thing.
Man had 10 steals yesterday.
Yeah, I think he did. I got to go back.
You know what they've been calling him? Little Tyrese. I'm just kidding.
No, Tyrese. That'd be a great thing if he was Little Hallie.
Little Hallie. boy, little Hallie out there.
That'd be a great thing if he was little Halliburton, man, for sure, man. But yeah,
I love that.
20 piece for my man. And then when I talk about the rivalries and Kennedy and all this other stuff, I kind of feel like I'm gonna be like Deion Sanders. Because you know, Deion, they used to get mad at him in Florida State because he was Florida State, but he would help out. He'd be like, yeah, that's a little bro, Ed Reed, or all those other guys. That's kind of how I am around here, man. It's McClatchy all day, but I shout out my young homies at Kennedy. I shout out my young homies at Burbank. I got love for the city. It's about the city, man.
Looks like you're helping the little bros all over the dial too, from what I saw this morning. Looks like you're.
Whoa! What do you mean?
Well,
yeah.
We'll come back.
That's thievery right there.
Well,
it's start trademarking Drake bars.
Stealing, helping.
You better pay for that.
It's semantics at this point. I botched this whole thing. I said like an hour ago, I want to start with Domantas Sabonis. I don't think we've said his name since then.
Lou Harrison.
Man, but with all due respect, way better.
Man, he's a problem.
Goodness gracious, what Domantas Sabonis is doing is special. We'll talk about that. Coach Patrick is going to join us. We'll talk more basketball with the head coach of Sac State men's basketball on the way. We'll dive into what happened in San Francisco last night and what's going on in the Western Conference. Plus, a seismic week in the NFL, a seismic week for coaching in general. All of that ahead here. Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Is the weather like as good anywhere else as it is like in California, as far as like the United States? Because like you look outside and it's like sunny, it's nice, it's still cold or whatever. It looks
I was
nice.
gonna say you don't have the threat of hurricanes though.
Yeah.
It's Florida because
Florida gets humid too. Like
them aliens will.
Yeah. So what happened there?
I don't know.
There was 12 cop cars there.
I'll tell you this. I don't know. I'm not saying aliens were there. I know it wasn't no fight. I know that.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but it wasn't no fight. I know that much. Hey, man, I got love for Sac High, man, all day long, man. Come on, baby. Come on, JD's love. I love the whole old Metro, man. Christian Brothers included. Shout out to my man Jermaine Brown doing his thing over there at Christian Brothers. Little known fact, I was about to be the head coach at Christian Brothers. I interviewed to be the head coach of Christian Brothers during the first couple months of the show. It all worked out because we went to 4 hours. No way I would have done it with 4 hours. But we were still doing 2 hours. I was like, I think I could swing this. I don't hate Antelope. I don't really know a whole lot about Antelope to love it. I don't hate it though. They're high
just
school.
a couple visits to Home Depot.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
Where is Antelope?
Between Citrus Heights and Roseville. Be the easiest way to describe it.
It's kind of like the Bermuda Triangle of Sacramento. Just gets crazy over there. But
I don't think that's true, but it's a little dramatic.
In the Bermuda Triangle, you don't get out or whatever.
Things just disappear.
Yeah, just disappeared. Time, like you're there for like 3 years, but it feels like 5 minutes. I don't know. But they have a great high school. That high school is really nice. Really, really nice. Shout out Sheldon Huskies. I think I gotta see. Did they beat Franklin the other night? That was a matchup of top 6 teams.
So we're of the belief this is an alien, huh?
And the Miami thing or the Florida thing?
Well,
I'm not of the belief it's an alien, but because like I haven't seen any footage, but like that is they said it was for a fight, and like Casey said, you don't bring in 12 cop cars for a
12.
Fight. It was
they had 112.
Okay, yeah, I was just estimating.
Yeah,
or
it's
whatever.
a lot more than 12. That is not 12.
And nobody's got video.
No video. It's in the mall.
Like, come on, nobody's got video in this day and age.
So I don't know if it was aliens or not. I don't know what happened.
You sure you want to talk Sabonis? You want to talk aliens when we
A
come back?
super tall human-like being. They got. Did you see the Brazil video?
No.
You didn't see the Brazil video?
No.
Okay.
They're showing up in
Hold on.
Brazil now?
So hold on.
It's a wrap for us.
Hold on.
Yeah, we're done.
We're cash.
Well, yeah, they said this thing's 10 feet tall.
Matter of fact, they might be the only things that could beat the robots. So maybe I'm gonna side with the aliens.
I'll side with aliens before robots. Yeah.
Because this
is
going down. Once again, I don't know what it was. What the hell?
Pretty sure it's Victor Wembanyama.
Might be.
What the hell is that?
I guess it's an alien. In the Fast and Furious.
Okay, so my next question so if it was an alien in Florida, so the police won, we're good then.
Yeah, I don't know what they did with that thing.
Did we get the win? We're 1-0 right now, or
1-0. Hold on. For those of y'all that didn't see it.
Bro, what the hell is that?
Well, here it is. We did it. I'm in the process of showing the Chatty House the Brazil
what the hell is that?
It's an alien in Brazil.
When did this happen? After Miami?
This was after Miami. This was posted this morning. This was posted on TMZ this morning. Super tall beings caught on roaming around hillside.
They out here.
And this is after the Miami incident. This is
what do
just
you
an
think
alien.
about Miami?
With all them cops? That's a lot of cops for a fight,
video.
Man.
No video of a fight. Not one. And then they had I think the police chief came out and did an Instagram video and was like,
so they have
there's video of people thinking there's something walking around,
walking down the street. Yeah, TMZ
That's
is showing
actually just the shadow. That's all it is.
No, the shadow. Okay, the shadow's moving.
You got shadows walking about then?
The shadow is crip walking down Miami Boulevard right here.
We got an even bigger issue now.
The police chief was like, nah, that's just the shadow of a person that is walking. That's all it is.
Yes.
I can guarantee you at this time, there is no aliens in Miami. Thank you. What?
Yeah, because they sent it to Area 52 or whatever it's called, Area 51 or whatever it's called.
Yeah, that's not a shadow.
Like I said, I don't know if aliens were in Brazil or in Miami, but there wasn't no fight at the mall. Or there might have been a fight with aliens. That might have been a fight.
So, like I said, we're up 1-0 right now.
The visual of the cop presence is nuts.
It's crazy.
The amount of cops that went to this Miami mall is insane.
And there's literally one video. It's just the overhead of the cops.
Yeah.
There's nothing on the ground.
Nope.
There's no additional video. That's the only video.
It's probably a smidge bit of a stretch to say hundreds, but there's comfortably 50.
Yeah, easy 50,
easily. Yeah,
I'd
50.
say more.
It's probably
more
closer. Yeah, it might be
that.
closer to 100. Yeah. There's cops on the other side of the street.
And these are the cop cars, so
Yeah, that's it. Right.
Two, and sometimes there's two cops in each car. Yeah, it was.
Didn't the Pentagon kind of Friday news dump UFOs too last year or something?
They did acknowledge.
Yeah, Kyle Renata doing the chat. Yeah, they kind of Friday news dumped, and everyone was like, "Whatever."
Christmas Eve. Yeah. By the way, guys, there's aliens. We'll holler at y'all. We'll holler.
But like Jesse said, we won that one.
That's 1-0 right now.
I wonder if I could
stop playing with us.
Alien.
Stop playing with us.
I could pull up alien Miami.
Did you know they said that a lot of the UFO thing, I don't know if you can call them sightings, but UFOs tend to fly more in the day than at night. Plain sight. That's what people who follow UFOs say. Because nobody's looking in the daytime.
Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna mute this. I'm watching these videos because I don't know.
I love this show.
I recognize
Which
what
one
a
is
shoot.
this?
I recognize what a shooting looks like.
I think this is
Is
Miami.
this Miami?
This is Miami.
This might be video I haven't seen before.
This was on this is somewhere on Twitter. This is the aftermath. You see the cop cars in the background.
Yeah.
And there's just again, I recognize what a shooting looks like. So I don't know that they ever. I don't know what this video is.
Bro, everyone's.
This is inside the mall. You can hear the sirens.
Yo, that looked like a 10-foot person.
What are you talking about? That what person?
Look at
All of
that.
this, why
Look
is
at
this?
that.
Why is this so blurry?
It's Miami. It's Bam Adebayo.
Look at that. That's not a.
Oh, that right there.
Yeah, that's not a. Those three things. Those aren't people.
I don't know
if
what
it's
this
CGI
sounds like.
or what,
I don't know
but-
what this sounds like, or I'd play the sound. Why is it so blurry? Why does it look like this?
That's usually what alien encounters are, blurry.
But this is the video. This
See,
is,
come
this is-
on.
This is the
It was a fight. They said they had fireworks as well. That's why they had so many cops.
here's a on TMZ. That's the one where I was like, that's bordering on like 100.
That's a,
cop cars.
look,
Look at that.
down. It's a lot.
Even if it was a shooting, I don't know if that many cop cars would respond.
Now the thing about the aliens is this is the problem I have all the time with like alien encounters and stuff like that.
This is the problem.
Well, look, they're always like, yeah, man, I saw an alien. Da-da-da-da-da. And it's always blurry. It's kind of in the distance. Like, bro, you've got an iPhone. It's 2024. Like, how is every alien encounter video super blurry?
Okay, to
How?
be fair, are you gonna walk up to the front of the alien though?
No, but from a distance, I can get a clear video. All of them are blurry.
I see your point.
That's why I'm like, y'all trying to play me, man. Because can't nobody in this day and age, we can't get a clear video of nothing. Come on, man. Stop. But I know that wasn't a fight at the mall. I don't know if it was an alien, but I know that wasn't a fight.
I've never sent 50 cars to Arden. That was not a fight.
I was gonna say two off-duty officers are gonna respond to the Arden Mall if this goes down. But now I'm just watching videos. Now I'm lost. Now Cat Williams is involved somehow in one of these videos.
Cat Williams an alien.
Oh, this is crazy.
Hey, there was
crazy.
another sighting though last night. Y'all hear about that sighting?
A sighting of what?
Of aliens in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you. Look at that segue.
That's world class
Look
right
at this
there.
Professional right there. What
They said
planet,
the guy stood about 6'10".
What planet is Domantas Sabonis from? Huh? Huh?
Guy stood about 6'10".
That
He
boy's
wasn't
nasty.
human.
I don't know if an 8-foot alien could do what Domantas Sabonis is doing right now.
He get a triple double on him.
20 straight double doubles for Domantas Sabonis. Probably could have gotten a triple double last night, but didn't need to play.
Yeah.
Finished with 24, 10, and 7 in 28 minutes.
And then that nasty dunk over my boy Nick Richards. I
Hey,
like Nick Richards.
Hey,
And he just threw it down.
Domas's dunk total for the season is quadrupled in the last week.
And what happened about a week ago?
We told that man to dunk. Dunk on these hoes.
You be the judge.
Tell him, get out my face. He dunked in transition and yelled, give me that. He dunked against Detroit, yelled, give me that. Yo, you're dominant. Shut them down.
This guy's a
Shut
problem.
them down.
This guy's a problem. I saw a stat. I thought I saved it, but a stat with what he's done recently. I mean, the numbers are insane. I don't have it here in front of me, but it's something like 25 a night, 11, 12 rebounds.
I think Will had
8,
that
9
stat.
assists. It's like, man, and this is like for the month of January or going back to Christmas time or something like that. He has been
I
fantastic.
feel like Will had it. If I find it quick enough here, because
I thought I had saved it,
Oh,
but I don't.
maybe Will didn't have that. Will had some Trey Lyles numbers here. He had some. Kings were 21 of 27 in the restricted area yesterday. Domas was 5 of 6. Goodness gracious, that was his swing stat. Keegan Murray. Oh, so that's I might have gotten caught up. I thought it was Domas, but it was Keegan. Keegan Murray in his last 5 games, 30 of 44, 68.2% on 2-point attempts. He's killing it right now as well. He had a huge game last night. But just like Domas is solidifying his spot as an all-star, and he's solidifying his case for a spot on one of those all-NBA teams.
And, I mean, look, it is what it is. Like, we know the deal, but new all-star voting came out. He's still not in the top 10.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah,
he's not going to be. Like, no one's going to care about it. De'Aaron is flashy. He's exciting. If you're paying this much attention to Sacramento, you're going to know De'Aaron Fox.
Right.
You're not paying attention to Domantas Sabonis. He's not as flashy and exciting, because we know how flashy Nikola Jokic is. Like, that's the tough part. Like, that's probably the most difficult thing with Domas, is because of the league and how talented these two guys are right now. It's like, whether it's him or Anthony Davis or Bam Adebayo, they're playing for the best center, not named Nikola Jokic or Joel Embiid. Yeah. Like, you're playing for an all-NBA spot, right? But unless those guys miss time, and we're watching the clock with Joel Embiid all of a sudden, unless those guys miss too many games, you're playing for the third team.
Yep.
Because for my money, at least right now, Joel is the MVP. Yeah. Jokic is right there for that nod as well. But for that position, you're playing for the third spot, and those other two are so good, it's drowning out how great Domantas Sabonis has been this year.
Yeah, 100%. It was a Sac Film Room is where I saw it. I found it now. In his last 13 games, Domas is 23.5 points per game, 14 rebounds a night, 13.9, 9.2 assists a night in the last 13 games.
Wow.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's
a great account, by the way.
They do a great job. I mean, to hell with the caveats in the respect. Those are Jokic numbers.
Absolutely.
Not baby Jokic, not anything. Those are Jokic numbers that he's putting up, and he's really stepped his game up. Since when things get a little fishy and stuff like that, he's responded almost every time.
Yeah. Yeah, and he did something I didn't think he would do. He did it against Detroit, the 37.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, Domas not going to go for 40. This is what De'Aaron does. He's not going to go for 40, but I could see him going for 15 assists. No, he right in there.
Yeah,
right in there for 37.
Man. Special talent.
Yes, he is a very special talent. The most well-dressed coach in the game. Coach David Patrick.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Coach, first of all, we missed you. Coach, we've been giving you space. We've been
so is my wife.
Obviously, Coach, this is a challenging season, man, but you got a new group of really talented men on your squad. We got the chance to see them play already this season. Like, how do you keep these guys, motivated, looking forward, like, hey, let's stick to what we do. Like, we've just got to tighten up a few things and keep them focused on the season now with Big Sky starting.
Look, like you said, we have 13 new guys, right? And they're coming from all different walks of life, literally from different countries, different programs with this transfer portal. So it's been a work in progress. The unique thing, or the great thing, is these guys' spirits have been high. We've lost a couple games where, we just didn't bring it that night, but most games have been right in the game. And there's been 3 or 4 lapses in play where these guys are trying to build on. So the good thing is we've been guarding better, which has been really good. The last 3 or 4 games, I think we're like top 5 in the country defensively. So now if the ball can drop, which it will, then good things are in store for this group.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I've noticed too. I mean, there's been a game here and there where, it kind of got out of hand, but for the most part, they've been these close losses and, possession here and there. And Coach, you definitely know this as a coach. I know you're probably thinking like, man, I need one of these to go our way, because I can't keep telling these guys like, hey, stay with it, and they don't see the results of a W. Like, how do you combat against that? Like, hey, you guys are doing some good things. We're just a play or two away. Just stay the course and stay what you're doing.
Look, the good thing about this group, I think 2 weeks ago we lost on the buzzer. Somebody was the number one player on Sports Center from like half court against the backboard, and I was dejected, not for me, but for the group, But the guys in the locker room were like, lucky shot, coach. I'm like, really? Like you guys, like they took it better than Knight as a coach and as a staff, and so that part's been positive, And I think the one good thing is we only played two league games in league play. Tonight will be our first home game, and so in the Big Sky, you just want to play good towards February and March, and I see our guys incrementally getting better because we're playing so many young guys at this stage in their career.
Is it harder, Coach, to win those close games when you have like you have a team, like you have a collection of guys who are all like working together? It doesn't feel like you have that takeover, go for 30 guy yet. Is it harder to win those close games when you don't have that fourth quarter Fox, that De'Aaron Fox guy to like, all right, I got it, I'm gonna do it. You got a bunch of guys just trying to play the right way and get everybody involved.
It makes it tough, in NBA, college, whatever it may be. But we're developing that. We play our freshmen and sophomores, I think, are going to be really good when they're juniors and seniors. And the teams we're playing against, have juniors and 6-year seniors because of the COVID deal. And that's not an excuse. That's just they have guys that have been through the war. And our hope is that we're developing that go-to type guy. But the positive of not having a go-to guy is any given night somebody can make shots and they don't know who to hone on. But I think over time that develops, and we're hopeful, by the end of the year that we find that guy we can go to consistently every night.
Yeah, you mentioned it a little while ago, a Big Sky home opener tonight. You guys hadn't been home too much this year. Like, how do you feel about like finally getting off the road? I saw these guys in the airport a couple days after Christmas. They were making moves. How do you and the players feel about finally getting into a schedule where you're at home a little bit more?
Look, I know we've been tested, that much I can tell you with the travel, with the teams we've played. But it's nothing better than being at home. Nothing better than that crowd at that arena. And with the students coming back next week, I think that'll even help some. But tonight will be a great challenge against a quote unquote NBA type player in Weber State and Dylan Jones, but a great place to have him at home here tonight at 6 p.m.
How's your squad feeling? Like how are you guys kind of dealing with the challenges of this season so far? They still got their heads up?
Definitely, and I've been through this a lot where I know when they're down. They're so young they don't know where their heads need to be up or down, And so that's the good thing, right? We have a freshman point guard that started the year as our starting foreman, as our backup four. That's now the point guard because of injuries and red shirts, and so he's developing. And when you have a quarterback that's that young, it's hard. And so every game he's got better. But their spirits have been high, man. It's which has been good. We have two guys in Austin Patterson and Nicole Maween who was with me through a lot of minutes last year, and they've been able to speak to it from the lens of being through this before last year and knowing that things are brighter on the horizon.
Coach, we like to pick your brain for just basketball in general. We talk a lot of Kings here, and we as people who follow the team and as fans have been kind of frustrated with the inconsistency of this team. Now they're still good. 9 games over 500. It's a good team, but it feels like they always, play 2 or 3 really good games and then they get beat down by 30. And it's like, where does that come from? A lot of us are like, well, they're trying to go from, it's not all the roses like it was last year. Like, oh, this good little team. Now they got expectations. You've been on a lot of winning teams that went from nothing in one year and then, try to repeat that success the next year. Is it more difficult than we maybe give it credit for to take another leap to another level?
I think it definitely is, because you go from being the hunter to the hunted every single night. When you got 2 all-star caliber guys in Fox and Sabonis, they're going to get everybody's best crack every night. And then your role guys, even their duties have increased, and so I think that's a learning process through. I think I was watching the game last night that their record is better right now than it was this time last year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which is a positive, right? The Coach Brown and his staff have taken the team another step, but I know we all want to go from first base to home base real quick, but it takes time, and I think the great thing about the fans here is that they ride that thing. It's like a roller coaster. But it's the great thing is the expectations are high for this group, for the Kings. And, I think those guys are going to go through some of this fire early on, but it'll help them come playoff time.
Coach, it's a game day, man. We appreciate you carving out a few minutes for us. We were just showing a video of what appeared to be some 8-foot aliens or something in Brazil. I don't know what their eligibility is, Coach, but you got some big dude. Hey,
Coach will find it. Especially if they
Coach will go find them.
If they turn up in Australia, I bet you they're coming to Sac State too.
Yeah. Man, we'll take whatever at this point in time. I'm joking, man. I'm joking. I love my crew.
Hey, good luck tonight, Coach, man. We'll tap in. We're gonna send you and Mrs. Patrick a bottle of wine. Y'all gonna get through this stretch right here. And
my bar's empty, man. It's all gone. My bar's behind me. That thing is cool, bro. So please send it.
Hey, that's the plight of a coach right there. That's the plight of a coach right there. Good luck tonight, Coach. We're watching, man. We're tapped in, and hopefully we're talking again soon.
Thanks, guys. Always.
Take care, DP.
That's the man, Coach Patrick, right there. I repeat this: it's a game day for Coach. So the fact that he carved out a few minutes for us, man, is good stuff. It's been tough. Like, they've lost a lot of games. Obviously they had that one that hit SportsCenter the other day. That's not the only game they lost by 2, 3, 1. Like, they've lost some tough games this year.
It's been frustrating to see because they're right there. They're like a player or two away a number of different times. They're 4-11 right now. It could easily be 11-4. With the way they've played in a lot of those games. But the gift and the curse of, like he talked about, being in a conference like the Big Sky is even if you were 11-4 or if you were 14-1, it ain't, you're not getting that large. It doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah.
The only thing that matters is making sure you're playing your best basketball at the end of the conference play and into that conference tournament. And they still got that right ahead of them.
Scout says the alien portal's coming to Sac. KC's right, though. If them jokers wind up in Australia, they gonna be at the Hornets.
They're gonna be at the nest very soon.
I didn't know this. Joel is in fact out tomorrow.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Jay just put that out there, I think.
Yeah, well, Sean Cunningham did too. Okay. I'm reading Sean's.
Gotcha.
Jason Anderson got that out there too. No Joel, no Robert Covington, and Kenneth Lofton Jr. All going to be out on national television tomorrow. Which I saw. I think someone put the number. This is crazy. Is Joel down to 6?
Yeah, the countdown is real now. No, it was 8 yesterday. This will, after he misses Friday, it'll be
7.
Yeah.
Oh,
he ain't
man.
gonna make it.
Sean also said Kevin Huerter's questionable. For those who weren't listening earlier, Bobby Gerould gave us that bit of news. He said he was talking to his dad, the G-Man, earlier today, and just based off what Bobby told us, I'll take what Sean and I'm sure JA had as well, and say this isn't an actual category on the injury report. Kevin Huerter might actually be very, very questionable, right. just based on what Bobby told us earlier. I'll take questionable and downgrade it to very, very questionable. Yeah. Didn't know Embiid was gonna. I thought I got the feeling that Embiid thing yesterday was kind of like planned. Mm-hmm. I know he's dealing with something, but I thought it was just injury management, part of the game, and that we'd see him tomorrow. Since tomorrow's game is in Philadelphia, I don't care.
Don't give a damn.
I would be far more like I want Joel to play in Sacramento.
Right.
Regardless, I want Giannis and those big dogs to play in Sacramento. It's the only time here. And I want everybody to have an opportunity to see those guys play because it's special.
Yeah.
But this game is in Philadelphia, so I don't give a damn if Joel Embiid play or not.
It's whatever.
Hey, sorry, pal. Get better. Get better. And, of course, as Manny says, 76ers by 60. Well, to be fair, the Hornets were without a bunch of players last night, and the Kings did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, and 76ers by 60, it's not going to happen. But don't sleep on that man Zero.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't sleep on what he could do.
Yo.
And I don't mean Tyrese.
Man.
He wore 0 too.
I was about to say, wait, you don't? Who are you talking about?
Oh yeah, his name is Tyrese.
I was like, who are you talking about?
I'm thinking Halliburton.
I was like, what? What is going on here?
I forgot his name was Tyrese Maxey. I was thinking
you had me questioning a whole lot of things right there. I was like, wait, who?
That was low key Nick Young taking the three and turning it around.
That was
still works though.
That's a prime D'Lo and KC moment right there. Yes, Tyrese Maxey. The boy had 35, 8, and 9 last night. He's nasty. He is the truth. And he is getting paid. Oh, Tyrese Maxey gonna get paid.
He's gonna get a max. He's a max player. He's a max player.
And I'm not talking about Tyrese. Lord have mercy.
What are you talking about, Tobias Harris then?
Talk about Kelly Oubre.
I started thinking, is Maxey 10? Is he double zero? What number is he?
What a coinky-dink. 2 Tyreses and they're both 0.
We'll come back. I don't know what we're going to talk about, to be honest. I can tell you what's on the rundown, which is not really gone very well today. How about the Pelicans? We talk a little bit about the Western Conference and maybe some interesting comments from Steph and Steve Kerr last night. It's on the way.
Ship be sinking.
It's why the morning roast was in shambles this morning.
Taking it out on us.
Yeah, like how did
mad at us?
How did we get in the conversation?
What the Kings
do?
do?
I'm telling you, I think he saw the video we made. D'Lo KC. You're on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We need to talk. We need to text Kim and see if she showed Bonte the video. Yeah, Logan, I was so baffled by the Steve Clifford thing, man. I did not understand that whatsoever. I don't. Yeah, I just don't get Steve Clifford. Thought that was a bizarre hire for them. Not just because it was his second run. Just it's not the type of coach that they needed.
Was that sabotage by Michael Jordan before he got out?
It might have been. It might have been. What was I looking for? I was just gonna put Steph. That's what I wanted. Steph and Steve Kerr. Let's get Kerr. Says he thinks the team has lost its spirit.
Basically said they lost their smile.
Yeah, it's essentially what he did. It's what his mom said. But
what happened?
She said you never smile anymore. Steve Kerr said the Warriors lost their smile.
Oh, man. I didn't.
I don't like this sound. Maybe NBC Sports Bay Area would be better. I don't know if they post that clip. NBC. No, that's NBC. NBC Sports. Let's see here. Garbage. Come on, man. Garbage. Nothing. All right. Let's try our friends over at 95.7.
Mm-hmm.
49ers has some media availability. Man, Fred Warner, George Kittle. Imagine having a reporter dedicated to go to watch the teams that you cover. Man, that'd be amazing. Here we go. Have a standard that's pretty evident. Okay, there's the Steph clip. Do y'all come through with the Steve Kerr clip? Steve. Steph, Clay, Steve. There's Steve. Good job, 95.7. You did well.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, we got that, Big John. From what I heard, you're filling in. Big John's filling in.
No clue, Tyler. We'll see. We'll put on our best, bravest faces, though.
And then Jesse right before the game. We're going to beat their ass.
Yep.
Love it. Love it.
Dolphins going into Kansas City winning in sub-zero temperatures would be insane, though.
Is that how cold it is?
It's like 0 degrees. Supposed to be a low of like -9.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Someone tweeted that Dolphins generate their own heat, though, so hopefully that works.
Man, I hate those games like that.
I'm going to watch the game outside and sleeveless in solidarity with them.
Yeah, 50 degrees outside.
I'm going to open up the fridge.
Yeah. Jesse's going to put extra ice in his drink.
That is cold.
Yeah.
That is really cold.
Yeah, I'm excited for the week. We'll probably talk a lot more about it tomorrow since the Kings don't play tonight.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the weekend.
It's a big time.
Super Wildcard weekend.
Super Wildcard weekend. I like all the games. Rarely does that happen. I like all
all these games got
Pittsburgh is like, yeah.
All these games got a storyline probably besides that one and then Dallas and the Packers.
I need to very, very, very unusual weekend for you boys. I have Saturday evening plans. And what time is that? Saturday. Oh, that's Saturday. Oh, that's a 5 o'clock start. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right for the most part. Yeah, if it's too close, I'll probably miss some of the end. But yeah, that's good stuff right there. I'm excited for this weekend, man. It's gonna be fun. I love the Browns-Texans game. I like both of those teams. So
yeah, I'm surprised. I'm looking forward to that game because usually anytime the Texans play, I don't want to see. But CJ is must see TV. Love my boy D'Amico
support your coach, yeah.
Man. So definitely locked in on the the Texans, and the Browns are watchable. I like the Browns.
Is Joe Flacco really going to win a playoff game?
Oh man,
like Joe Flacco he's really going to come off the couch and just.
So what's great about this? What's great about this? It's a big time story, no matter who wins, right? Yeah. Cleveland beats Houston. You got the Joe Flacco component. Houston wins. You got the D'Amico Ryans component. You got the CJ Stroud component, and not CJ versus Joe Flacco. It's CJ versus that Cleveland Browns defense. It's CJ versus the guy who I think is the defensive player of the year. There's a great story coming out of that game, no matter what.
Yeah, for sure.
And I have never, ever been a fan of Joe Flacco.
I don't know what Joe did to you
until now. No, I just wasn't a fan of Joe Flacco. Like not like I didn't like Joe Flacco. I was just like, I don't care. Like I don't think he's very good. I don't think he was ever very good. But what he's doing right now is, in my opinion,
I think he's cool because he's the only guy that just came out and like now he's playing well. It's almost
awesome.
It's almost like a movie.
I love it.
It is humanized him.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, and I like this Browns team too.
Yeah, I look at both of these teams with no. They're fine. Either one of them. Like I just watching a good game. Don't really care one way or another who wins. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a good game.
I've actually find myself. I'm not rooting for anyone in that game. I like the game. I like the story. I'm happy either way. I don't find myself rooting any of these except the last one. I want the Bucs to beat the Eagles.
Oh yeah. We all want that.
Of course. I'm rooting for the Dolphins. Of course. Like obviously, Jesse. I'm rooting for the Dolphins.
Nice save.
Thank you. I'm obviously
seriously send your good vibes to the Dolphins, please. We need it.
Much love to the Dolphins.
I actually I should say I do have I want the Steelers to beat the Bills too.
Wow, we can win a lot of things.
No.
That one I think is possible. Steelers got a good defense.
It's not possible.
You don't think Pittsburgh could put up like 20 points?
That's the one lopside game of the week. I think that's even more lopsided than Dallas and Green Bay.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Dallas and Green Bay. I feel like Dallas wins that one by 2 scores.
Green Bay got some players on defense that might make it hard for Dallas. Pittsburgh,
they might stop him for a drive or two. Let me go Dallas like 31-17 or something like that.
You got Mike Tomlin getting blown out, huh?
It's not about Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin lost to Baker at home in the playoffs.
Don't say it.
got
Say
beat
it.
down,
Don't say it
too.
like that. Say it like that.
Got beat down too.
Baker
Mike,
Mayfield.
Mike has done all he can do.
Get
with
that
this
money.
team.
Baker, franchise quarterback right there.
I hope the Tampa Bay Buccaneers sign him. I hope they do.
I don't like
Sign him long
your
term.
I don't like your tone when you say that.
There'll be one less team we have to worry about.
I don't like your tone when you say that. Well, no matter what, but I don't think you're gonna have to worry about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Period, whether they sign Baker Mayfield or not. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the weekend. We'll talk a lot more about Super Wildcard Weekend tomorrow. I'm looking forward to hearing this clip too.
Oh, let's play it.
Steve Kerr last night. Let's see how the Warriors are doing.
Any of them were deserved from the effort that your team showed out there.
Yeah, we deserved it for sure. Fell behind immediately, and I think we're just lacking confidence right now. You just sort of you get to a stage sometimes where you just kind of lose your belief, and it happens. And that's what's happened right now with our team the last few days. I think we've just lost the spirit, the confidence that has to carry you, against talented teams night in and night out.
It's tough. It's tough.
Well, it is what it is.
Oh, there's that saying again.
It is what it is. They stink.
Did you see the Clay clip about the fans booing?
I did. Clay,
I don't care.
they didn't like that. They didn't like that.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Whatever.
I mean,
meanwhile, Steph, I'd boo myself too.
Yeah, well, Steph said it perfectly.
I'm booing our team in my head. That's not the Steph Curry clip I want to play, though. The Steph Curry clip I want to play is this one. Steph was asked about the trade deadline upcoming. Here's Steph Curry.
A lot of things are just going on that you can handle, but do you almost feel like that trade deadline coming up, you've got a certain amount of time to show management to keep things together, or they might have to make some major decisions?
We have a standard that's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's the definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So as players and what we can do, we have to control our effort, our focus, competitiveness, control the things that we can on the court. Like every NBA season, every organization, that stuff works itself out, and you can't allow yourself to get distracted by that, because whether you're at the top of the standings or the bottom, there's always rumors swirling, there's always conversations, and it's just a part of the business. And until anything happens, you can't get caught up in it because it robs you of your opportunity to play good basketball.
That sound wasn't as good as I hoped, so my sincerest apologies.
Yeah, Steph, we lighting the beam over here. I don't know what I don't know what you guys got going on. We lighting the beam. Look, it's over. Okay, it's over. I'm not crying for them. Argentina They had a nice championship run. All good things come to an end. This thing is over. It's time to move on. Time to move on, Golden State. Your old news. Has-beens. Get them out. Get them out.
You're not at all worried about the upcoming trade deadline?
No, they're not good enough to get somebody that can change their fortune of their season. It seems not good enough for that. Like they get Siakam for Chris Paul, like they're maybe they get in the top 6, maybe. But they ain't better than the top 4 players or top 4 teams. No.
Oh no, they definitely are not.
I'm saying, like, even if they got Siakam.
No, I don't think they are either. Yeah, I don't think they are either.
And then they give up all that. They give up on a young dude, or give up Chris Paul.
That's the thing
for a guy that might not stay.
What are y'all gonna do with what are you doing with those young players? Like, that's my question to them. What are you doing with those young guys?
I don't know. They botched that.
You've got to do
so
something
bad.
at some point. Whether it's, look, we blew it, it's over, trade them,
Yeah,
or
hand it over to him.
Right. You got to do one or the other.
Yeah. I can't believe how bad they botched that whole, because they had it. They had that situation. I was like, damn. I was laughing the whole time they won 19 games or whatever, because I was like, oh yeah, it's over. I was like, uh-oh, they've lost too many games. Now they got a top 3 pick. This kid, they got it right there for them. And then they have Minnesota's pick and all this other stuff, the 2 picks that year. And they've blown it.
Is it Kerr's fault for it not working? Did he stick by the vets too much? Or is it maybe the vets not getting out the way, but letting the younger guys get in there?
Yeah. I think both of them.
Was it just Steve though?
Well,
do you think there was influence anywhere else about ride this till the wheels fall off?
Could have been.
We've seen Steve Kerr like detour from stuff. We've never seen him fully like deviate from anything. And maybe that's a relatable. Maybe that's a Duarte Herter situation where, yeah, I could do this, but if I do this, it's not that much better. So I'm gonna stick with this because this isn't working.
Right.
I think everyone. I mean, it's easy to point to the Sacramento game. When was it Kuminga or was
Moody.
it Moses Moody?
And they pulled him out.
Took him out. And there was a game. There was a game like a week ago where Kuminga was cooking.
Yeah,
took him out, and they wound up losing.
Nuggets game, I think.
That right. The big run, the one that you walked away from, the big run there at the end of the game, where surprise, the Jokic hits the shot at the end, and the Warriors lose. That seems like it's been an ongoing issue. No matter, I think the very day after or game after the Kings game, he went away from Clay. And it's like, okay, but he did it. But that's what it feels that they did it for a game.
Right.
They didn't do it for a stretch. They didn't go away from Clay. They went away from Clay in that game. And so I don't know if Steve Kerr's not getting what he wants from these other guys. I don't know what it is, but everybody, it was everybody. The people who covered that basketball team were quick to blame Jordan Poole for everything that went on last year. They all tried to sell you on Jordan Poole being eliminated from this equation, that the chemistry would be better. The dude who just came back from serving an ongoing, now I think at 13, 14 game suspension, told you the vibes are so much better. And the day after he said that, we called cap on the whole thing, because you can't tell me those young guys aren't upset with the way that this whole thing was handled, given the way that they're being treated on the basketball floor. And that has just created this combustible situation. This isn't a team 10 games under 500. It's a team that's fighting at 3 games under 500. But you just heard Steph Curry. This isn't D'Lo and KC. This isn't hate. That was Steph.
Yeah.
Steph was like, yo, we have expectations. This is a sample size. Y'all see it. You see what this is. If we don't do anything, how do we expect it to be different? Yeah. You talk about sending messages. You talk about LeBron sending messages. That was pretty damn direct.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to try and make deals. I think they're going to try and make moves. But I mean, this team is cooked. They don't have enough, and it's amazing. The thing that really sticks with me with this group is you just mentioned some of those guys there, and I said they had a heck of a setup. The 2 timelines thing I thought was real, and they found Jordan Poole. They had the number 2 pick. I think the number 6 pick and 11 pick in the same draft. And you get nothing out of that. Wiseman's gone. Poole's gone. You might, I don't know what you're doing with Kuminga and Moody. You get nothing out of that. Like, you could either have those guys, locked in, or you could have been traded 2 of them for, I'm just throwing out a type of player, but like Bradley Beal to go along with this group. And you came away with nothing with all that. Then the other thing that's frustrating, I'll sideswipe the guy right now. Draymond Green has been suspended for 12 games. And the suspension is lifted. And he's like, I got to get back in the game shit. What? I think I heard this right. He said the first 10 days he was sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah, he was in the man cave.
The hell are you doing?
His
if you're
daughter
such
came and
this,
got him.
if you're such a great teammate, all about the team and all this other stuff, you get the suspension lifted. You should be ready to go. You got to gear up now because you weren't doing anything for 10 days. That's ridiculous.
You know what else that goes to show you? I'm glad you mentioned that. This whole indefinite thing was such a farce to begin with. He would think about that for a second. He was comfortable enough to do nothing for 10 days. He was comfortable enough to do nothing because he knew. He knew the timeline. The timeline was worked out behind the scenes. As long as he did what he was told to do, the timeline was worked out behind the scenes. It just wasn't given to us.
Yeah.
That whole indefinite thing was such a sham. Because there's no way I don't know when I'll be back, would just be comfortable enough to do nothing.
Well, he knew it would be at least 5, be more than 5. It would be 7 at least. That's probably 10 days.
Now that I think about it, a lot of this thing is phony. Like he was allowed to practice and didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And no one has ever said why. No one has ever. Has any Warriors fan talked about that?
No.
He was allowed
Gerould
to
talks about
practice.
it every now. Gerould was like, "Yo, what's up with this?"
He was allowed to practice and didn't. Who decided that? Did he decide that?
He decided that.
Or did they decide that?
I think he decided that.
You think so?
Yeah, he just didn't show up.
Because you know what would eliminate this nonsense that they're dealing with now? If his asses showed up to practice.
Exactly.
I don't think it was him. This is that Warriors stuff. I don't think it was him. It was the Warriors, in my opinion, that said, bro, just go away. Go away.
I think it was, and I hear what you're saying. I think it was him because I don't think he's serious about being that good of a basketball player or a good teammate.
Bro, I just need one person to acknowledge that y'all have been lied to for years about this dude. If he's so important, Anthony Slater said it the other day. Obviously, you're important to them winning. Really? Then why was he not at practice? It doesn't. None of this makes sense. And I think the reason it doesn't make sense is because we're not getting the real story. Indefinite suspension, fine. You're looking at 10 plus at minimum. Warriors countdown days. How many days is that? Well, just go home. Just go home.
Could have been exactly what happened.
We can't have you on the. Well, you wouldn't be on the bench when you're suspended. He didn't come to the bench till the suspension was lifted.
Right.
We don't want you at practice. We don't want you at any. Just go home.
Yeah. Could have actually.
I don't think they told him to sit in his man cave. They might have told him to get on a treadmill or a recumbent bike.
What the kids say?
Go
Jesse?
home.
What were the kids say?
What do you mean?
What the kids asking Draymond?
Oh, dude,
Can you get us some cereal?
Can you get some cereal? We're hungry. You come back up here, please.
Kids wasn't eating.
Can you come be a dad?
And I saw that's cold. I saw the quote in here. I missed it. I'm sorry I didn't start. Here it is. Brian says, yeah, that was it. He's giving us our space. Steve Kerr said that. I told you as soon as Steve said it, I was like, yo, what? He said, we're giving him space and he's giving us space.
So let me ask you this.
Did y'all ask for it?
Quite possibly. Let me ask you this, both of you guys. If you're Mike Dunleavy, what do you do here?
I'm doing whatever I can to build around Steph. That means trading Draymond and whoever. My whole goal is to build around Steph.
Is Draymond tradable?
Yeah, because I think he's liked around the league as far as like what he can do.
I think you'd have to give up Moody or Kuminga too. You got to add something. With
There'd have to be an incentive.
Yeah.
To trade for Draymond Green.
Yeah, it'd be Draymond with Kuminga.
Yeah.
Or Moody.
Yeah. What'd you just? Oh, Shams. Shams said he got the impression. You could take that for whatever you want, by the way, that the Warriors are in the mode of everyone but Steph. It's everyone, but that means Clay.
Yep.
That means Kuminga. That means Moody. That means Chris Paul. That means Draymond Green. Everybody except for Steph. is available.
That's probably how it should be.
Now, whether that's reality or not, that's different. But that's what he said.
I think, and that's how it should be. Everybody should be on the table except for Steph Curry. I don't. The question is, what are you expecting to get back? Like, if you like, Klay Thompson is available. I'm looking for 3 first-rounders and a young player. Well, that's not where he's at. No more.
Would you make a deal to get Kuminga if it included Draymond Green?
I thought about it. I thought about that on the way in. I mean,
did Bill Simmons bring it up?
No, I did not bring it up.
His cousin Sal. Right.
Oh, my bad.
No, I thought about it. I could just say how I think about it. I mean, Draymond is such a dead weight. Like he's no good on the basketball. And I know people will get upset with me like that. At this point in his career, he's a liability. He's not an asset. So that would be an issue to be committed to him for the next 4 years. But if you can get Moody or Kuminga in that deal, I'd think about it. I think ultimately I'd say no just because of the money. Because eventually you got to pay them too. Like they're coming up on their rookie extensions or something like that.
Pay them what?
So with the rookie extension.
Oh, yeah, the rookie extension's capped. Yeah, so like
but that's like restricted free agency, right?
Yes.
So
if you accept
I could see somebody offering Kuminga a nice contract that you'd have to match if you wanted to keep him.
Yeah, but he'd only hit you can sign that deal early. Of course it would, but it would be up to Kuminga's representation to decide what's out. Not to decide. That's such a ridiculous way of putting it. To ask,
right?
Hey, Toronto. Hey, Charlotte. What's Kuminga look like for you? Any team that's interested.
Mm-hmm.
What's that look like? Yeah. Now, of course, they could work him, just like he can work that. Like that's the game,
right?
But oh,
would you for
the right deal? I think I might.
Yeah, I think it's something you definitely look at, and you look at what's being offered to you, and maybe you get Draymond with Mike Brown.
I have James get his whiteboard and run the numbers.
Maybe
see what we can come
maybe
up with.
Draymond with Mike Brown is a good fit. He can get the best out of him, and he can reach him and all this other stuff. I don't know, but I definitely think about that. Would you make a trade for Andrew Wiggins?
Yep.
Andrew Wiggins, I don't know.
So
way lost in
here. So and here's my question. Here's my question, and I answered too quickly, but I have to ride with it because I said it. But why? Why is he so lost right now? Like, is it? I don't know. But the question. So here's the question for everyone. What is this? Is this Andrew Wiggins as a player?
It seems like he's worse now than he's been. Like he wasn't like this in Minnesota.
So my answer is no, but I don't know why.
Right.
Like, how do you explain the way that he's playing right now? He was another one. He went through something last year, and it's tough. He's not going to go through that again. He's not going to miss all that time again. And so it was framed more as like the absence won't be there, right. So it'll be fine. Whereas something is weighing Brody down.
I'd be scared. I want to take a chance on Andrew Wiggins. I'd be scared to take a chance on him.
I understand. Well,
I'd be nervous because I don't know if he's get back.
What are you trading though?
That's the thing. So, but you
say scared, like what? What are you losing?
You know my thing, because that trade probably would cost you. I'm assuming like maybe Harrison and at least 2 of the 3, if not all 3 of those guys that we always talk about. And I'm always like, when you make a deal, that's probably your move. That's like your move for like probably the next 2 seasons.
Sure.
And do I want to risk the next 2? I can risk the next 2 seasons on Kyle Kuzma because I think I know what I'm gonna get from him, and I'm cool with that. Wiggins, I just don't know. I don't know. I like his game. I like the idea of him and what he could be. I don't know how far gone he is.
That's I like the way you phrase that. The idea of him. He's
What
28.
Man, 28. That's crazy.
He's 28 years old. Been in the league a long time.
Yeah.
He's an old 28. He's been around a long time, but he's 28 years old.
There's another one. Would you do it for Klay Thompson?
Klay feel like a jerk. I don't think I would. Here's man.
Klay, you know what?
Man, let me explain. I feel like Draymond could come here. But remember, for those just tuning in, the trade is for Kuminga. You're throwing Draymond. And it was for those who missed that. I feel like Draymond will be fine here. I really do. Like, for whatever that means, I think he'd be fine. I don't think Draymond is like a sulky personality.
Right.
I believe Draymond has flaws, but I don't think that's one of them. Right? Like Klay, I feel like Klay could show up here and just be a jackass. I feel Klay seems like the type of guy who could show up here and not talk to anyone. Yeah. And I don't mean us or James. I mean De'Aaron. Or Malik. You know what I mean? Like, I could see that, and maybe that's completely wrong. Mike would know, but I could see that more from Klay than Draymond Green.
The thing with Klay is, I think initially when something happens, he's in his feelings. Like, whether it's a benching, whether it's a question asked to him, whether it's something on the court, like immediately he just takes it, the wrong way immediately. But one thing that I have seen from Klay over time is when he has time to reflect on his response to something or something, he'll come back and be like, I was out of pocket. He'll do it again, but it'll be like he's not going to be like, I'm gonna just go about me the way I was. He's like, nah, I was wrong of me. I shouldn't have done that.
Let's step out. We'll come back. We'll continue to pick the scraps of the Golden State Warriors. Talk more about the game last night. I do want to talk about Bill Belichick and what we've seen from football coaches this week. What a seismic shift it has been this week in the hierarchy of football. And Matt George is going to join us about an hour from now here with D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. And I saw your. By the way, we saw the John Collins question. We'll talk about that when we get back.
No, 13th round today.
Oscar's getting scared.
What do you do? I didn't see what.
Posted some on Instagram, basically telling Floyd to leave Brian alone.
You don't even like Ryan.
He said, like it says in your name, talking about Mayweather Promotions, and he says, F off. Shut up, Oscar.
I didn't see that. I'm going to have to research that and talk about that tomorrow.
Who does Oscar have left if he loses Ryan Garcia?
Virgil Ortiz. And I think he's got one like flyweight, not flyweight. I think he's like a lightweight black dude. Oh, man. It's all gone, man. It's all gone. Should have brought some more. Shout out Jazzy 510. Making sure made some. I thought about yesterday. You make the medicine balls. I need some more of those in my life. Yes, Rachel in New Jersey. That's right. You're going to the game tomorrow. Big ups, man. We're gonna be representing Philly. If we win it, I need you and Avery to start the Light the Beam chat. I need you guys to start it. I'm gonna watch it. I think it's on the Zone, which is problematic because I don't have the Zone no more. But if I need to find a way, I'll find a way to watch that. Probably not. Now, J Street Vibes may come back in some form or fashion. Still waiting to hear back from Danny in San Francisco, but it won't be with us. Okay, Miss P in the house. Philly going up. Philly going up.
Just your vibes was a mission.
That was a lot. That was a Ponzi scheme.
M&M's. All I want is a damn M&M. Hold up, where Miss P gonna be?
At the game
Turks and
tomorrow.
Caicos? Oh,
Well, there too, but at the game tomorrow. Miss P in the house, Rachel in the house. Elijah might be in the house. He was in the house last time.
no, that's not good.
It's not
Not good at all. Sixers by 40. I wonder, is Bel Air coming back?
Season 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see season 2. You gotta watch that.
What's up? Just do it. We feeling good, bro. How you feeling?
Just got
Wow. Left in suspense.
Well, I mean, it's show related, so I could say just got word Bonte did not see the video, but it is being sent to him right now.
Okay. See what Bonte's response is. Jazzy 510 says, D-Lo, get your guy KC to make better health choices. I see you with the green juice. KC's not going to drink.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna drink the green juice, but I need more tea in my life. I like the sea moss, the cola sea moss.
Yeah, tell our girl to throw some kale in there for you and some spinach and mix
I'd
that
rather
in with
just
the
eat
fruit.
that stuff. Why do I have to have it in juice?
You get more of it.
I'd rather just eat it.
Tastes fine too, if like you put it in a smoothie or something.
Come on, hey.
I ain't say nothing. Radio audience didn't hear me say a thing. All I did was
it's like when the offensive linemen are holding and then they try to let
They
go.
hold every play, boss. Can't call it every time.
I ain't say nothing. I ain't even call for a whistle. I ain't do nothing. Hey,
She's talking about his cap. Why does her and her son always talk about how I don't eat vegetables? What is this misnomer? You guys sound crazy. Why do you guys always talk about that? I eat all vegetables except for peas.
What's the last vegetable you ate?
I don't remember. I don't remember the last couple of nights we've eaten out, so I don't remember what it was. But I actually love vegetables, except for peas. I do not like peas.
Yeah, peas are no good. Green
Peas are
beans either.
disgusting, but green beans are fine.
No, that's one of those vegetables I've never tried, but it just looks disgusting.
No, you got to have them. Green beans are fine.
I don't know why, but I chuckle every time you use the word misnomer. I don't know. It's just funny to me.
I don't even know what it means, though.
It means you're saying something wrong. It's just funny to me. It's a misnomer. Well, what made you say that? Why did you just call it a lie?
That's with the not the streets. That would be the non
classroom.
Yeah, non streets. We did 23-11. Shout out Swaggy R.
Hey, let's go.
Shout out Swaggy R.
23-11 steals. How many times did y'all watch the film last night for our man Young Reese? Did we post it on YouTube yet?
Twice. It's coming soon.
Did we make a reel?
I gotta make the.
You gotta make a reel. You gotta make a
the hype
reel.
tape, you know
Gotta
what I'm
make a
saying?
reel.
Gotta get
And
the
don't
music behind
make a
it.
bad one either.
Gotta get the music.
You gotta
behind it.
you gotta make the reel horror. Make it the right way. Make it vertical. Just make them cook like that 5-year-old we were watching hoop the other day.
Man,
you gotta make.
that
You got to make the reel like that.
And just like the 5-year-old.
Fifth grader got it wasn't a 5-year-old. It was a fifth grader.
Fifth grader.
It was
Just
a
like
fifth grader.
and when he made the move but didn't make the shot, you just cut it off.
Cut it off. Yeah, cut it off. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, shout out. He won't hear that. Shout out to our man Abe. He did his first show on 98 Rock yesterday.
Hey, big ups to Abe, man. Abe was here late.
He was talking to someone from Papa Roach on the show yesterday.
Oh,
He's like, he just called to say what's up. Now, I don't know what a Papa Roach is, but I know it's a big deal in Sacramento.
So it has to be.
Hey, shout out.
Big ups to Abe's though.
Yeah, Abe's a good
welcome
dude.
to Sac, baby.
Yeah, Chi-Town's finest, man, in here with us over here in the Odyssey studio. So shout out to our mans there. Anything left on the Warriors? They're obviously that was a, I'm sure Bonte and the crew are. How are they going to respond after getting? Can you imagine getting humiliated?
Couldn't be us
at home.
Actually,
by the Pelicans.
Actually,
crazy.
So not necessarily the Warriors. But
Wasn't on national TV though.
There's that. Wasn't on Wednesday Night Basketball.
No, that's tough.
But
what I was going to say is, I'm sure they're talking about how they're going to respond. Go ahead.
Doesn't matter. They're done. But we talked. Speaking of the Pelicans, we talked before the show or whatever. I think the Pelicans are legit. I think that's a for real good team.
Yeah. Did you call them frauds?
I did not call them frauds. I said I was not bought in yet.
Did you use the word fraudulent?
No, because I said if they're healthy going into the playoffs, like that's when I'll buy them. Because this team, like, it's fine and it works, but it's like I want to see how healthy Zion's going to stay, Brandon Ingram and those guys. That's honestly the only holdup. Like I believe in this team, but it's just I'm not going to buy it unless everyone's healthy for a full season or at least to the playoffs.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I think they're the real deal, though. I think they could play. I think the 5 or the 6 teams, the top 6 teams in the West, I think that's legit the best teams in the West. And then everybody falls in line after that for the play-in. But I think the Pelicans are in that group. That's a good team, man. You got Zion and Brandon Ingram. You got C.J. McCollum. You got Valanciunas, Trey Murphy.
So
I love Hawkins, the rookie. That
I hear
boy can
you.
shoot the rock.
I hear you. So let me ask this then: are they better than 23-15?
That sounds.
That's
about
their
right.
record.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. But I mean, I think they'll finish 8 to 10 games over 500.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they looked unbeatable in their last 2 games. This look like they're going to run the table at this point.
Right.
Yeah, the roster, the makeup of the roster, they really like. I'm looking back at their game logs here. They started 4-1, went on a 5-game losing streak. I remember that. Then won 5 of the next 6, and they've been pretty consistent since then.
Yeah.
It's really just November 12th was the breaking point for them. They lost the game to Dallas, and they've really kind of turned things around since then. And boy, it is extremely similar to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. I think they're on that same
It's
level now. Head to head, that's a different. They seem to be better when they play the Kings, but I mean, overall, I think they're about on the same level. They look like in the last 2 games, they look like the way you said the Kings look like when they make a sub last night. That's what you said last night watching the game with this dude. He said the Kings, when they make a sub, boy.
That's not. That's not what I said. Well, it kind of is what I said. I made a joke. Kevin Herter's. I made a joke. It's whatever. You want to tell everybody what you were saying when we was watching the game? We ain't even talked about this man yet today. You want to tell everybody what you were saying when we was watching the game? You want to get the 1025 studio cam to run your audio back about number 40?
Do we gotta get the note card out?
Oh, this guy.
There were
This guy.
There were aliens here. There is no tape. I didn't.
HB's on there twice.
Come on,
too.
man.
I was just watching the game. I was just watching the game. I don't know what happened.
He said Harrison bailed himself out because the man hit a shot. Man.
Hey, 6 points, 2 threes, man. Shout out to him.
And what you do you
I can't say that.
do you remember what you said when he made the second one? I do. And
What'd I
I feel like it was relatively early. He hit the second one.
Well, he hit the second
Hell,
one
we
in the
missed
second
the whole
half.
fourth quarter, so
Yeah,
it must have been the third.
Yeah, third quarter. What'd I say? I don't even remember.
That's probably all they're gonna get. That man had 6 points, and KC goes, "Yeah, that's probably it."
Was it wrong?
No, that's the cold part. It wasn't even wrong.
Hey, man, like I said, just give me something, man. Give me something. That's it. Last night he gave me
6,
6
2, and 1 is enough.
No,
That's
I
your
would have. I
starting
would have
4.
I would have like
Or
9.
3. What is he? 4?
3,
3.
4. 3, 4.
He's starting.
He's out there.
He's out there. Exactly.
I would have like 9. He took another 3
man.
right after that.
He did.
I would have liked to seen that
Yeah,
going,
you
and then I would have been
what-
done. I
what-
would have been like, cool. That's good.
What noise did you make when he missed?
There's a lot of things.
Watching games with KC is as funny as he makes it sound.
What if Harrison was going out there and just not scoring points, but at least taking shots like Herter was? Like Herter's going out there going like 2 of 11 or whatever. What if?
But
that was
Herter's
Harrison
putting
at
5
least?
rebounds.
Yeah. Does he have any rebounds? Does he have an assist?
3.
A steal?
3 rebounds.
I don't think that's enough.
So you guys need Harrison to be like what, like a 10 and 12 and 6 type of guy, or
Well, and then if playing defense, like if he's doing all that and he's somebody that you can rely on the defensive end, then
I think
I can live with that. But
sometimes it just looks like he's not even out there. That's it. Don't be that.
That's it.
Don't be that.
Yes, we've lowered the bar, but just reach it. Just don't look like
Don't
you're
make
not
us
out there.
Don't make us lower it anymore.
Right. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Man, watching games with D'Lo is crazy though.
No one believes that.
It's crazy, bro.
I missed virtually everything. The only thing I caught as it happened was the Domas dunk because I've got a radio station over here.
Watching the game with this dude, something else, boy. I tell you.
I didn't even do nothing. I just crack jokes every once in a while. That's all. Get my jokes
Oh,
off.
I was going to say something. Well, were you saying something else about the Kings?
It was Kings related.
Okay, go ahead.
Just first, we're having our fun today. Hey, you beat Detroit, you beat Charlotte. That's fantastic. You know, going into this game against Philadelphia, going into the rest of this road trip, this was another really top-heavy game. And hey, shout out Alex Lynn. Didn't give him his proper love.
Yeah.
DPOG. He was solid. That's Alex Lynn. That's bars, right? That's what you just said with Harrison. The bar just reached the bar. Alex exceeded it. 50 Cent was thrilled last night.
I like Alex
with the way Alex Lynn was playing. Those are numbers for Alex. But when you look, you realize, I'll take Kevin Herter out of the equation and go to Chris Duarte. Like, okay, and I think Mike, no, Chris Duarte's not. He's not the answer.
Right.
No disrespect, he's not. We're applauding 6 points from Harrison Barnes. The Kings, you got 25 from Keegan, who I don't think we've even mentioned today.
Keegan was balling yesterday.
Keegan was terrific last night.
Keegan was balling.
25 from Keegan, 24 from Domas, 19 from De'Aaron, and Malik got cooking late, and he got to 20. It was a mirror image of what we saw the night before in the sense you got more production from other guys, but you also the Kings pulled away from Detroit late. Like the game was still with a good team or a better team. It would have been within more striking distance. It was still 10, 9, 10, really late in the fourth quarter against Detroit. And then they just put it away. So the Maliks, the De'Aarons, the Domantas, those guys were playing a lot. Kings controlled this game, from like midway through the first on, and it put them in a position where they didn't have to play a ton. The big boys, other than Malik, I felt like Malik and Keegan played quite a bit. Didn't have to play. Domas and De'Aaron didn't have to play a ton in the fourth, and so you get the extra Trey Lyles numbers, you get the extra Alex Lynn numbers. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But again, this was another really top-heavy game to where if you're walking away, I don't know that I walk away going from this like, man, they need Siakam. They need Zach LaVine. They need guys who can contribute something more than 6-3-1.
That's it.
Or 6-2-1.
That's it. Like you need somebody that's gonna, like Trey Lyles had 8. Alex Lynn had 8. Like get some guys that consistently give you 8 to 13 points.
And those are 2 players off the bench.
Right.
The other the numbers I referenced aren't.
Just give me one of the starters, one of the 2 to give me 12 points a night, like a real 12 points a night, not because I had 25 one game or something like that. Give me 12 points. I can rely on that. You give me that. I think this team is cooking.
You think Mike pounded his head against the locker last night thinking, I threw Duarte in there and got none. I even tried Kobe Jones. And I couldn't get it. Now, you got to judge them differently.
Yeah.
I don't know that Kobe's run up and down a basketball floor in months, at least in a game. But you're trying different things, and you're still walking away like, I've got no answers for this 2 position. None.
And I think that's why you just go back to Kevin Huerter.
Except Malik.
Well, yeah,
except for Malik.
We know that's a non-starter.
Right.
But you just go back to Kevin Huerter. You say, well, let me see if this guy can, get out of the slump.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because Duarte doesn't seem that. Although, like, I didn't feel Duarte played bad in his time that he was starting. Like I thought he was doing okay. I was kind of surprised he got taken out of that role.
So I see this note. Where's Gilbert? Gilbert trying to be funny. I was told Duarte was Doug Christie. LOL. Well, how about this? You thought Duarte played well in his time as a starter. Thought he played fine in his time as a starter. If in fact Duarte was doing what DC did when DC played, you think he'd be playing 28 minutes, 25 minutes, 24 minutes, 23 minutes? Offense be damned. If he's doing what Mike desperately wants on the defensive end, do you think he's out there?
I feel like yes, if he's doing what he wants defensively.
I kind of feel like that too, and he's not. So what's that? Does that tell us anything?
That maybe he's just not contributing the way you'd want him to.
Maybe Mike's got the highest defensive standards in history, and nobody can do it. Hell, it might be Doug that has the highest defensive standards in history, and nobody could do it. He's probably one of those guys who's like, I need you to do what I did, and they're like, bro, I can't do what you did.
He's got that for most players.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Most players, not all.
What is this face that you're making?
He's got those expectations for most players. Not everybody.
Why don't you say who?
Why
don't you say who?
I'm just talking.
Why don't you say who?
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
I'm gonna run that sound into the ground. Run it into the ground. That's all I had. That was the remark I had on the Kings. Was the top heavy.
Yeah,
again.
It's something that you hope doesn't continue. But
it can't. Like it worked. It can't. Right. Like it can't. You can't expect this to get you through the season. It got you through the last 2, which is good. You're gonna need more.
And honestly, I think that's like the issue for some of the seasons. The season's issues, right? Is like they consistently not had consistent good play at those 2 starting spots, and somebody's got to step up. Hell, I hope it's Harrison Barnes. Step up,
Absolutely.
Harrison. Step up.
Absolutely.
Like, be that dude. I don't care who it is, but somebody's got to give them more consistent play out of those 2 starting spots.
Agree.
So now, like, if Harrison's giving you 12, a real 12, and now you're getting 8 off the bench from Lyles and then 8. Now you're like dynamic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It doesn't take – they're not that far away. They just need one person to step up, whether they're on the roster or whether it's somebody they got to acquire. They need one person in that starting lineup to step up.
Harrison scored 16 in that Raptors game. The Kings had 7 guys in double digits.
And what they put on 135?
Yep. 135 to 130.
I mean, it
Harrison had
elevates.
17 versus Orlando. Put up 138. The Kings.
Harrison played really good in that Magic game. Like,
the Kings had 6 guys in double figures.
He played. If you could get that Harrison all the time,
oh man,
we'd be talking, because he played
4
really
of
good.
6 from 3,
and he made plays too. I remember a couple of times he, sprayed the ball around to get the guy to open shot. Like, we knew he was out there, even outside from his scoring. We knew he was out there in that game. If you could get that Harrison on close to a nightly basis, this team is drastically different. Drastically different. So, Herter's out. Duarte is just going to be Duarte, I think. I can't expect Kobe Jones to do it. This is an opportunity right now for Harrison Barnes to grab hold of that spot.
Yeah, I'm fascinated at the Hawks game where he got 11 minutes. That was that comeback game that the Kings had.
Yep.
That was a huge Trey Lyles game. You go back to the Suns game. These are all wins, by the way. That's all I'm looking at. Harrison had 19. All 5 starters. Kevin Huerter, all 5 starters in double figures. You go to the Wizards game. He had 19. Hell, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe De'Aaron isn't the hub of all of this. Maybe, in fact, it's Harrison Barnes. Because all
Harrison
I'm looking at is wins.
This team is different. This team is different when he's playing well. Just need him to do it on a consistent
10
basis.
points in the Celtics loss. 12 points in the Timberwolves loss. 9 points in the Blazers loss.
3rd leading scorer. That was crazy.
3 points in that Hornets game. And then 10 points against the Pelicans. That's wild. The difference is wild.
Well,
Harrison's the straw that stirs the drink, I guess. Goodness gracious, man. Wow, what a difference when he's scoring points.
When he's scoring, and a lot of that times that matches up with his aggressiveness, right? Like he's active out there. He's looking aggressive. And that's probably the frustrating thing about it. When he puts his mind to it, it seems like he can have those effective moments. But when he's just kind of out there, I don't know if he doesn't realize it or doesn't realize it till it's too late or something like that. It's just out there. Like, kickstart yourself. Be like, oh man, it's been 4 minutes since my presence has been felt out here on the court. Let me get after the boards hard right here, or attack the basket when the ball swung my way or something like that.
That's probably the number I should have looked at, was the rebound numbers in wins versus losses.
Well, I think they're about the same. He's only averaging 3 a game.
4, and I'll just well, you're right.
I don't think those don't fluctuate much.
They do not. Oh, there's a 5.
Let's go.
There's a 5.
Let's go.
They lost that game. It was against the Blazers. I didn't realize that. They lost that game. Versus the Hawks, he had 0. Of course, that was the game where he didn't play much. Oh, I know you were taking us somewhere. Sorry. I'm looking at the Grizzlies. Marcus Smart.
Yeah.
Marcus Smart out for the next 6 weeks.
Jeez. They had the season.
Rough couple days in the NBA.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. In a really, really bad stretch here for the Memphis. Things really were kind of looking up for them. I mean, all things considered, things were looking up for them.
I saw the path that, the people that Tristan talks to in Memphis were talking about. Like, John's back. They won like 4 or 5. Like, yeah, maybe you can get to that 10 seed.
You talk about a guy like he about to go a coffee boy on everybody.
Uh-oh.
He had the impact people act like Draymond has. Like, he came back, and don't forget his first game.
Yeah.
He's a monster. Yeah. He hits the game winner. Everyone celebrated him. That, like, I felt like, vibes were set in Memphis.
Yeah.
And before the tip-off of that game, Like, yeah, no, it's great. Ja's back. They're really, really bad.
Mm.
I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
A week after that game, okay, it's there. It requires a high level of play, like, but it's you because I thought like maybe you get the first one,
Right.
all right, motion,
Right.
all of that. Maybe you get something out of the home opener or the home return, excuse me, and then it's going to they kept it going, but to lose Ja and then days later lose Marcus Smart, especially when I was trying to concoct a way to get Marcus Smart in the capital of California.
That would have been great.
Not gonna happen. But Marcus is one of my favorites. So tough for the Grizzlies. I know you were gonna say something, and I totally derailed you. So
we'll get to it.
We'll come back.
It was actually it was a small situation. Just wanted to make a statement.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back and talk more basketball. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings. Matt George is going to join us, and Bill Belichick leaves the Patriots.
Yeah, I saw something yesterday that actually bothered me more than I thought it would. I'll tell you what it is.
All right, we'll do that. We'll do that when Casey returning on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, guys. Just need a second. All right. Well, hey, that's what it is. That's what it is. You know what it is? It's that beam. They saw the beam and we're like, hey, let's get down there. Oh, there you go, securing the beam. 21-3. 21-3. I can't remember what the number was last year. I don't remember what the number ended at last year, but I know that was a number we followed quite a bit. Spencer, come on, man, stop it. Oh, that was MJ did that. Okay. Yeah, that was tough. Oh, that was tough. Tough. Yeah, Tyler, I saw that story this morning. That's tough. Yeah, man, it's because y'all are jerks. Brother tries to come in, do a little something different. Clowned. 5 hours. It was comfortable. I got one compliment on it. Oh, I like the casual look today. I had it on with sweats. I was hyper casual yesterday. I had those Jordan 3s on. Those one that just came out that I was like, oh, I got them. Like they're like in the store. Like you could walk. They're probably going to be on sale in a week. But yeah, MC, I got cooked pretty bad yesterday. I'm gonna wear it again though. Y'all ain't gonna scare me off from my little flannel. Would you rather acquire someone who averages 10 points or 10 rebounds? Yeah. No one will ever not think about Looney's. It wasn't even 10, it was 20 for Looney. But yeah, I get your point. You get your point for sure. You got jerk. Thank you, MC. That's my man right there. Zay, you know what it is. Gotta run to Stacy. Believe me, I knew all the jokes were coming. I knew. I saw it. I knew all the jokes were coming. See, look that's a respectable at-home setup.
That is a very nice setup.
My man Booger.
Shout out Booger.
Booger in the Monday Night Football booth was a mission.
Oh,
That
not
was
good.
crazy.
Yeah, not good. Not good. The little Booger mobile they had too, that was awful. But Booger himself, I think, is very, very good.
If you had to have one person do color commentary on the game, is it Jason Witten or Booger?
Booger.
Did we ever hear Booger by himself?
No, I think he was with Jason.
Yeah, like you don't need two. You've never needed two. They've tried. Remember when Kornheiser did it?
Kornheiser and Dennis Miller, wasn't it?
Oh, what a disaster.
Dennis Miller. What's he doing nowadays? One of the more non-funny guys of all time that I love for being this excellent comedian.
Man, you teased all sorts of things that are I don't know what the payoff is. So
well,
I'm listener number one here. I'm intrigued.
Well, the
Something
first
bothered
thing,
you.
We were the first thing we were talking about the NBA. I was just gonna say, can't believe I'm going down this road again. I think the Clippers are the best team in the West.
Oh, you keep saying that.
Keep saying it the last 4 years.
Well, you do that.
they
do that.
Never come through ever. Now the thing about it that I was talking to Jesse about, they've never not come through because they just weren't good enough. There's always been injuries that have prevented them.
Yeah.
So I think that's the thing you're looking for now is somebody going to go down again? And if they don't, I think they might go to the finals. Clippers are.
And let's cut this off before it starts. They don't need James Harden to be great in the playoffs.
No.
Because you got Kawhi and Paul George.
Kawhi's going crazy this year too. Kawhi
is incredible.
Russ is fantastic. Did you see that the thing with Russ and KD talking to each other?
I did. I did. I love that never ends. I absolutely love that never ends.
The other thing I was going to talk about, and this goes into probably what we'll get into right now is.
By the way, Malik is on the list. Russell Westbrook's still my favorite player.
Still number one.
Yeah, he's still number one. I'm gonna love that dude forever.
I love Russ myself. I listened to the Pete Carroll press conference yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I felt bad for Pete.
I
felt bad for him. That was sad. It's not like, oh, he's sad. It was just sad to watch. He didn't want to leave. He did not want to leave. He got forced out. And he was sad about it. He broke down a couple of different times. That was rough to watch. I felt bad
Seahawks fan,
for
Kenny
Pete.
Caraway. Look at that. Look at that. Look at you. You're human. You didn't tell Pete to stop crying or nothing.
No, well, I mean, they weren't. It was the beginning of the fourth quarter, and he started crying. It was at the end of his.
Well, Willie Green can kiss my ass. You go up by 50 and get the Golden One Center. Willie Green can go to hell.
About that because he's beat our ass ever since.
Willie Green can go to hell at this point. He's just calm down with the way he's playing Sacramento.
I felt bad for Pete, man. He's a legend.
Understandable.
He wanted to keep going, and they clearly told him they were going in a different.
So,
direction.
and we'll certainly ask this question about the other big name that. So it's interesting because Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, they didn't retire. They parted ways with their team.
Yeah.
Do you think either of those coaches coach next season?
I don't think Pete does. Pete,
I'm wondering, can Pete? Like, was it?
I don't. Yeah, because I don't know what happened. He didn't get fired. He's not the head coach anymore.
But it certainly feels like if you're no longer the head coach,
you should be able to walk away.
Yeah, I'm going to go be a head coach somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't think Pete does, but I hear your point.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think Bill Belichick does.
Mm-hmm.
I think he does. I think.
Yeah, Bill did not. We didn't get to hear it because it was I think it started around 11. We have quite a bit going on in the morning. We didn't get it. I didn't get the impression Bill Belichick was done with football.
No.
Or even remotely close to done with football.
Yeah. Yeah. So Bill Belichick, I think he coaches. I think he goes to the Chargers.
And you want to explain why?
They got the best quarterback.
Yep. And
So
he has dealt with not having the best quarterback before.
Right.
I don't think he wants
And
to
I
deal
think
with
they're
that
the
anymore.
closest. Like the roster is good. You still got guys like Keenan Allen. You got
God, it feels like Keenan Allen's been in the league for 37
I know,
years.
right? You got the what's the running back's name?
Eckler.
You got Austin Eckler.
Eckler.
You got a defense with Khalil Mack. You got
He's very good versus the
Derwin
Raiders.
James. They got a couple other guys that they got in free agents. You got players on the right. You got Joey Bosa still there. So you have guys that, with the right leadership, seem like they can turn things around rather quickly.
Mm.
You talk about Washington. You talk about Atlanta. You talk about Las Vegas, which I don't think he would go there anyway, but just got to mention him anyway.
Why do you why are you so definitive in that?
Who's the owner? Or one of the owner?
Oh, well.
I think it was
Tommy.
Schefter or one of the top NFL writers, like
For those that missed that, by the way, I didn't want. You're not talking about Mark Davis. You're talking about Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Schefter, one of the Ian Rappaport, one of those top guys or whatever, tweeted, "Don't be surprised if like some team fires their coach to hire Bill Belichick too."
Oh, absolutely
Kind of made it
believable.
seem like I don't know if it was a mystery team type of thing, but like don't be surprised if that happens.
Absolutely believable. Mhm.
Yep. So, and then you brought up a good point too of like, I say it's the Chargers, but we kind of sneeze at the Commanders. I'm with you. I agree with what you said. I think they're going to make a hefty offer to whatever coach they want.
That's
they're
what
going to make a hefty
that's what new
offer.
owners do.
Yeah.
Like that's new owners want to do something, right? We saw this for the Phoenix Suns with the Kevin Durant deal, right? New owner Matt Ishbia. I'm gonna make a splash.
Yep.
All right, cool, man. You did it. Good for you, Bradley Beal. Hey, cool. Maybe a little bit more under the radar for some of you was what he did with the Mercury. He was open, very open with candidates for that job. I'm going to make you the highest paid coach in the league. And the barometer has now been set by Mark Davis and Becky Hammond at $1 million. And he did that. I think it was like $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, something like that. But I'm going to pay you more money than any other coach in this league. And that's how he was attracting big names for what's going to be a really difficult year for the Phoenix. Isn't good, and they're not going to be good. Right. You're going to have to do the Diana retirement tour, which I love Diana Taurasi, but that's tough. Diana's like 42 years old.
Yeah.
Brittany Griner,
Seems like she might her best basketball.
I think she's man, and understandably so. Yeah. Like I think
she's not young either.
She's not. And so, like, they're
even
going
outside of everything that she went through, she's still not a young ball player herself.
And they're going through, a transition. But like we don't have the best quarterback. Oh, we need some help putting together this roster. Apparently, according to, I think it was Rappaport, they're getting whether it's I think it's their head of basketball, head of football operations, which is essentially like their top guy. They're getting that position dealt with like right now. They're trying to speed that through because they want to get to the coaching thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if you hear, the Commanders sign ... to a massive coaching contract.
To a Coach Spo-like contract.
Yeah, well,
wait till.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
They said they waited till the ink dry.
Where did that come from? Did that come from the shade room?
I saw it on It Is What It Is.
I think Kamara sent it to me. That's where I saw it.
I saw it on It Is What It Is.
I didn't. So for those who are out of the loop on this is such a terrible thing to talk about. But shout out to the Miami Heat. I'm just going to call it a rumor. I'm just going to call it a
rumor. I don't know.
I'm just going to call it a rumor until I see it somewhere else. Okay. There's an article in the Miami Herald. There's a report that the Miami Heat waited until Eric Spoelstra's divorce was final and then signed him to the biggest, to that massive contract that he got.
Wow.
The headline, oh, shoot. You have to have a subscription to the Miami Herald, and I only have that on Apple News.
We probably should have that because aliens are just going.
Well, they
around
are
aimlessly
actually. I
down there.
have Apple News on my computer. Why am I pretending? But the headline is, "Way to fumble the bag." Eric Spoelstra's ex-wife breaks silence over his record contract.
Oh man!
Wait, now I need to know what I didn't know Eric Spoelstra was divorced. That's terrible. Not laughing at divorce.
Yeah,
Shout
I
out
had
to
no idea.
Hey, shout out to everybody who makes it.
Well, it's like
Marriage
they
is
said
hard.
with Dame Lillard too. Like that's why he wanted to go to Miami, and they sent him to Milwaukee.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not reading this. It's women can't win. Okay, lady. I'm not looking at any of this. Stop it. Stop it. Did you see who bigged up Eric Spoelstra?
No.
LeBron James.
Come on, man. Come on. This dude Bron is a savage right
The
now.
king. The king did it. Well deserved, I think he said.
Did he put sorry for trying to get you out of there?
I don't think he said that. It was just a rumor.
Oh man.
Sorry about that shoulder bump, big dog. Sorry about that shoulder bump.
The other thing with the with the NFL.
By the way, if that's true, shout out to the Miami Heat. Shout out to Pat Riley.
Man.
Pat Riley. Shout out Pat Riley.
That's wild.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I
that's
ain't never
pretty
seen
wild.
that one before.
Yeah, that's new.
And with the coaches, do you think that, because Jesse talked about like a team may get rid of a coach to do it, you think any playoff teams will do that to get Bill Belichick?
No. I'm just scanning real quick. I'm scanning super. No.
What about Philly?
Oh,
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Oh,
warm it up.
Oh,
Sirianni
Bucks beat the Eagles
so long.
So Nick, what exactly do you do here, Nick? If I'm Howie Roseman, what your day? What's your day to day looking like?
Bucks beat the Eagles. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Ooh.
That's a good one. It's the only one. Well, no, it's not.
What you think about Buffalo?
I know what you're cooking. Say it.
Your boy in Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't get Sean Payton,
Mike
but Bill
McCarthy.
Belichick is right there.
Can you imagine?
Doesn't matter when they lose.
Can you imagine Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones?
Jerry almost needs them to beat Green Bay so they could play Dallas or whatever. And Jerry could say at the press conference when he fires them, I need Bill to get me over the hump against Dallas, or against San Francisco.
Let's dead this already, because how is this different than Parcells?
How
would be hiring Bill Belichick different than hiring Bill Parcells?
Oh, wouldn't be. And Jerry told you he's never doing that again.
Well, there it is. So okay, so
Jerry,
Dallas is
Jerry
out.
said y'all begged me to relinquish control and bring in somebody established, and you see it got us nowhere. I ain't doing that no more.
Got you nowhere. It got you nowhere.
It didn't get him any further than it was before.
Well,
Bill didn't do nothing.
Bill built that team that got him to 13 and 3 the next year.
Got him nowhere.
Well, they didn't win anything.
Yeah, got him nowhere.
But to say it got him nowhere is ridiculous.
He went to the playoffs with Del Campo.
Did he?
Yeah. He went to the playoffs with a bunch of different coaches. Old boy got him to the playoffs. Garrett.
Yeah, well, Garrett was the coach for like 11 years.
You can really tell when D'Lo was like a true Cowboys fan because you talk about Tony Romo or Bill Parcells and that guy gets hot.
No, I'm not a big Bill Parcells. Hey, don't. I don't like the way you did that. Don't do that. I do like Tony
like that
Romo.
little like 02 to like whatever 08 period.
I'm gonna see you. Man, I'm gonna see you. I don't like the way you poke fun at my former Cowboy fandom. I do like Tony Romo. Y'all need to leave Tony Romo alone.
It was the anniversary that like over the weekend of the Seahawks game.
I don't care. What do I want to celebrate that for? I remember watching that. Being so agitated with Bill Parcells. Yo, leave him alone. Don't do this.
It was
don't
like
do
a
this.
23-yard
Don't
field
do this.
goal.
Don't do this. They didn't.
Personally, I wouldn't have dropped it.
He hadn't dropped it as like the whole year. He hadn't dropped the field goal. And in the biggest moment, just got too slick and it fell. Wow.
Y'all
for real,
Y'all just let me know when you're done.
Did you like the Cowboys at this time when the Dez caught it? That's that anniversary today.
I did.
He caught the ball. He did catch it.
I was a Cowboy fan. I think I was a Cowboy fan even on the Aaron Rodgers pass. I think I was still a Cowboy fan then.
Ooh, that was
Because I didn't
crazy
leave right when the Kaepernick stuff happened. I left, I think, the following year.
when he took the knee at Arizona.
When
on
he
Monday
looked
night.
at that goddamn camera and did that whole, I was like, yeah, I'm gone. I'm done.
I had to let my people know
I'm out.
that I stand in solidarity.
They really locked arms, took a knee.
We locked
Those
arms.
idiots booed. They got back up and walked back.
We locked arms together, and we let everybody know that we were here. We were here together as Americans, and that's why this is the greatest country in the world.
You gotta love
You know
it. Come
who-
on, you gotta love it.
You know who was even worse was Garrett when they did the the Cowboys had the Amazon show. All
they
or
had, like,
nothing.
the Hard Knocks type show.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all or,
I don't think I
all or
checked that
nothing.
out.
Yeah, and they showed a clip of one of the episodes. It wasn't a clip. One of the episodes, there was a scene of Jason in the coach's room. Hey, we're going to stand for the national anthem. That's what we do, and no player will take any. That was Jason Garrett. That wasn't Jerry Jones. It was Jason Garrett who said that to his coaching staff. I was like, good. Your punk ass can go to hell too.
And then he said, that's all he does is clap.
Which amazingly is still more than Sirianni does.
Oh, Sirianni. That guy, he is the worst head coach of all time. He does nothing. He's the worst.
Sirianni's the little brother that you bring around or whatever. He's just always talking trash. Like, dude, relax.
Then when it was time
Didn't he
for
try to
actual
talk
plans,
during the 40 before? Didn't he get into something before the 49ers game?
Before the game, he was
Yep.
talking.
Yep.
During the game, he said,
Yep.
hey, get 57 out of here. He needs to be gone.
Boy, that's a good one, Jesse. That's one to watch. If my boy Baker could end Nick Sirianni this weekend.
Ooh.
They're in Tampa Bay too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You know, there another
The Fox camera going to catch Bill Belichick in the box. Or that's Monday Night Football. That's going to be ESPN.
They got Bill in the box like they had the WCW guys at the 2002 WrestleMania.
There's Chuck Palumbo up there. You're listening. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5.
You know.
All right, I need to finish this.
Oh yeah.
It's Bill Belichick and his staff in the box.
Will you stop?
Will you stop? Will you stop?
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Matt George going to join us in about 10 minutes.
I got another thing that I heard about these coaching situations, right? I don't know if he's the favorite, but I just scrolled and came across something. You hear who they talking about taking over in Alabama, possibly?
No.
This guy, your boy in not Cleveland, Clemson. Dabo.
Yeah.
I guess he's got Alabama connection. I guess
that checks
he
out.
went there or coached there or something like that.
That checks out. There was a report. It was the Oregon coach.
Yeah, he made a video saying I ain't going nowhere.
I didn't see that.
He was rumored.
It was a local guy.
I think he kind of flew too close to the sun on that one. He was wrong on that one.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
A local guy,
yeah.
like a news anchor in Oregon.
Oh, I was hoping it wasn't that local guy. I was like, oh no. The local
not our
guy.
not our local guy.
No,
not our local
I was like,
guy.
oh, he thought he was breaking news.
No, there was a
Can you imagine that guy was breaking Alabama news though?
Drew breaking.
That'd be awesome. Drew goes from a Kings legend to a Bama legend. Roll damn tide. No, it was a local guy in Oregon. It was a news anchor who said, "Yeah, they're bringing in, or they're looking at our coach here at Oregon." And like there were articles. I found an article this morning. Hey, who is this guy? You might be asking, and it had his name. You might be asking yourself who ... is. Like, Yeah, click. Who is that guy? And why is he breaking Bama news?
I think that guy might have been the one that reported that he was in Alabama. The coach was in Alabama.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, he said he was in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
Geez.
And then he came out, or he didn't come out saying this in his video, but he's like, yeah, the reports that I was out there are completely inaccurate. And it was like a hype video basically. And he was like, they had all the graphics and stuff, like something I'm gonna do with Reese, right?
Yeah.
And it's like there's a bunch of starters, there's not a lot of finishers. I'm here to stay. I'm not going nowhere. And then at the end, he's like smoking a cigar, kick back or whatever, and it was like Oregon's logo. Like, yeah, I'm not going nowhere.
Okay, it's a fire hype video.
Yeah, but your boy Dabo might leave Clemson high and dry. Dabo stinks.
I wonder what the buyout for that is. Sometimes the buyout is the remaining years of your contract. Sometimes it's the remaining years of your contract times 2. And you know what? Bama will not care.
Oh, they ain't gonna.
How much is it? $100 million? Here, have it. I don't care.
They
Here,
ain't
take it
tripping
all.
off that at all. At all.
Take it all. Mike,
I'm reading this right. His buyout's only $7.5 million for
Really?
Dabo. Yeah.
I know a coach just got a higher buyout than that. Jesus, $7.5 million?
Yeah, it's what the Google machine says.
Wow.
Hey,
right.
so look, Rory got something in the chat, and he says, "Did you guys see Jason Anderson got tricked by the fake Woj IT sign into the Grizzlies?" I did not see that. I didn't see that, but I did see somebody
Another
else.
one bites the dust.
Somebody else got. It wasn't Jay. It wasn't anybody Sacramento. I forgot who it was, and they were
Jay
like,
got over here.
"Let's go! Love to see."
I want to see if JA tweeted, "Oh man, they got me." No.
It was oh man. Somebody, I think it was, I don't know who it was, but somebody got tricked.
Did y'all see Keegan in the DPOG pick? I gotta pull that up. That's an all-timer.
Keegan absolutely in on the bit now.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask you. Is this a bit? Like, is like this? 100%. This is the bit. Okay.
Oh, that's who it was. Now that's who it was. Trey Chuck D got.
Oh no! Oh no!
That's who it was.
And Isaiah had to put out a tweet saying it's not true, guys.
It's it was all Isaiah.
Yeah. That's who it was. Chuck D. I said, "Oh
game.
man."
Oh, they don't have the DPOG pick on
Twitter.
On Twitter. I know JA has it. That's what I was just looking at, but
their Twitter don't line up with their Instagram, man.
I guess not.
IG.
I guess not. Light the beam. There's a okay.
Uh-oh.
I got it. There it is. So there's our man Keegan. And then
the King zoom in on him.
Keegan's funny, man.
Keegan low-key is hilarious. He knows it too. He got his own style.
Oh yeah. He do.
Yeah, it's a bit though. He's leaned into the bit. I think the whole bit of him not just saw Jay. It happens to all of us, Jay.
Yeah, don't.
But I think he the whole not smiling. I think he's in on that bit.
No, that's a bit now. I don't know. I was talking to our man Reggie the game over our Christmas break, that weekend game.
Yeah.
And
Reggie keeps saying he gonna call in, man. Tell him call in, man.
Not after what happened Monday. Reggie ain't gonna call in for a while. Reggie probably ain't even gonna let us back to the media room, or not us. He gonna let me back there. He might not let you back.
I told him it's gonna be the Niners-Browns Super Bowl. Get on his good side.
Reggie, by the way, is a very big Ohio State.
I tried to tell him.
Very
he
big
told
Ohio
me it was going to be something different.
Hey,
I said, Reggie,
it's funny. He was like, he knew Michigan was good. Like we talked about. We didn't talk about it when you were around, but yeah, he knew Michigan was good. But I was talking to him, and I was there really early that day, and Keegan was out, and Keegan comes walking to the back, and what's funny is, because Reggie's kind of the last line of defense, back under the tunnel. And when a player walks through, they yell incoming to each other. So I hear incoming, and here comes Keegan. His head's kind of down. Reggie goes, "Hey, what's up, Keegs?" So just head doesn't move, mouth barely moves, and he just keeps going. What's up, Keegs? What's up? Keeps going.
You know the crazy thing about Keegan, that like could be like a captain obvious situation, but I don't know. Maybe you don't really pay attention to it till you're like up on him. He's hella tall to like shoot and be like as versatile as he is. Like he's hella tall.
He is. Yeah.
To be doing all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, we joke about that. That was one of the first times I've been that close to him because he works out really, really early. So I'm never anywhere near him. That was the close. Oh yeah. That struck me too. He's a lot bigger than you expect.
Yeah.
Y'all are jerks, by the way. Because then people, when you take screenshots of the bad tweet, Chef Murray just sent me a screenshot of JA's tweet. Man, leave JA alone.
So too.
That's by the way, that is a pretty damn convincing fake Woj account. But
look at the fan. Look at the.
I didn't see that part. It's written so small. Oh yeah, they got JA. Come on, man.
Oh, you're in good company, Jay, because they got Chuck D too.
Well, at least you never announced it live on the radio, JA. So there's always that.
DeMar DeRozan, 2 years, $90 million.
Couldn't figure out how the math worked.
DeMar was getting $45 million a year before the cap went up. He was getting $45 million a year.
We'll come back. Yeah.
Oh man, arson's an all-timer.
Arson's all time. As an all-timer for sure. We'll come back. Matt George, ABC 10, Locked On Kings. Yes, indeed. Joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, come on, man. We're doing a Michael Jackson movie. Come on, man. These have all failed in the past. Don't do this.
Is Flex coming back to do it?
Oh, God. Who was Flex married to? Shanice?
Shanice, yeah.
Are they still married?
Mm-hmm. As far as I know.
Look at y'all. Look at y'all.
Just like, do you know who Omar Epps is married to?
I don't, Matt. Do you?
Huh?
Who's Omar Epps married to?
Who's Omar Epps?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Keisha from Total.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, Keisha.
What's your favorite Total song?
Keisha, do you love me? No, wrong one. Wrong Keisha.
Well, everybody's singing Drake today. Matt George. You doing TV with Matt George this weekend?
Yeah, man. Making that Channel 10 debut.
About time.
We up in there.
Long overdue.
I got a new boy in it. That is.
Everything good, Matt?
Everything is good. Everything is good. Just chilling. Oh.
I always get nervous when it's 3:00 and start thinking, did we do everything we were supposed to do over there? Did we forget anything? We didn't. We never have. I always get concerned we do. Good over there. Who you want? You want Bill Belichick to coach the Raiders?
No.
You want Antonio Pierce to coach the Raiders?
I'd prefer Antonio Pierce over Bill Belichick.
Would you prefer Antonio Pierce over Jim Harbaugh?
Probably. I just think the Raiders need something new or just do something different. Like, I just don't think they need to just keep retreading and retreading and retreading. Like the Gruden thing, the McDaniels thing. McDaniels was obviously not even close to comparable to Harbaugh or Belichick, but like this team seems to really be vibing with Antonio Pierce. So let it ride. Like you've got more problems with this roster than just the coach, but
understood.
But I also know nothing. So
No, it's fine. It's an opinion.
I'll put it I'll put it this way: if the Kings, if the Raiders were to hire Harbaugh, I wouldn't be mad at it. Harbaugh is the one I like the most out of everybody.
There's one coaching thing I want to mention when we get back. We don't have to spend much time on it, Matt. I want to say it because I know if I don't,
no problem.
It'll just take 2 seconds.
I'll follow y'all. I ride with y'all.
That was one of my favorite Austin bits.
Y'all had me. You guys had me going when we were talking about R-Truth the other day.
You brought the best one that I completely forgot. The one you text me was by far the best one.
The Paul Heyman one? Or the
Royal Rumble one.
Yeah, he brings the ladder out like it's a Money in the Bank match, and everyone just watches him set the ladder up, and he climbs it and looks
amazing.
I went down an R-Truth rabbit hole on YouTube of just all of the stuff that he's done. The little Jimmy bit that he had forever was amazing. He made people care about an imaginary friend.
He got an imaginary person over. Like, that's incredible.
Little Jimmy's classic.
We're back right here. Matt George with us, ABC 10, Locked on Kings. One quick coaching note that I want to throw out as we were talking about Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll, and so on. Mike Tomlin is now the longest tenured coach in the NFL. He took over the Pittsburgh Steelers 2007.
Wow.
Mike Tomlin, who has never had a season under 500, is only 51 years old.
Wow. He could do this for a long time.
Yeah, he's got some years left. John Harbaugh is second.
Okay.
He took over the Ravens in 2008. Andy Reid, believe it or not, took over the Chiefs 2013. And then it's a tie with a guy you are desperate to fire for whatever reason, Sean McDermott. Then it's Sean.
He was on the hot seat. It's like Budenholzer.
Sean, but he's not anymore, right? Or is he? Because you fired Budenholzer anyway. So
no, I think he's saved his job. He'll be on the hot seat again next year.
And then it's a 3-way tie with McDermott, McVay, and your boy.
What's Shanahan at 8 or 7?
He took over in 17. So all three of those guys are at their 8th year with their team.
Yeah.
So just a note.
Kyle not going nowhere for a long time.
I don't think so. I don't think Mike Tomlin is either.
Nope.
I don't think Mike Tomlin.
I mean, the
is either.
Steelers, that's crazy. They've had 3 coaches in like 50 years?
Something like that. Yeah,
it's
pretty nuts.
Yeah.
It's pretty nuts, man. And we're happy to have Matt George with us as we shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings. Matt, this road trip started exactly the way you would want it to.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling after these 2 victories, despite one of them being a little bit shaky?
Yeah, I'll take the last 7 quarters that the Sacramento Kings played. Absolutely. The 8th quarter, that could be thrown out and thrown off a bridge. And really, honestly, I focused on that and actually started with that, even though the Kings defeated the Pistons. And my post-game podcast, I started with that quarter because I thought that quarter was absolutely unacceptable. It wasn't surprising by any means. I don't know if Domas, who played hard the entire game, including that bad first quarter, Kings would have been down by like 30 or 40 had Domas not decided to play as hard as he did to start that quarter. I don't know if it was Domas. I don't know if it was Mike Brown. I don't know if it was somebody else, but somebody said something or did something to wake that team up, and they figured it out. They turned it around. They used a quarter. They only needed a quarter to bring that back. Then, I mean, that was a roller coaster ride of a game period to go down 20, then up 15, then the game was tied, and then you win by 21. It's just such a weird, crazy basketball game. But they followed it up not only with, hooray, they finally won both games of a back-to-back, which shouldn't have taken this long for this team to accomplish and shouldn't matter this much, but of course to Kings fans it does at this point. But they put together a really, really complete game. They had their core 4 play really well for the 2nd straight game without a single one of them playing more than 32 minutes. Which I think is amazing. Fox and Domas didn't even touch 30. They finished with 28. And maybe the most exciting part about that game is like 2 things. One, everything that the Kings did was repeatable. It wasn't like, oh, the Kings won by 20 on the road because Fox went for 45 or the Kings hit 24 threes. Now they shot well from 3-point range, but I think they only made like 13 of them. They just played the two words that I used were like active and engaged defensive performance on the second night of a back-to-back against a team that they should be beaten. And I don't care if anybody turns around and says, Matt, it's the Charlotte Hornets. It's not that impressive. No, I hear that. But at the same time, I think it's very impressive. I think it's very encouraging for the Sacramento Kings to finally play to their level, regardless of the competition that they're playing, and beat a team they should be beating like we know they should be beating them. So last night was a lot of positive, a game that I think a lot of us needed to see from Sacramento last night after the ups and downs of not just the Pistons game, but the ups and downs of the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, man, I feel the same way about this game. Like, they handle business. They look good while doing it. And I mentioned it earlier, Matt. We talked about it a number of different times. This is not a finished product with this team. They're trying to work through some things. They're trying to work some stuff out, whether it's with the guys in the locker room or adding new personnel. But they're not a finished product. But they're still 8 at the time when I mentioned it. They were 8 games over 500. Now they're 9 games over 500. And that's almost an encouraging sign, right? Because they haven't been perfect. There is room to grow. And there's still 9 games over 500. So if they get to a point where they start to get into a groove and figure some things out, they could take off.
No, and Mike has pointed that out too. Mike's commented on the fact that this team has dealt with significantly more injury issues this year than they dealt with last year. And they've dealt with some unexplainable shooting numbers, like why this team is close to the bottom of the league. I think they're still around the bottom of the league in catch and shoot 3-point percentage, while why they're at the bottom of the league in free throw percentage with basically the same team coming back. It's not like they added Shaq or DeAndre Jordan to this roster that's tanking their free throw percentage. Like, it's the same group. They're just not making free throws. Like, there's some unexplainable things about this Kings team and why they're down statistically. And yet here they are, 9 games above 500 in early to mid-January. So it's encouraging for sure. That being said, a game like last night makes their poor defensive efforts even more frustrating to me, because we know this team is capable of it. Mike's not asking for this team to become a great defensive team. He knows what roster he has. He's asking for them to be engaged. He's asking for them to be active, to fight for a full 24 seconds, which I know is not an easy ask, especially from guys who are also expected to deliver on the offensive end of the floor seconds later. And the Kings naturally like to play fast and get up and down, which takes energy to do so. That being said, playing fast and playing that style offensively is what these players live for. Malik Monk lives for those opportunities in transition to throw a lob or throw a dunk down or pull up from 3. Keegan Murray seems to thrive in transition. We know how good De'Aaron Fox is. You play the way that you play, and your team offensively looks its absolute best when you get defensive stops. And you're not going to get defensive stops by suddenly becoming a great defensive team. You're also not going to get defensive stops by hoping an NBA caliber team misses shots on every night. You're going to get stops by playing hard, by being disruptive, by jumping passing lanes, by creating deflections and creating opportunities for yourself to get out and run. And that's what we saw from the Kings last night. That's why they look so good. They didn't do anything fundamentally differently on the defensive end other than they played actively and they were engaged.
Matt, you just said there's like some, unexplainable things statistically as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings this year. I'm going to ask you to try to explain them.
Oh, great.
What do you think? What's your gut tell you, like, as to why is this team so up and down? Why are the losses so dramatic? Why are the wins, runaway wins? Where's the balance here with this team?
I keep going back to what Mike Brown and Domantas Sabonis both talked about during training camp and preseason, which is, I want to make this team uncomfortable. Mike is intentionally making this team uncomfortable so they can learn how to thrive in that discomfort and can learn how to win in other ways than just outscoring their opponent. And Mike was very transparent during the home stand after, I can't remember what game it was. He said, there are guys on this team that would like for us just to outscore people on a nightly basis. There are guys on this team that would like us to do basically what we did last year, which is just try and score. And Mike knows that they can win in the regular season by doing that. They know that they can make the playoffs by doing that. But Mike has been consistent, and he's probably the guy with the multiple championship rings who's been there and done that before with multiple different teams. He's probably the guy that they should be listening to when he says, look, that is not sustainable in the league. As fun as the Kings, Mike D'Antoni style of just score 140 points a night, as fun as the Indiana Pacers are and the darlings of the league with the statistics and the league pass views, I don't think anybody looks at the Pacers and goes, yeah, that team is going to win it all. And that's ultimately where Mike is trying to get to. I also don't think Mike looks at this roster and goes, yeah, this team by playing defense is going to win it all right now. He's going to say that, and he's going to try and get them there, because why would they play for anything else? But Mike's aware of the roster that he has. But the best way that I can explain the things that have been unexplainable, the ups and downs, is that he is intentionally trying to make this team uncomfortable. He's intentionally trying to ask everybody on this team to do more than just what got them to the NBA in the first place. Like he wants more. He's expecting more. Now, at times, I think he's gone too far. At times, I think he's gone away from things that he shouldn't. Like we talked a lot last week about him only playing Malik Monk 5 minutes in the first half to send a message. I thought that was the wrong thing to do. I think at times we can say he's mishandled the Kevin Huerter situation. Kevin looks completely lost. Kevin looks uncomfortable. And I understand that Mike is challenging Kevin, but there's a fine line between challenging someone and breaking them. And in a lot of ways, I think Mike has broken a lot of what Kevin Huerter does for this team. So Mike's not perfect. He'll say he's not perfect. And trust me, he'll turn anything around that you give him praise for. He'll give the praise to other people. And when it comes to criticism, he'll welcome that onto himself. So Mike is not claiming that he's handling things 100% the right way. In fact, he said, things are going to go wrong, and I will happily take ownership for things going wrong. But this team consistently looks uncomfortable, which apparently is by design. And that's the only thing that I can really explain why we're seeing these strange ups and downs with this group.
We tend to make the comparison a lot between this year's team and last year's team. And I'll ask you, we've asked this question a number of different times. Which team do you think was better? You think they were better last year, or are they a better team now this year?
I think that's a lot deeper of a question than it sounds on the surface level, Kenny, because I think define better. Like better, like statistically, they're not better in a lot of ways, especially like we're talking about the number one offense in the league. That offense is nowhere to be seen. They still have those weapons and the capability to be that, but offensively, no, they're not better. They're not even close to the same. I think in terms of entertainment value, they're not better. I'm not enjoying watching the Kings play this season as much as I enjoyed watching them last year. I've enjoyed individual performances like Keegan when he went off for 47, Domantas Sabonis putting up a triple-double damn near every night at this point, Malik Monk doing his thing, De'Aaron Fox when he was going for 40 and 30 almost every single night, right? Like I've enjoyed aspects of that, but the Kings have been less fun to watch as a basketball team this year as they are last year. That being said, I think this team is in a better position to handle ultimately what Mike is trying to get this team to. I think they're better positioned to handle adversity that they will face in the playoffs. And if the Kings go through another, how many months left of the season? 3 months left in the regular season before the playoffs, and are continuing to figure this out. Hopefully it's like an iron sharpens iron type thing to where they'll have a full season of dealing with and understanding how to handle being uncomfortable so that whenever the team who they play in the playoffs makes them uncomfortable, they're able to respond to that. So are they better than they were last year? And in a lot of ways, no. Are they more equipped to be better this year than they were last year, if that makes sense? I think yes.
The way that they've gotten through these last two games is a little bit different than what we've seen from the Sacramento Kings. They've hit that threshold of points that we always look for, that 115 plus, but they haven't done it with the 15, 16, 17, 18 threes. They've done it by being dominant in the paint.
Yes.
And while I think a lot of that has to do with game planning for Detroit and Charlotte, we don't always see them execute that. Mm-hmm. And that's that Matt, has been my favorite takeaway from these last two games. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like tomorrow now that we know Joel is out, because certainly Joel is a detractor from trying to get in the paint. But the fact that they've been so good in that particular category, which has not been kind to them, at least not to this degree all season, I think is a big positive for this team. Finding a different way to win a basketball game.
Yeah, I'm not going to disrespect the Kings coaching staff and by saying that they're not intentionally game planning to attack the paint more, because we know that's something that they've wanted to do all season. But the big difference for me over these last 2 games has been Domantas Sabonis has had enough. Like I've looked at Sabonis and watched Sabonis play, and he's like, you know what? He was pissed when we talked to him in the locker room after the Pelicans game. He was pissed, and he didn't call anybody out by name. But essentially what he said was like, you would think that we would respond better and play harder against a team that's kicked our ass as many times as the Pelicans have, but we didn't. Like Sabonis, and then in that first quarter in Detroit told us a lot. Sabonis is fighting. He throws down a dunk and he's screaming, and he's not looking at the Detroit Pistons bench and screaming at them. He's not looking at whoever the hell he dunked on. He's looking at his teammates. Like, come on, let's go. Like that is the side of Domantas Sabonis. There's been criticisms, and understandably so, about Sabonis. Can he be that guy that offensively, scoring wise, can lead you? Can he be that guy that you can lean on to go and get you a bucket? Certainly not as much as De'Aaron Fox is. Maybe not as much as Malik Monk can be at times. But what we're seeing over these last 2 games for sure, and really the last week to 2 weeks, is in addition to Sabonis being a triple-double machine, he's saying, you know what? I am a leader by example. If this team needs fire, I'll give it to them by example. Like that's what we've been seeing from Sabonis. And Sabonis is shutting a lot of people up, I think, a lot of ways. And yeah, he can be that guy. No matter what he does during the regular season, there's going to be people that just dismiss it as Sabonis is a regular season beast. But what will he do in the playoffs? They won't give him any kind of credit. And it is what it is. But what we're seeing is not a player who's trying to earn that respect. We're seeing a player that's looking around at his team and going, I don't understand why we're not fighting as hard as we should. I don't know why we're getting blown out on a nightly basis. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm going to do something about it. Who's with me? Like that's what I've seen from Sabonis in these last few games. And you know who's answered that call has been Keegan Murray. Keegan's answered the level of aggression too. He said, okay, my center's fighting. I'm a fight too. Keegan's attacking the basket. He's putting his shoulder down. The Kings are running a lot more sets for Keegan, which I love to see. I still think De'Aaron Fox is playing banged up, but De'Aaron is trying to do his thing. And I also think from De'Aaron's perspective too, there's an element of relief right now, because if De'Aaron's not at 100% in years past, yeah, the Kings were probably toast. De'Aaron's not at 100%, hasn't been for the last couple of weeks, and he has a man damn near averaging a triple-double, a second-year player who's willing to score, and Malik Monk, who will even take the distribution duties off of his shoulders a little bit while he gets right. That's a team, and that's what I've seen really over these last 7 quarters at least.
Yeah, no, I love.
Well, actually, sorry. They actually attacked the paint in the first quarter of the Detroit Pistons game. Remember, they scored like 29 in that one, and it was all 2-pointers.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They just gave up 53s.
Yeah.
Detroit broke all records ever that first quarter against Sacramento.
Everything
Sorry.
too. It was some of it once again, chicken or the egg situation. What comes first, bad defense or just shot making? They were hitting everything in that first quarter.
In that case, it was both.
Yeah, and if I can jump on that really quick too, because I saw a lot of people like I called that first quarter pathetic after it happened, and I stand by what it was. And the rest of the game and the Kings coming back and finding a way to win doesn't make that first quarter any less pathetic. And a lot of people pointed out, Matt, that quarter was a shooting anomaly for the Detroit Pistons. Yeah, they're not going to shoot 70% from the field, 70% from three-point range for the game. I get that. But why do so many teams seem to have those shooting anomaly games against the Sacramento Kings? That's number one, because I think teams are coming. I tried to ask the players and coaches about this, and I don't think they understood my question because I didn't do a good job of wording it. But like teams come into games against Sacramento, shooters come into games and know I'm going to get mine. Like every team comes into a game against the Kings with confidence shooting the basketball. That's why we see, and this is a problem that's been the last 20 years, not just this season. Teams come in expecting to get good looks. Shooters come in and they have good nights against the Sacramento Kings consistently. And on top of that, okay, you know Cade Cunningham is out. Bojan Bogdanovic is the second leading scorer on that team. So naturally, this isn't scouting. This is common sense. Naturally, that guy's probably going to try and step up and score more. And the amount of open looks that Bojan Bogdanovic got in that first quarter, to me, that's unacceptable. It's common sense this guy is going to shoot more and look for his with Cade being out. And still, they gave him as many looks as he could possibly want. That was the unacceptable part to me. Not that the Pistons were making shots, it's that the Kings weren't putting any resistance to the Kings or the Pistons making shots.
No, you're spot on. And even with the Pistons making shots, it's still unacceptable. Like they're feeling a little too comfortable out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's on you as the Sacramento Kings and whatever team it is to try and change up their rhythm, trying to change up the intensity of what you're doing on the defensive end. Like I said, just feeling a little too comfortable. But you mentioned Domas being assertive and kind of taking it personal. I love that about Domantas Sabonis, man. I really do. I love that. Not to use this guy's phrase all the time, but he gets pissed off for greatness. Like he does not like. He's the opposite of De'Aaron. It feels like when and I'm not saying one is better than the other, but I'm just saying De'Aaron will be like, they get beat up by 30 or 40. Like, I'm gonna leave it here and I'll be ready to go when I come back the next morning. Domas does not seem like he leaves it there. He seems like it just eats at him, and he shows up every time. They both show up every time after those big losses, but in their own different ways. And I just love how he takes it personal and says, I'm getting after it right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I could say it any better. Like when he is not the biggest center in the league, whether it's height or weight, he's not, but he's ridiculously strong. He's incredibly smart. He does get away with a lot of travels, I will say that, but a lot of centers do in the league nowadays. He drags that pivot foot a little too much for my liking, but he also has really, really good dribble moves and post moves that allow him to kind of get away with that and get his opponents up in the air, and for him to get position and hold position on the offensive end as well as he does, even when 2 or 3 guys close out on him. He's a very, very smart physical player. He doesn't play physical for the sake of playing physical. He plays physical with knowing when's the right time to push and when's the right time not to. And like I said, the leadership that we've seen out of him, not just statistically, not just picking up for a De'Aaron Fox who's struggling, but a leadership from Sabonis that is, I'm not going to scream in anybody's face. At least we've never seen him do that before. The most I've ever seen is him pull Keegan aside and have an animated conversation with him, but never screaming, never yelling. That's not who Sabonis is unless he's dunking the basketball, apparently. But Sabonis can play with that fire and channel that fire into the way that he's playing. And again, it's not him turning and screaming at the team he's playing against. It's not him turning and screaming at the officials. It's him turning and yelling and looking and making eye contact with his teammates and saying, someone meet me here. Someone come with me. Follow me here. And the Kings, I think, have responded to that over the last 48 hours.
Matt, what's your take away from, and I think you just used this phrase a minute, you talk about the top 4. It's been a couple of really top heavy games for Sacramento where you get the big time performances from Keegan, as you pointed out, and Domas has been incredible. De'Aaron is still, hovering around the 20-point mark. Mm-hmm. And then you get Malik, there at 20 plus. And that's where it kind of stops.
Yeah.
You got some fine performances yesterday with the extended minutes for guys like Alex Len, who was terrific, by the way, in his minutes to DPOG. Trey Lyles as well. But, the shooting guard position is a bit of a problem outside of Malik. And, Harrison is just kind of in this weird funk, I guess. I don't know. But do you have any concern over those big 4 kind of carrying things for them right now?
Yes and no. Yes, because I think we all thought that the depth was going to be and supposed to be a strength of this Kings team, and it just hasn't been as much as you want it to be. I mean, this core 4, they're what's going to take this Kings team as far as they're going to go, and we know this. And what I like is that we're seeing the core 4 that is capable of playing well all at the same time. Now, can they take it a step further to where when De'Aaron is having his superstar night, Sabonis, Keegan, and Monk are still making a similar kind of impact? Like, I don't see how the Kings lose a basketball game, guys, if the Kings are getting a 30-point performance from De'Aaron Fox, a 18 to 22-point performance from Keegan with the rebounds to boot, and Sabonis's double-double on average, maybe triple-double on a nightly basis. And then you add Malik Monk with just what he does off the bench. Like, that is a really, really, really good basketball team that is incredibly difficult to stop. We've known this about this group. The word I think is like Trey Lyles is the 5th guy for me in terms of reliability. After that, Mike called it the pack. Like when I asked him a couple weeks ago about why Sasha Vezenkov is not playing, he didn't say Sasha directly, but he basically said nobody has separated themselves from the pack. The pack is the rest of that roster. And I unfortunately include Harrison Barnes now in that pack. Harrison is in the starting lineup, I think, kind of by necessity. Like, you just don't have long wings on this Kings team. So Barnes is at the very least a veteran. He's reliable in the sense that he can hold that position down. He's not been reliable in the production that he's giving you, but he holds that position down. And Mike at least knows that 40 is available for him on a nightly basis, if anything else. But this Kings team has a pack of players that we think are good, but nobody's separating themselves. Nobody is, like, we saw bits and pieces of it. And there are also some unexplainable things. Like, I don't know what Keon Ellis has done to just fall out of the rotation completely, but here he is. He's given Davion Mitchell opportunities. Davion has not done anything to separate himself from the pack. Sasha is not getting really any opportunities. He played in that blowout loss, but he played well offensively in that blowout loss that the Kings had. So I just think this Kings roster has 4 guys at the very top that you are really, really comfortable and can rely on. You have a 5th or 6th guy in Trey Lyles and maybe Alex Len sometimes. Really 5 guys that you can rely on consistently. The rest of this group is a pack that some nights they're going to give you something, some nights they're not, and nobody's standing out for Mike.
And that's, it's the thing that's maddening, like you said earlier, but it also could be something that's encouraging. Because if you just, like you laid it out just now when, Fox is giving you 30, Sabonis or Keegan are giving you 18 to 22, Monk is doing what he does. Well, what if Herter or Barnes gives you 11? Like, they're not losing. I think we saw somebody had the numbers in here. I think it was Securing the Beam. When Harrison has 11 plus points, they're 14-5 on the season. So as good as that 4 is, if they could just get one of the other starters to consistently give you, because I know Harrison probably averages like 11, but give you like a real 11 a night, or Herter give you a real 11 or 12 a night, that's another level for this team, it feels like.
I was feeling the exact same thing, but then I started thinking to game planning against the Sacramento Kings for a best-of-7 series, and the Golden State Warriors did a really, really good job of this. If I'm game planning against the Kings, whoever's starting at the 2 and Harrison Barnes, I'm forcing those guys to beat me. Now, I don't think you're going to be able to stop all 4 of the Kings core on a nightly basis. If you can stop 2 of them, you probably have or limit 2 of them, you probably have a pretty good chance of winning. If you can limit 1 of them, you're definitely, or 3 of them, you're definitely winning. Mm-hmm. But like if Kevin Herter continues to be the starter for the Sacramento Kings, assuming he's healthy, and I hope he's healthy, but let's say they ride this same starting lineup into the playoffs, which I still think is a very, very likely scenario. As much as the Kings want to make a move, I still think there's a very good chance that the starting 5 essentially stays the same. If that's the case, whoever the Kings are facing, I'm looking at that and I'm going, yeah, like I'm going to force Kevin Herter and Harrison Barnes to beat me. And maybe they score 11 or 12 once or twice during the series, but are they going to do that 7 games? Are they going to do that 4 games? I don't know. So as good as the core is, and I believe this core is good enough certainly to win a playoff series for the Sacramento Kings, there still have to be 5 guys on the floor at all times, which means one of those 4 is at least minimum. One of those 4 is out there. That's the guy that I'm allowing to try and beat me, or trying to force to beat me.
You got your eye on someone in these trade conversations?
Got my eyes on a lot of people. I had a conversation with Kyle Madsen today. It's dropping right after your guys' show ends at 4:00 about Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. It's a little muddy about how that would happen, but
just real quick. Did you hear our conversation earlier?
No, I missed it.
That? Okay, so here's our presentation to Matt George. You like Kuminga, huh? Okay. We don't really want to deal with Sacramento, but there is a situation in which we will deal with Sacramento. We will trade you Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green in return for whatever. How you feel about it?
Click.
Oh,
yeah, you can't really slam phones down.
Yeah, you can't do it anymore. No, click. I'm turning it off. No, and what's funny is I talked about this during the offseason too. Draymond, the archetype of a Draymond player in so many ways is what this Kings team needs. This Draymond loose cannon nutcase that's been physically abusing people more than he's been playing basketball this season. Yeah, I'm good. Like let's leave that aside. What's funny is the name that came up in my conversation with Kyle was Andrew Wiggins. And if Wiggins would come over, you're taking in his money, and he's not playing well right now at all. The last time he was playing at that level that the Warriors loved was when Mike Brown was there. It's a risk, but can Mike Brown figure out how to get Jonathan Kuminga to be an impactful fourth, sometimes third option as the starting three on this Kings team? Like the idea of it, but other names that are out there, like I think the Kings should absolutely be calling the Grizzlies about Marcus Smart. The Grizzlies traded 2 first-round picks in order to get Marcus Smart, though, so you're not going to get him for cheap. I think there's a chance that the Kings can
you
get
might now. He's out 6 weeks.
Oh,
so.
that's true. That's true. I didn't see that.
This is defective. I want the clearance price. I need 20% off my deal here. I need 20% off, man. This guy's out 6 weeks.
We can get him at Ross.
It's like 3 weeks after the trade deadline. It's defect. That's right. It's got the alternate stitching here.
Yeah, that's true.
Off.
I'm calling the Chicago Bulls about Alex Caruso, of course. I'm not too interested in Kyle Kuzma, but I understand if they're interested. And then the name that there aren't too many players that are out there that I'd be willing to package like 3 first-round picks for that realistically the Kings can get. I'm calling the Brooklyn Nets and trying to gauge interest. And I've talked to the Locked On Nets host, and he believes there would be interest in a package of 3 firsts, Kevin Huerter, and something for McCall Bridges potentially. So that's going to be a future podcast. But like, there aren't too many players out there that I think would be the right kind of future be damned, let's go for it type move. I think McCall Bridges could be one of those guys.
He absolutely is one of those guys.
Have I been saying his name wrong this whole time?
No, I think Matt did.
Okay.
I probably said it wrong.
It's McCall.
McCall.
I was like, oh man, that's terrible. Or it's Miles, McCall, and McCall. There's 3. They're actually triplets. There's 3 of them.
Mickle.
But
I've never understood that.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not a foundation.
Yeah,
in Brooklyn.
but it's been like since they got him.
Yeah,
this has been going on. So, Matt, work your magic. Come on, man, let's go.
Yeah, I think I might have some. Well, let's put it this way.
Get that Locked On network to make something happen here.
I don't want to spoil too much of what we're going to discuss, but the framework of the deal was Huerter, 3 firsts, and I think Colby Jones for Bridges.
Done deal.
And that's what I was saying.
Yeah, what else you need?
I was trying to find a way to get Lonnie Walker included in that, and then of course they asked for Keegan, and I said, "Shut up."
Well,
that was it.
You know the funny thing about that is, I think that's like far-fetched, right? Like I don't think that would happen. But if they're willing to like do some talking for Michael,
yeah,
I wonder what Cam Johnson would sound like. I would like him in Sacramento.
McCall signed, right? Did he sign with Phoenix?
Yeah,
he signed with Phoenix because he signed before DeAndre
Absolutely.
did.
I think he got $80 million.
Yeah. Okay.
But Cam, like he'd have to be cheaper than that. He's not Michael Bridges. I wonder what that would look
Give
like.
up draft picks for that.
Yeah, Bridges is under contract for 2 more years. He's paid 23.3 next year, and then the following season 24.9.
Yeah,
fine.
Let's do it. Yeah, whatever.
I'm in.
What else?
I'm
What's
in.
next?
Yeah, exactly. So that might be a conversation going forward. I don't know how much Brooklyn actually does that specifically because they traded Kevin Durant for him. But I don't know. Like that's where if I'm Monty and I'm willing to be aggressive with firsts, that's the kind of target that I'm looking for to be aggressive with firsts.
But you know the way this league is covered. Like how many picks did they get in that in the
like 5.
So say 5, right? And then you trade Mikal Bridges. Now all of a sudden the Brooklyn Nets got 8 first-round picks for Kevin Durant. That's what the conversation becomes.
Yeah.
In these nerds that love draft picks that have no names attached to them and fawn over guys like Sam Presti. Oh, they'll eat that up. They'll call the Brooklyn Nets the team of the century for that.
Yep. And put in some pick swaps in there too.
Sure. Well, I don't care. Whatever you want.
Yeah.
We'll put the Nets logo on the Tower Bridge for a month if you want. Goodness sakes.
Yeah,
I'm all in.
Oh
Good
my.
call, Matt.
Oh my.
Let's get it done, Matt.
I'm doing my best.
I didn't know who you were gonna say when you said when you talk about 2-3 picks. I was like, who the hell is he about to say?
There aren't too many names. Like I would throw 3 picks.
not.
I would throw 3 picks without hesitation at Jaylen Brown. That's never going to happen, but I would do it without hesitation for Jaylen Brown. Like we're talking about that echelon of a player, and Bridges is on a team that might be willing to move on. Like there aren't too many players on bad teams that fit that. Okay, here's 3 first-round picks Bill. It's not Kuzma. It's not Pascal Siakam. Bridges is that guy.
You know what I did think about? You know what I thought about on my drive in? It was a lie. It wasn't really my drive in. It was yesterday. Like, is the Suns Kevin Durant thing, is that real? Because if it is, what does that look like? Like, what does that look like a third time around?
Yeah.
Second,
you gotta
second
feel like
time
it's
around?
gotta be less than what it was before.
I would. It's not 5 first-round picks. It can't be 5 first-round picks again. But is it 3?
KD did a podcast. I think today I saw a tweet about it where he said, "I don't want to be traded."
I was going to say it's usually weird if Kevin Durant does a podcast. Usually something's going down.
So,
but good. Yeah, I don't want him to be traded either.
To your point, though, I mean, yeah, it's got to be. I think it'd be like half of what it was.
Yeah. And good news, Kings fans, Suns play the Lakers tonight. So someone's losing.
Someone's losing.
Because I'm watching standings every day.
Every day.
I'm like, well, okay.
The Jazz out of nowhere are starting to play some good basketball.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Denver last night handily.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens with them. I thought Matt was frozen.
I'm here. I'm enjoying. I'm just
going to see who the first person to talk was.
No, I'm enjoying this. I'm just here.
Who the first person to talk
was? Hey, Matt. So you, well, you're not off, but the Kings aren't here. The Niners don't play. What you got going on this weekend?
Oh God. Saturday we have the high school football, essentially the high school football all-star game, our version of the Senior Bowl. So that'll be, I think that's at
is that Hughes?
Yeah, I think it's at Hughes Stadium. So I'll be covering that. Even though the Kings are gone, they still are playing damn near every other night at this point. So like, I never thought I'd get to a point where I'm like, take 2 days off. Jesus, stop playing. But that's not going to be the case, at least
They
for
have
the
been
foreseeable
playing
future.
a lot.
Playing a ton. Guys, they had 4 home games in a week right before Christmas. Then they, after Christmas, had that 3-game road trip. Then they came back and another 4 home games in a week. And then they left and they had 4 games in 5 nights on the road. Like, it's just, they're playing a ton of basketball right now, which is why I don't necessarily blame De'Aaron Fox for looking like he's been hit by a truck at the moment.
I was going to say, maybe sometimes we should take that into account when we talk about the way the guy looks on the floor.
Very true.
Some of us might be tired of watching Kings basketball. Right. Those guys are actually out there.
They actually play
at a high level, at the highest possible level.
There was a big emphasis by the league like 3 or 4 years ago. We're going to limit back-to-backs and we're going to limit 3 games in 4 nights. Boy, that sure is gone. They said, bring in an in-season tournament. Screw y'all rest.
Oh, they added more. let's find a way to add a couple more games in here to the schedule.
You don't care about the regular season. That's fine. You go and play, and there's no load management no more. You're going to get in trouble too. I'm gonna make you pay a fine for resting your players.
I think KC hit the nail on the head too with something. I saw our man Ant-Man Anthony Slater tweeted something about Draymond. Boy, it's sure looking like Dre LK Day coming up on Monday. The return of Draymond Green on Martin Luther King.
Draymond had a dream.
Oh, they'll air this big, long promo for Draymond Green in black and white.
Hey, well, look, to be honest with you, that's where Wembanyama's playing. He's playing on MLK Day. Oh, my gosh. I'm sick of seeing the Spurs. But
okay, so let's get this straight. He's on national TV. They didn't put him in Paris?
No, they didn't put him in Paris. Bizarre. But the other thing is they may have to pull Dre in there for some ratings.
Yeah,
it's an awful 2 games.
Yeah,
Spurs and Hawks, Warriors and Grizzlies. Yeah. You watch them.
Could have been the Kings.
Does Draymond hate anybody on Memphis?
No. I think
will Team Morant be there?
See, that's the thing. Marcus probably could have, like, let's see how better you are, buddy. And just annoyed Draymond for the whole time. But now Marcus is out. And I don't see why Team Morant would be there. He's going to be with his boy.
Yeah.
Shout out Ja. I saw his post earlier, man. Hope
get well soon, Ja.
I hope my brother gets well. So make sure you check out the Locked On Kings podcast, wherever you get podcasts from. Video versions are always terrific. Check that out over on Matt's Locked On Kings podcast channel here on YouTube. We're going to be with Matt this weekend for the first time over at ABC 10. Really excited about that. And right now, we're going to head over to 102.5. So if you want to tune in for your chance to go to the Sacramento Comedy Festival, tap in. We've got that coming up. Like you better tap in right now, by the way. Like right now if you want to cop those tickets. And we'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Almost nobody.
Did it. Nice job, Matt.
Hey, thanks for not exposing me for something else on the show this week.
What'd I do?
The Sabonis, Biederman, and
oh yeah, no, that was funny.
That was fun.
That was funny. That was funny, and no one got a bigger laugh out of it than Chris Watkins.
Yeah.
I told y'all he was so confused when he looked at his phone. He was like, "Dude, I couldn't figure out what was going on." I was like, "Is he calling me the second he got off the air?" No, buddy, we're live, pal.
Hey.
We are live, pal. All right, guys, we've got a lot to do on the other stations, so we'll shut down. Thanks for being with us here. Hit the thumbs up, please. Hit the thumbs up before you go. And to be clear, that was a Kenny Caraway original. That's a Dre LK Day is good trademarked Kenny Caraway.
Dre LK, it's happening too.
Man, it sure looks like it. We'll see you guys tomorrow.